I got nightmares in my head, I fear. Thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear. Thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
She's the one who's responsible for the guns. I mean, if you ask me, like, putting aside everything else, who's more responsible here, right? Alec Baldwin or Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, regardless of.
So that is the question in the poll. Hey guys, welcome to day 3 of the Hannah Gutierrez-Reed trial. And a lot is riding on this trial. To what extent is Hannah to blame? Is she more to blame than Alec Baldwin? Or the other way around? Please vote in the poll if you haven't. And this question actually came up in this News Nation clip. And let's just hear what the folks on this panel had to say around this question.
Whether either of them should have been charged. I'd say her.
Yeah, because she's the one responsible, safety,
for the guns,
maintenance, to look at the guns, to have the ammunition.
He's handed a gun and said it's clear.
Right, and so this speaks to what we were just talking about. That.
So yeah, you have 2 qualified lawyers on quite a high-profile show, both saying that they think Hannah is more culpable. Do you guys agree with that? Do you agree with them? Do you agree that between Hannah and Alec Baldwin, that Hannah is more culpable? Well, according to the poll, let's just have a look at the poll. What are you guys saying? Please vote if you haven't already. 52% say that both of them are culpable, but Alec is more culpable than Hannah. I think many of those who voted in that poll are familiar with this channel and are very familiar with this case. 2% say no one is guilty of anything. Between Hannah Gutierrez-Reed separately and Alec Baldwin, there's a slight majority there, 27% over 20. But just more than half of you, well, now it's 50%. 50% say both are culpable, but Alec more than Hannah. Now it's 51%. By the way, I don't know if you guys have noticed, I've gotten a new dog. Timmy was just kind of getting on my nerves, so I kind of went to swap him out just for another schnauzer, but just a kind of a slightly more handsome-looking dog. So this is Freddie. I hope you guys are gonna get to like him. We bonded very quickly. He's like Timmy, only cleaner. So there you go. So what do you guys think? Do you agree with these hosts? I mean, you'd imagine that they know what they're talking about. They're educated. They, after all, they're on television. They must know their thing. And they seem to think that Hannah is the most culpable person on the set. Let's just go through that clip one more time.
Either of them should have been charged. I'd say her.
Yeah, because she's the one responsible, safety,
for the guns,
maintenance, to look at the guns, to have the ammunition.
He's handed a gun and said it's clear.
Right. And so this speaks to what we were just talking about, that causation aspect. It's the direct and natural consequences of her actions. The prosecution intends to say she's the one who brought the live ammunition on the set and ultimately loaded the prop gun. So having an intervening cause, that's not a willful act. That's the key term.
So if Hannah is responsible for everything, or for pretty much the incident, what is Alec Baldwin responsible for? I mean, he only held the gun, and he only pulled the trigger, and he only pointed it at the victim, and he was only the producer on the show, and he was only the lead actor on the show, and he was only the most powerful person in the Rush production, and he's only he's a very passive person who does as he's told. And he was only, if right. So probably Hannah was the person responsible, right? What was Alec Baldwin responsible for? He was just really the guy who was basically the reason the movie was being made. I think Earth, you mean culpable, right? Culpable. It was also Alec Baldwin's responsibility in a way as a sort of a producer, one of the producers. How can I put it? Do you think Alec Baldwin had any say over who got hired and who didn't? And I think that was one of his defenses, to say I had I only had creative input. Do you think if you're running a business, you would not, and it's really your idea, much of the business, it's kind of your thing. You the big kahuna in the whole thing. Do you think you would not really take note of people who are in important positions? You wouldn't really care about your co-stars. You wouldn't really. Do you think you would just sort of take a completely passive role? I'm just the actor here, and that's really all. What do you guys think? So welcome to day 3. It hasn't actually started. I guess we will get going at some point. Have you guys watched my video on the incident that happened to Hannah Gutierrez-Reed? Or she was sort of involved in a scenario a year, just over a year before the incident. It was August 15, 2020. Helena was shot October 21st, 2021. So it was literally a year, a month, and a week later that Helena died. But there was an incident near Vegas where Hannah was partying with some of her friends. They drank about 4 or 5 beers each. And then Hannah gave one of her friends the keys to her motorcycle, even though he was inebriated. Shortly after that, there was a severe double motorcycle accident. Hannah's boyfriend fell and injured himself, but the other guy died. The other guy died after a couple of days. He was airlifted to hospital. So here you have once again a situation where Hannah gives someone something, and shouldn't she have taken care? Shouldn't she have exercised care and due diligence to not hand that thing over, or exercise some form of caution? And so anyway, there's somebody else lost their life. Let's have a look at some of your comments. Has anyone considered she might have been taken out? Do actors check the weapons themselves when handed the weapon? That I'm not sure if that's a rule. I don't know if it's a protocol, but there's certainly a lot of lead actors who say that is what they do. I know Alec Baldwin said that something like he would never do that. Of course, if he did do that, he would have been the last line of defense. But as someone said, and I think it is a good point, if Alec Baldwin was required to point the gun to his head, would he then have checked the gun? Interesting point there. Sherry Lee says Hannah was 100% responsible. So this is where I disagree with you, Sherry. The incident on the 21st wasn't an isolated incident. So it's not as though It was a perfectly run set with no issues and no problems. And then suddenly on the 21st, seemingly out of the blue, Helena was shot and died. And the armorer made a big mistake that day. There was actually a series of events, a series of incidents. And there were also feelings of discomfort regarding the armorer prior to that. I don't know if it was made official, but it was certainly there were her colleague Sarah Zachary wasn't terribly happy with her. There were at least 2 incidents, and so there are 2 prior incidents related to firearms that could have, if they were addressed properly, that could have changed the culture on the set, right? And so if you're aware that there are all these other incidents, there was even a crew member, Lane Looper, who wrote a letter complaining about the poor safety measures in many different areas. One of them was I think the gun safety aspect. And so it's not like this just happened randomly. And so you've also got to look at who was responsible. If you're going to say, take those words, who is responsible, but what's the overarching thing? Who was responsible for that entire production? Who should have managed the entire production better? Who should have taken action when there was one incident and then another incident and another incident? Who should have taken corrective measures? Who should have replaced the armorer after the first incident or given more safety briefings, right? It's not just who is responsible on that day. It's also a much bigger picture. Well, I wonder when this is going to start. I can't sort of keep talking indefinitely. Let's go back to what News Nation said here.
Nobody's saying
Unless they
this
can
is on
show
purpose.
sabotage, which is not what they're alleging right now, that somebody jumped in and, you know, planted those bullets in the gun, or someone gave Alec Baldwin the gun. She was a part of that.
So what about this question? If Alec Baldwin never does the improper cross-draw, which he's not supposed to do, does anyone die?
Well, she knew that the gun was being used for a rehearsal. She knew the gun was loaded.
But you're not answering the question. If Alec Baldwin does not do the improper act of doing a cross-draw...
What does it mean, the improper act of the cross-draw?
So, so the defense is arguing
I know
that
that's
this
what
was...
their argument. No, you know, you're not supposed to do this and this. I mean, look, there's a whole debate in the actor community about exactly what the responsibility is of an actor in this kind of situation.
So what you do have in this case is quite a weird dichotomy of, on the one end of the spectrum, you've got a very young, inexperienced person who's definitely did make mistakes. But then on the other end, you've got this extremely experienced veteran actor with so many movies under his belt. He's done this so many times before. And he was the one holding the weapon. He was the one who fired the weapon. He was the one who pointed the weapon. He's the one who basically co-wrote the entire script. He's the one who brought so many resources to the whole thing. And then you say, oh, no. This inexperienced person who doesn't know any better takes complete responsibility. I mean, isn't the whole, how can I put it? If you think about a child and a parent, at what point do you say a child bears more responsibility than the parent? In other words, the inexperienced younger person with no power in that situation. And let's say a child is given the keys to drive a car by the parent, and the child is old enough to drive, but it's a parent's car, and the car hasn't been maintained, and whatever. Doesn't the parent have any responsibility? Then we just saw that with Jennifer Crumbly, that you can have a substantial amount of culpability as someone who is in a position of, let's call it guardianship. Now, you might say, but Alec Baldwin is not the parent of Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. But in a situation on a movie set, there definitely is a hierarchy where some people have got more power and authority and manage to some extent other people. The other thing to note is the entire production got fined the maximum fine because not because there was one little I think we are back on. Not because there's one little violation somewhere, but because it was systemic. It was kind of a wholesale violating of many protocols. So if you think about layers of responsibility, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed had an extremely important responsibility, the gun safety. What was Alec Baldwin's responsibility? You could argue that his responsibility in terms of gun safety was lower than Hannah's, just in terms of gun safety, that his responsibility was lower than hers. On the other hand, you could argue it was higher because he was essentially a producer, and not only a producer holding the weapon, a producer who I don't think he actually got the weapon directly from the armorer, which I think is a boo-boo as well. Like, as far as I know, the armorer is supposed to give the weapon directly to the actor, and that didn't happen here. The assistant director was the intermediary, and that should not have happened. So what I'm trying to say is Alec Baldwin is kind of fulfilling dual roles. The one role is the actor, and he's not just any actor, he's the lead actor, right? So he's probably the most important actor in the Rust production, and I think everyone would agree with that. And I mean, it's named, the movie is named after his character, and he's the one who ultimately shot Helena. I mean, it's not somebody else. So he's the lead actor, a very experienced actor, and then he's got this other role as the producer. And part of all of that, all the experience over decades as an actor, didn't he know? I'm talking about before the incident on the 21st. Didn't he know about these other incidents? If he didn't know, then that's also quite serious. Weren't you paying attention to your own movie? Weren't you helping to manage it, kind of thing? But that is something for that trial, for the Alec Baldwin trial, for him to present why he wouldn't be a very hands-on producer. Maybe it's true. And then for someone else, maybe someone else in the industry, to say the average producer in this situation would be very aware of a lot of things: costs, employees, complaints, equipment issues, logistics, etc. Wow, when is this going to start? It was supposed to start 15 minutes ago. So let's look at the voting. 40. It's down to 47% say both, but Alec more than Hannah. That's quite interesting. 48%. We'll see where that is at the end of today. Whew. Okay, so Not much news over the weekend. It's quite strange. It wasn't really that much news over the weekend. This, even from the BBC, Armorer, look how they spell it with a U. Armorer Hannah Gutierrez-Reed was sloppy before Alec Baldwin gun fired. And the same question we could ask in terms of Alec. Was Alec sloppy? And I must say, I watched a body cam over the weekend of crew members giving their statements to officers. And I think one of them, I think she was the line photographer. You guys know there were 14 people in that room, 14 people in the church, including Helena and Joel, the director. 14 people in that small little room. And the line photographer, I think she said, what did she say again? She said something like, it wasn't necessary for him to fire the gun. You know, something we've heard quite a few times. Even the script supervisor, Mamie Mitchell, said there was nothing in the script that said he was supposed to fire the gun. And I know he claimed he didn't fire the gun, but didn't it seem like it was fired? And if it was fired, was someone just being sloppy, just playing around? I mean, is there any other logical inference to draw in terms of that? Yeah, that's true. He claimed he never pulled the trigger. And, one of the big things that's come out in this trial is that the gun was brand new. And that suggests that there's no mechanism that got worn down or failed. If it was brand new, all those gearing things probably worked, right? And I think when the FBI did their testing, it wasn't as though the weapon was on its last legs, right? Catherine says, just got here. They had meetings in chambers and distributed jury instructions. I believe they've adjourned again to review the instructions. Well, looks like something's starting.
We need some. Is he getting the earphones? Okay.
Well, the lady on Hannah's right looks kind of different. Is she someone new, or is she
D101CR 2023-40, State of New Mexico versus Hannah Gutierrez, party, state their name.
Terry Morrissey and Jason Lewis on behalf of the State of New Mexico. Mr. Lewis has stepped out.
Good morning, Jason Bowles, Monica Barreras, Carlos Cisneros are here with Ms. Gutierrez-Reed.
All right, thank you. All right, is this your next witness?
This is.
All right.
The state calls Bryce Ziegler.
Face the judge and raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Mr. Ziegler. Oh. Is your microphone on?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Ziegler, go ahead and just state your full name for the record.
My name is Bryce Ziegler. First name spelled Bryce. Last name spelled Ziegler.
Mr. Ziegler, how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation within the Laboratory Division.
Wow. Should be interesting.
Specifically within the Firearms and Tool Marks Unit.
Can you give the jury a summary of your educational background and training?
I received a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from the Pennsylvania State University.
And how long have you worked for the FBI?
Since the summer of 2011.
And since 2011, what positions have you held at the FBI?
I was initially hired into one of the DNA units at the laboratory, and I essentially worked as what's called a technician in that discipline. So I essentially did the majority of the DNA processing operations, but then a examiner would come in, review my work, review the profiles, and take it from there. In 2015, I transferred to the Firearms Toolmarks unit, which is where I am now. And I was also promoted to a forensic examiner. So in this current position, I receive evidence that's related to my discipline. I perform the requested examinations on those items of evidence, and I issue the results in a formal laboratory report. And also, if I'm called to, I can testify to those results.
And sir, other than your undergraduate degree, what kind of training do you have in the area of firearms and tool marks?
In order to become a qualified forensic examiner in this discipline, I had to complete what's called the Forensic Examiner Training Program. And that program, it's developed and implemented by the FBI lab, and it's specific to each particular unit. So I had to complete the program specific for firearms and tool marks. And this program, so I was assigned a mentor, and I was also given a training manual. So this mentor kind of guided me through the process, reviewed tasks in that training manual with me, and to essentially complete that.
So something that I covered over the weekend that I just thought was quite interesting was in terms of some of the testimony, some of the statements made. Apparently, the first thing Dave Halls and Hannah did after Helena was shot was they checked the firearm, right? And so you kind of get the sort of Keystone Cops thing where that's what they should have done before the incident, not after the incident. So you kind of get the sense that there wasn't really perhaps proper checking before the incident, but then afterwards it's like, well, let's see what was in the firearm. Well, if you checked, you wouldn't even have to have done that. Right?
In this case?
No, I did not.
And I apologize, we were having a technical difficulty here. In terms of the work that you did on this case, what areas of expertise have you been qualified as an expert in that apply to this case?
Sure. I would say those two areas are the examination of firearms and also firearms identification.
Okay, thank you, sir. We will ask the court to recognize, well, you know what, let me pause. Have you testified before?
Yes, I have.
And have you been qualified as an expert in other courts?
Yes, I have.
And how many other courts have qualified you as an expert?
13.
And are those all?
You notice this lady here seems like a new member of the team, or perhaps just someone different. I don't know. Interestingly, in the Caitlin Armstrong case, the whole idea of ballistics. So I think the defense in that case thought that the only way to link their client to the victim was through the ballistics of the the ballistics of the rounds and the firearm that was used. But then they actually had DNA as well and other evidence as well. And so what the defense tried to say in that case was that ballistics is basically a pseudoscience. Never heard anything so ridiculous in my life. I mean, ballistics is pretty well. I mean, that's why you've got this expert here. It's pretty solid in the law. It's a pretty solid tool used in law enforcement and in investigations, right?
All federal courts or state courts?
10 of those are federal, 3 were state.
Okay, thank you. I would ask the court to recognize Mr. Ziegler as an expert in firearms examination and firearms
Identification.
Thank you. Identification.
All right. You are recognized as an expert in examination of firearms and firearm identification.
Now, in
That would be Sarah
That's
Zachary.
okay, thanks. You can have a seat.
That's right.
In this particular case, were you provided certain items of evidence for testing?
Yes, I was.
And approximately how many items of evidence were you provided for testing?
That's difficult to approximate because I was given a certain number of item numbers, but those item numbers may have, for example, 30 cartridges. So I believe that item numbers, I would say maybe around 50 items. But again, that could mean a much larger set of items.
Were you provided a firearm to examine in this case?
Yes, I was.
And did you have any understanding where that firearm came from?
I don't have personal knowledge of where the items of evidence are submitted from. They are generally submitted with some information that gets populated into our laboratory database. So I do have a description of that. That information gets populated into my lab report, but I don't have direct knowledge of where those items came from.
So what was your understanding, and I appreciate your qualification there, what was your understanding of where the firearm in this case came from that you administered some testing on?
So in this case, it was just labeled as a revolver. There was no description as to, for example, no address where that firearm was collected from.
You weren't given any information about whether it was collected from a movie set or whether it was a prop being used by an actor?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to leading.
So I'm going to jump the gun slightly and just say the FBI did extensive testing on this firearm to the extent that the firearm was actually somewhat damaged. And what you really want to do, besides test the firearm, see whether it's possible if you swing it around that it can fire itself, see whether it can have some sort of weird idiosyncrasies, see whether the mechanism under certain forms of duress can do funny things. But besides that, you want to have the firearm available where it could possibly be used in the courtroom to demonstrate certain things like the hammer locking and that sort of thing. And the defense, I think, I think they felt they were given a gift when it turned out that the FBI, to some extent, damaged the weapon in extensive testing. Now, we don't know what kind of damage it was, but the defense could now claim that you can't prove it really anything because the firearm's now, in other words, in court because of this testing. And I think they thought that the firearm had since been destroyed or disappeared. And so there's a big thing in the media about it, only for it to turn out that the firearm still is present. And not only that was brand new, but it was damaged slightly in extensive testing. And I guess we've got to find out how was it damaged? How severely was it damaged?
I actually don't think that is leading.
Overruled.
I don't have that information.
Okay. I'm going to show you, what I have marked as State's Exhibit 97. May I approach?
The gun was a long Colt
Yes, I do.
45.
What is
Your Honor,
that?
may I see that?
Mr. Ziegler, what did I just show you?
That is a photograph of the revolver that was submitted to my laboratory for examination.
What do you
Is
think
this
of
the
his
revolver that
tie?
you did testing on?
Yes, it is.
Old school
Your
tie?
Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of State's Exhibit 97 and ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
All right, States 97 is admitted. You may publish. It was on my screen before.
And can I ask, is there any way for me to only publish to that monitor so that I don't have to walk back and forth? Just to his monitor so that it only goes to his and doesn't go to everybody else's when I'm going through the exhibits.
Someone just made a comment on Patreon that Hannah's got a tattoo on her shoulder that is a raven and Edgar Allan Poe. And of course, The Crow is the movie where Brandon Lee lost his life. So just kind of interesting. Wonder what the jury would think if they could see Hannah's shoulders and the tattoos on them.
Well, if it's published, well, you mean to recognize it?
Correct.
We would have to keep turning it on and off.
Okay.
Or else you could, yeah, that's what we'd have to do.
Okay. Why don't we just take a minute and let me see if I can get an agreement so that we don't have to do that. Okay. All right.
I must say, I've seen this comment 1,000 times. I've seen this comment 1,000 times in all the discussion about this. And yet you have actors like George Clooney saying something completely different, and Nicolas Cage saying something completely different. And of course, if Alec Baldwin had checked, then this wouldn't have happened. You know, if he had checked and he'd known what to check for, this wouldn't have happened. Another thing to think about is, and I mean, you must tell me if I'm an idiot. If you're on a cowboy movie, you know, you're not on a movie where there's a gun used once and then it's never. This is a cowboy movie, and firearms were used 10 of the 12 days. There's something like 15 different firearms, a huge amount of ammunition. And so are you telling me that you're going to be the lead actor in a cowboy movie where you're going to constantly firing guns, and you're trying to show verisimilitude? You're trying to show in an authentic way. I mean, a lot of the reasons why this happened when it happened was Alec Baldwin was trying his best to seem like someone who knows his way around guns. And now you're saying the actor is acting that he knows guns, that he can fire a gun, that is a big shot gunslinger. But when you say cut, then he has no knowledge about guns, has nothing to do with them, doesn't check them. It's all somebody else's job, really. I mean, a good actor would probably spend a little bit of time getting to know weapon, getting to know the feel, being familiar with it, all that kind of thing. So I don't know. I just find this particular commentary this late in the whole thing. It's like when do those thinking gears actually start turning, where you say, maybe maybe it is the actor's job to do that. Maybe anyone who handles the firearm on a movie set, if they are trained to check, can be a safety layer. Not try and appeal for the minimum of safety layers, but appeal for the maximum, to have everyone know how to check a firearm. I was in the Air Force and I had a firearm, and you were supposed to keep it on safety. And if you and there was someone who lost their life because someone didn't have their firearm on safety, is that your, whose fault is that, besides the person whose firearm it's in the possession of? I don't know. A little bit like saying, if you drive a car, is it the fault of the person who gave you the car if you crash into someone? Just really weird. Anyway, my understanding is that it is the role of the actor to check the firearm as well. And I think you'll see other actors on the same movie said that. Other actors on the same movie said, yes, they actually checked their firearms. Let's see if we can go a bit further forward.
Through 110 are admitted.
Every time we unplug it. All right, Mr. Ziegler, can we go ahead and put it up on the screen?
Yes.
Mr. Ziegler, tell us a little bit about this firearm that was provided to you. What kind of a
So there you have the name of it, 45 Long Colt.
gun is it? And just generally speaking, how does a gun like this operate?
So this is an image, a photograph of the revolver that was submitted. And this is a single action revolver. So that means that the hammer must be manually cocked by the shooter every time that the shooter intends.
So, Rich, I think what you'll see is going to emerge in this trial and the next one is they'll probably clarify what the protocols are for actors. And then we'll see whether it is more advisable that the actor doesn't check. Okay, we'll see what happens.
To fire. So some revolvers, if you pull the trigger, it will do the work of cocking the hammer for you and releasing the hammer. This type of firearm does not have that ability. The shooter must physically cock the hammer each time. Is this a touchscreen by chance? Okay. So to point out a few key areas of this firearm, the portion on the left, don't believe him.
He's going to come help you.
Okay. Thank you. So the portion on the left in this photograph is the barrel. Towards the center, we have the cylinder. This back portion here is the hammer. We have the trigger near the bottom. And this wooden piece is the grip. So this is where you would hold the firearm.
And this is the trigger guard.
Clear this out. So basically, in order to get this firearm to function, you would have to load cartridges into the cylinder. This can be accomplished two ways. You can't see it in this photograph, but on the opposite side is what's called a loading gate. You can open and you then have access to the cylinder. So you can load each cartridge one at a time, rotating the cylinder until you have as many cartridges as you desire. You could also remove this pin here, remove the cylinder from the firearm and load it that way. But regardless, once you load the cylinder, you must manually cock the hammer all the way to the rear. And then at this point, this firearm will be ready to fire. So a pull of the trigger would release the firearm, or excuse me, the hammer. The hammer has a firing pin that's fixed to the hammer. So as the hammer falls, the firing pin would strike the primer of the cartridge and fire that cartridge.
Can you give us a quick description about the notches on the hammer and the different hammer positions?
Yes, so as you would cock this hammer, it has several safety notches by design. So as you cock it, you're going to hear a series of
So I just want to quickly respond to what was said earlier, that it's not the actor's responsibility to check the firearm, etc. The fact that this actor said that the firearm fired itself suggests an actor that knows absolutely nothing about firearms, because firearms don't fire themselves. So, it's suggesting someone who's like completely green. It's almost like the armorer in this story is the veteran who should have known better, and Alec Baldwin is brand new to movies, and he needs to be told what to do. Guided through it. Please hold. Take him by the hand and help him through.
Clicks, and those are the safety notches. So as you start to cock it, you're going to hear your first click. That's the quarter cock notch. If you continue to cock it, you'll hear your second click. That's the half cock notch. And if you cock it all the way, you'll hear the third click, and that's when it's in its fully cocked position. So those intermediate two cocking positions, they serve to do two things. Number one, when the hammer is completely at rest or not cocked at all, the firing pin actually protrudes.
So I've got a little bit of a criticism here. Is I would prefer him to be showing it with a weapon than explaining it. Why not have a demonstrable? And I feel this is often a mistake in a courtroom. Why do we need some kind of narrative description when you can literally show what you're talking about? Use an animation, use the actual, a very close replica. Why do we need like kind of a narrative?
Protrudes inside the frame. So it's very difficult to see here, but in between this gap, between the cylinder and the frame, you would actually be able to see the firing pin sticking out.
Again, Rich, you kind of shifting the goalpost now. So it's not. It's now it's not. Is it the actor's job? Now it's who brought the live rounds onto the set. Let's stick to the original thing. Is it an actor's job? Let's stick to that question. Is it an actor's job? Yes or no? Right. That's the central question here.
So as you start to cock it, it starts to remove the firing pin from protruding. So we don't want the firing pin making contact with the cartridges when we don't want it to. So it starts to retract the firing pin. And also, if I'm cocking the hammer and my thumb slips off the hammer, you would expect that it's going to catch in one of those two safety notches. So this is to prevent the hammer from falling unless you want it to. So really, this firearm is only designed to fire when the hammer is in its fully cocked position.
In terms of let me ask you this: the half cock notch. So that's going to be the second click that you hear when you're cocking the hammer. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is there anything particular about the half cock position other than it being a safety?
Can you elaborate?
Sure. What position does the hammer have to be in order to load this gun with ammunition?
I understand. So you have to have the hammer retracted to a certain point to allow the cylinder to rotate freely. So there's a part, and it's on the inside here, called the cylinder stop, and that cylinder stop does not unlock until the hammer is pulled back to a certain point. So once it's pulled back to a certain degree, you can freely rotate the cylinder to load it with as many cartridges as you desire.
So in order to load and unload this gun, if you don't remove the pin and remove the cylinder, it has to be in the half cock position.
I'm not sure if it's somewhere between the quarter and the half cock, but it is in that intermediate area, yes.
So once you get it into the half cock position, what do you have to do to load it?
So I'll clear this out. Again, on the other side, there's a loading gate that you can open, and you then have access to the cylinder, so you can load it that way or remove the cylinder itself.
How many cylinder positions do you have access to when you open that loading gate?
Only one at a time, so you must manually rotate the cylinder and continue to load a single cartridge at a time.
So for those of us that are familiar with revolvers where you push a button and the entire cylinder kind of rolls out and you can load and unload that way?
So just a quick comment. If you watched my video that I put out just before this one, you actually heard the prosecutors saying that 3 people have basically been charged. Guess who they were? Hannah, Dave Halls, and Alec Baldwin, all 3 people that handled the weapon. So the weapon was basically taken from Hannah, handed to Dave Halls, who didn't check it properly either, and then handed to Alec Baldwin, who didn't check it at all. So you kind of had 3 people, none of whom seemed to really check the weapon, and all 3 of them were charged. So this idea that one person is responsible isn't true. That's what I was trying to say in the previous video. The other thing is that Dave Halls, I think, made some kind of plea. I think he got 6 months probation or something, but he basically made some kind of deal.
Does this gun work that way?
It'll be interesting to see if he testifies in this trial or the next one or both.
No, those are going to be your more modern style revolvers.
If
Welcome.
you noticed
Welcome.
when you received this gun and you examined this gun, did this gun appear to be very old or relatively new, or were you not able to tell?
I'm not able to tell its age now.
Okay. Who is the man?
I must say that's a really weak answer. Well, if I was the prosecutor, I would have followed that up and just said, did the weapon seem extremely old, or did it seem on the newer side? I mean, it doesn't have to give an exact time, you know.
Manufacturer of this revolver?
The trade name is Pieta. It's an Italian company.
And do you know anything about Pieta and what they do, what they make?
I do know they have product lines they create new firearms that are essentially replicas of older firearms.
Is this a replica?
It's a replica in that it's an old design, but it's still a functioning firearm.
Now, if the hammer, let's talk about kind of hypothetically, let's assume that this gun is fully loaded with live ammunition, and we have the hammer in its resting position, so it's fully down. Is that the position it's in this photo?
Yes, it appears so.
So how is this gun designed in terms of safety with regard to possible accidental discharges when the hammer is in the fully rested position?
Right. So when the hammer is fully forward, as I mentioned earlier, the firing pin actually protrudes inside the frame. So if you have the cylinder fully loaded and the hammer is at rest on a chamber that has a live cartridge in it, that firing pin is actually sitting on the primer of that cartridge. So if I were either to strike the hammer or if I were to drop it and it landed on the hammer, it's going to fire that cartridge. So if you hit the hammer with enough force, it will detonate that primer in that position. And that's part of the design of this firearm. That's just how these are made. And if you were to look at the owner's manual, which this is one thing I did as part of my exam, you would actually see warnings not to carry this firearm with the hammer at rest on a loaded chamber. So a lot of times it's actually advised that you load one less cartridge in the cylinder. So you have one empty chamber.
That's interesting.
And that's how it's carried with the hammer forward on that chamber. So these are recommendations in the owner's manual. So this isn't some phenomenon. This is something that's known about the design of these firearms.
And what kind of testing did you perform on this firearm?
So initially I did a function evaluation just to make sure it appeared that, there weren't any odd modifications, that it was functioning correctly. After that, I was requested to do some microscopic comparisons, as I was also submitted a fired bullet and a fired cartridge case. And then the last type of testing I did on this particular gun is what's called accidental discharge testing. So essentially the goal of that test is to see if I can get this firearm to function without pulling the trigger.
So the first set of testing that you mentioned, what did that entail?
So function examination is basically, I need to inspect the firearm for safety purposes. Keep in mind, I've never seen this firearm before when I first opened the box. So I don't know what condition it's been in. I don't know how old it is. I don't know how well it's been taken care of. So eventually I'm going to want to test fire that gun. So I need to make sure I feel that it's safe to fire, so I don't have some catastrophic failure while I do so. Once I determine that it is safe to fire, I will physically take the gun to one of 2 locations in the FBI lab, and I will load it with ammunition from the laboratory and actually test fire the gun.
And did you test fire this gun?
Yes, I did.
Approximately how many rounds of ammunition did you fire out of this gun?
May I refer to my report?
Sure.
This should be interesting. 50, 100, 200.
I physically fired this gun 12 times. So as a result of that, I retained the fired bullet and fired cartridge cases that I produced during that test firing. And I also collected some other cartridge cases as a product of the testing that I did. So these would be cartridge cases that I collected during the accidental discharge testing.
12.
And the rounds that you fired, the 12 rounds that you fired out of this gun, were they evidence rounds, or were those rounds that were supplied by the FBI?
They were FBI cartridges, and then once I fire them in the evidence firearm, they become what's called secondary evidence. And essentially, if I have to conduct microscopic comparisons at a later point, that secondary evidence, they now become my knowns. I know they came from that firearm because I physically shot it and collected those items.
All right, thank you. Tell us about the second group of testing that you did.
Right, that was the microscopic comparisons. So again, I was submitted a fired bullet and a fired cartridge case. And essentially I was asked to determine if, in my opinion, I could determine if those 2 items were fired by this particular revolver.
Okay, and let me back you up for a moment. Did you examine rounds of ammunition as a part of your forensic examination in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you examine dummy rounds?
Yes, I did.
Did you examine live rounds?
Yes.
Did you examine live rounds? Well, did you examine live rounds that you understood to be provided by someone named Seth Kenny?
Yes, there were some cartridges that were submitted, and they were declared to be live rounds as they were submitted.
Did you examine live ammunition that came from a location that you were notified was 126 Monroe Street?
Your Honor, I object to leading.
I do think this is a very pertinent point. You know, what has surprised me watching this trial is just how young many of the people are. You know, the unit production manager as well, very young people.
I'm not leading, I'm just asking him a direct question.
May I review my...
Sure.
Thank you. Yes, I do have some item numbers that have that address in their item description.
Did you also examine live ammunition that came from the set of the movie Rust?
Yes, I did.
And when you examined that ammunition, what did that entail?
So the evaluation of the ammunition kind of took place in a couple different phases. So first, I just looked at the physical characteristics. So I evaluated its appearance from the outside. And based on that, I started to segregate these types of ammunition into groups just based on their physical appearance. So I could put them into groups. For example, some of them appeared to be live cartridges. So I had that group. Some of them appeared to be dummy rounds. And so they may have some physical visual clue that they may be a dummy. So for instance, some of them had holes drilled into the side of them. So I could look into the cartridge and see there was no powder present. Some of them, when you shake them, there are actual BBs inside. So that produces an audible indicator that even though this looks to be a live cartridge, in reality, there's nothing on the inside. So I can shake it, and that's another indicator that that may be a dummy. There were a series of blanks, which a blank does not have a bullet. It still has a primer and gas, but it's not meant to actually fire a projectile. So I started to form these groups just based on their physical characteristics. I then x-rayed all the ammunition because I could hear some of these cartridges it sounded like BBs inside when you shook them. So I wanted to get an idea of just a picture of what was going on inside these cartridges. So again, I took those two pieces of information, sorted them into groups, and then eventually I worked with the contributor to determine which of these cartridges actually need to be disassembled. So we can take out the bullet and we can look inside and see, is there any powder present? Does it look like the primer is active or not? So those were kind of the three phases to sort of determine which categories these cartridges actually fell into.
Okay, and quickly, I'm going to jump you to the accidental discharge testing that you did. Can you summarize for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that accidental discharge testing consisted of and why you did that testing?
Right. So again, accidental discharge, its goal is essentially to determine, can I fire this firearm without pulling the trigger? That's kind of the end goal. And the way we do that is the test is designed to simulate the firearm being bumped or banged into something, just being jostled around, and seeing, can those kind of interactions fire the firearm? So the way we replicate this in the laboratory is I will take the gun and actually strike it with a rawhide mallet on 6 planes. So if you picture a box sitting in front of you, the 6 planes would be the front of the box, the rear of the box, the left side, the right side, the top, and the bottom. So those are the 6 planes. So if you kind of picture the revolver and picture how those 6 planes work around that gun, I'm going to go around and strike the firearm in all 6 of those planes with a rawhide mallet. Again, trying to determine if it will actually fire without me touching the trigger.
And
So do you think Alec Baldwin struck the firearm against something when it went off? And that's not as dumb a question as it sounds, because he was doing a cross draw. So he could have kind of drawn against his shoulder or his suit or something like that. In other words, he could have bumped it against something. But then shouldn't he have shot himself? I mean, once the gun is like that, we're not dealing with a Wanted, the movie Wanted, where bullets curve and all that kind of thing. We're not dealing with a situation like that here. So if you think about it, if it is a situation where the firearm was bumped by something, could Helena still have been shot in that way? Well, only if he was standing next to a wall and he pulled the firearm and kind of slammed it into a wall, or if he banged it into the camera equipment. Could that have happened?
specifically, when you're striking the firearm, are you striking the hammer?
That was a part of the testing that I did, yes.
prior to conducting that testing, did you have any thoughts about whether that could potentially result in damage to the gun?
Right. So this is actually in our standard operating procedures that this type of testing is potentially destructive to the firearm. So just kind of generally speaking, if I'm going to do an exam that may destroy or alter the evidence permanently, I would seek out the contributor's permission to do that exam before I actually go and do it. So that is what was done in this case.
So you can imagine a scenario that's sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't, meaning you're the FBI and you want to test what are the various possibilities and probabilities with this firearm, right? If you don't do those tests, then someone says, well, the firearm fired itself, and because you didn't test it, you can't say that it didn't. Now you test that hypothesis, but in the process of testing it, you bang the firearm and you do all sorts of things. Now the defense says, oh, well, now you've destroyed the evidence. So can you see how it's a little bit of a tricky legal minefield that you've got to move in between, right?
So you obtained permission to proceed with that testing,
That's correct.
understanding that it could result in damage.
Yes.
All right. Let's go ahead and, let's go ahead and just briefly describe the striking of the mallet and whether or not at some point there was damage and kind of what you learned during that test.
So as we're doing this test, we want to test the firearm in all modes of fire that it's capable of. So if I have a rifle, for instance, and say it's semi-automatic and fully automatic, I would do the test in both of those settings. In this case, completely different type of firearm, but I wanted to test this gun in all 4 positions of the hammer. So at rest, quarter cock, half cock, and fully cocked. And essentially as a result of that testing, there were only 2 times that I was able to get this firearm to fire. The first one being when the hammer was at rest on a loaded chamber. So as I previously described.
So it's quite interesting. He said that he did get the firearm to fire twice.
Described to you, the firing pin was sitting directly on the primer. So when I struck the hammer with the mallet, that provided enough force to detonate the primer. So again, that's a known feature of this type of firearm.
Not much of a
The
surprise.
second test where this occurred was when the hammer was in the fully cocked position, and I was doing my striking in the 6 planes as I described, and eventually I got to the rear of the firearm, so that back plane, and eventually at some point I struck the hammer with a rawhide mallet, and the hammer actually fell and it detonated the primer. So what happened was some of the internal components of the firearm actually broke to allow that hammer to fall.
So that's how he damaged the firearm. So basically, it was in a cocked position, and then he hit the hammer, and that actually, I guess, stripped some of the gears, allowing the hammer to hit down, right? Now, I would say, if you say, well, now you've ruined the whole weapon, we can't do a demonstration in court, I would say, well, then just take another similar type of weapon and use that as a demonstration. And the defense will probably say, no, you can't do that. You've got to use the actual weapon. Otherwise, because it's not the same thing, isn't it?
And fire the primed cartridge case. So I previously mentioned those quarter and half cock notches.
So we're going to jump a little bit ahead
fixed to the
to
hammer.
these
So
images.
that's that piece that you see protruding from the hammer. In the top left, this piece is called the cylinder stop. So you can see a piece of that component fractured off. The bottom left here, we have the trigger. and this tiny piece here is what actually fractured off the trigger. Now, as I mentioned before, I explained the quarter and half cock notches, so I'm actually going to point those out to you. On the hammer, these kind of jagged edges, the first one is the quarter cock notch. So as you're cocking the hammer, you hear that first click. That is the sear portion of the trigger, which is now broken, locking into that little recess. Your second click is the half cock notch. So that's that second jagged edge. And then your last click is the actual sear notch. So that's where the trigger is sitting when the hammer is in its fully cocked position. So when I struck the hammer with the mallet, it actually broke off that piece of the trigger that was sitting up against the hammer there.
And is there anything unusual to you in this photo about the full cock notch on the hammer?
So again, this notch here is the full cock notch. So
I've got to say that I'm also a little surprised the FBI testing is so unscientific, for lack of a better word. Like, what I would have done was I would have x-rayed the weapon first of all. I would have examined the quality of the metal. Are there any cracks in it? Are there any deformities? Are there any imperfections? And then, so I would have x-rayed it first. Then I would have taken it apart and looked at it in that way. I don't know if he did that. What he's talking about, I don't really know why they're talking about doing this, as seems like they did this first.
So you may notice when looking at this that this notch appears much flatter when you compare it to the other two notches. So it could be that a small portion of this surface was also damaged during the testing. But in addition to that, there are times where the sear notch is just not as pronounced as the other two notches. So
I know we are very circumspect about artificial intelligence, and we're not sure whether we want it or not, or what it could be used for. But consider the application of artificial intelligence where you do a kind of a scan of this this firearm. You take x-rays, you feed into an algorithm the type of materials, and obviously they've got certain tensile strengths, all the little mechanisms, the springs, the screws, everything. And then you, via artificial intelligence, you run basically an algorithm that shows the weaknesses of the firearm, and you basically run it through a certain number of tests there. What you could also do is possibly 3D print a exact copy or a very close copy to the firearm in question, having the exact levels of metal and whatever in this firearm that's being tested. And so in theory, you could use artificial intelligence to test what the what would break the firearm, I guess, but also where it could slip or where it could fire. And I suppose you could leave it to artificial intelligence to solve that problem. I do wonder when we're going to have artificial intelligence on trial. Or
I
in a
didn't
trial.
observe any damage myself in this particular area, but it's possible that area was damaged as well.
And based on your testing, did you form an opinion about whether or not this gun could be fired without the handler pulling the trigger?
This is a critical question.
So again, the only two times that occurred was with the hammer at rest on a loaded chamber. And the second time, I attributed this to the breakage of internal components. So again,
if you break components, it's going to fire. Another way of asking the question is, when Alec Baldwin shot Alina, did he have a mallet like this FBI agent in one hand and the revolver in another? Was there anyone in the room that was walking around with a mallet? Was anyone throwing a mallet in the room? This is a little bit like kindergarten true crime, isn't it?
If these parts had not broken, I would expect that the trigger should have been caught by either the quarter or the half cop notch as the hammer was coming forward. So I would not expect this to occur had this breakage not happened.
So just to be clear, did you form an opinion about whether the handler would have to pull the trigger of the gun to make the gun fire?
My opinion is that the only reason this occurred is because of the breakage. So in order to move the trigger away from the hammer, that's typically accomplished by pulling the trigger. So in this case, the only way that was possible is because the trigger actually fractured.
Okay. So in order for you, just so that we're clear, in order for you to make the gun fire without pulling the trigger, when it was in the full cock position, you had to break it.
That's what I had to do in my lab.
It should be interesting, the cross-examination here.
I can't account for all the other possibilities that may have existed in some hypothetical scenario, but this is the result as I
fancy that after all of this testing, they found that a firearm can't fire itself. Fancy that. I mean, who knew? Who knew?
tested it in my laboratory. It would not fire without pulling the trigger in the full cock setting without being broken.
Thank you. Let's move to State's Exhibit 98. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Now, again, what I would have liked to see in this testimony is a little video clip of showing him doing the testing. We saw one little photo of the broken components. Show how hard it is. Don't tell. Show how hard it is to get a firearm to sort of fire itself. Something that I'm also surprised he didn't do is drop it, like drop the firearm, because I'm sure that's a way that could happen as well.
Yes, this is a photograph of the fired bullet that was submitted for comparison.
And can you describe to us in a little bit more detail what we're seeing in this photo?
This is the lead bullet that was submitted. It's very damaged. So typically when I look at a fired bullet, I would expect to see nice areas that are engraved with the negative impression of the barrel. So I'd expect to see, for example, deep lines that define what we call the rifling. And in this case, I don't see that. I just see a series of abrasions on the outside of this bullet. So essentially, whatever this bullet came into contact with, it basically damaged the exterior surface so greatly that the information that was left behind from the barrel is gone.
When you're talking about what the bullet came in contact with, I just want to be clear. Are you talking about what the bullet came in contact with after it left the barrel of the gun?
So just to be clear, that is the bullet that killed Helena and also was retrieved from the director's shoulder, Joel Souza's shoulder. And, when they talk about there was so much damage to the outside of that bullet that you can't actually trace it back to the revolver. You can't really see those lines. Well, it's because of the sort of shitstorm of bones and vessels and tissues and cartilage that this projectile, crashed through, right through from the one side of Alina's body, under her armpit, out the other side, and then into Joel's body, coming to a rest into, I think, the muscle or bone of his shoulder. And that is what damaged this bullet so much? All of this human tissue.
Correct.
States Exhibit 99. Explain to us what we're looking at here.
So these are just additional images of the same fired bullet. So I took these using my microscope. So they're a little bit higher magnification. And basically in both of these photos, the bullet is pointing to the left. So you're looking at the image of the left, you're looking at all of the damage and abrasions that were present on that bullet when I received it. And the image on the right is similar to the one you saw on the previous slide, where it doesn't have the deep gouges in different directions, but the rifling is still virtually gone from this bullet.
Can you tell us what caliber this bullet is?
When we receive fired bullets, the only way we can estimate the caliber is based on the diameter. So I can measure the diameter of the bullet and also the bullet weight. So for those two items, they were very close between a 44 caliber and a 45 caliber bullet. So I classified it as either a 44 or 45 caliber bullet.
Can you explain to us why a 45 caliber bullet, by the time it gets to you, may have a different diameter and weight?
Sure. So this projectile is lead, which is a relatively soft material. Most modern bullets are going to have a harder jacketing material. So it's going to have a lead core with a harder jacket around it. The most common type is going to be copper. And that harder material is going to protect the lead core. It's going to help it keep its mass as it starts hitting things. But because this is lead, it's relatively soft. It's much more susceptible to damage when it hits things. So it's possible that when I receive a bullet or even a bullet fragment and I go to take a measurement of that bullet.
So just FYI, like I said, over the weekend, I was listening to some of the statements made by people who were in the church, and they said that the sound when this bullet discharged was so loud that just the sound convinced them that it had to have been a real bullet. Just the sound was so loud that it made them think, jeepers, that couldn't have been a blank, right? And it also then brings into question why did Alec not seem to know that? The people there who just heard it seemed to be quite convinced that it was a live round. I'm actually not sure if I'm confusing that with when the shotgun went off. Just trying to think what was the other thing that was mentioned. One of them also said that Helena was shot point blank, that she was standing right beside, I think it was something like 50 centimeters, the firearm. I mean, she's trying to get a shot into the basically the muzzle, which is why she was right there. No, but it's not that. It is that live rounds make a certain volume of noise compared to a blank. A blank can also make a noise, but it would be a kind of a reduced pop, a reduced kind of snap sound, right? In other words, the people on the set seem to recognize it as a live round instantly.
It may be less than the true measurement because it's hit things and I now only have a partial bullet. Or conversely, it could actually be a wider diameter because it hits something and it flattens, so that causes it to expand. So that's why when I'm taking that measurement into consideration, I may not be able to narrow it down to just one specific caliber.
And States Exhibit 100, what's this?
These are two images of the fired cartridge case that was submitted for the examination. So the left image is from the side, And the right image, you're looking at what's called the head stamp of the cartridge. So the head stamp itself is the outer ring where you're going to see information such as the caliber. So 45 Colt is the caliber. You may also see symbols which relate to the manufacturer. And then this silver colored surface in the center here is the primer that I've been talking about. So this is what the firing pin comes into contact with when you pull the trigger. So this crater in the center, that's the firing pin impression. So when the firing pin falls, strikes the primer, it leaves behind an impression of the firing pin. And also during the firing process, the cartridge case rests up against a flat surface called the breech face. And during the firing process, this cartridge case slams into the breech face, and it can pick up an impression of imperfections on that surface. So you may see some parallel lines. Some of these lines are kind of arcing. They almost appear to be crosshatch. Again, there's more parallel lines on the left here. That's an impression that this cartridge case has picked up from the breech face of the firearm.
Did you compare this casing with anything else, any other casings?
This was the only fired cartridge case that was submitted, but I did compare it to those known specimens that I collected from the revolver that was submitted.
And the known specimens, are those the ones that you fired out of the revolver yourself?
That's correct. That's the secondary evidence that I spoke about earlier. So I created that evidence in the lab by physically test firing the gun, and they became my knowns at that point.
Did you form an opinion about whether or not this cartridge casing was fired from the gun that we saw in the earlier exhibits?
Yes, it's my opinion that I identified this cartridge case as having been fired by the revolver.
States Exhibit 101. What are we looking at here?
So these are representative images of the comparison that I did to get to that conclusion of identification. So if you look at the image on the left, this is two cartridge cases being compared side by side. And this is on my...
So that was exactly the big deal Caitlin Armstrong's lawyer was trying to make in their case. That was essentially their defense, is that actually you can't prove that this casing and this bullet came from that firearm. And that was probably going to be the beginning and end of their defense case, except that there was other evidence that proved their client was at the scene. And it is certainly something that you can't say 100%. You can't say 100% these marks prove that this bullet came out of that gun. But you can certainly say there's a pattern on these bullets that's consistent.
It's called comparison microscope. So at the laboratory, I have this microscope. I can mount two specimens. There are two separate microscopes connected by an optical bridge, and there's a binocular eyepiece at the top. So when I look through that binocular eyepiece, I can see images of both specimens side by side. So in the left image, there's this black line running down the center. That's what separates the two cartridge cases. So on the left side, you can see my notes at the bottom here, F item 2, that's my annotation for that came from item 2, which is the revolver. So those are my knowns. On the right side is item 3. So that's the cartridge case that was submitted. And in the photo on the left, I'm comparing those breech face marks that I spoke about earlier. So the impression of that flat surface, I'm looking at the parallel lines as well as the crosshatch lines. And the image on the right, I'm looking.
So, we've spent quite a lot of time arguing that Alec Baldwin didn't pull the trigger or did the firearm fire itself. But what if we go into speculation? And I don't often do that on this channel. And it's actually really something that needs to be established when Alec Baldwin is on trial. But if we just go into that area a little bit gingerly, but we go into that area and we say, if Alec Baldwin did pull the trigger, then why did he pull the trigger? And I think there's three possible answers. The one answer is he did pull the trigger, but he didn't mean to pull the trigger, meaning in a cross draw situation like that, you might kind of lose control of the firearm when it's in your hand. If you're trying to sort of show off what a great gunslinger you are, and you're trying to pull out the firearm as fast as you can, right, onto a target, that can be quite difficult to do because your hand is whipping around like this, and the firearm, which is a kind of extended thing, is going to have some degree of centripetal force, right? And so it might actually, in the process of whipping it around, if the finger is inside the trigger guard, you may inadvertently pull the trigger. That's one possibility. Another which is, let's say, an innocent possibility. Another possibility is that Alec Baldwin was messing around, that he was doing these cross draws, and while someone was fiddling, while someone was checking the light or checking measurements, Alec was trying to amuse himself and then fiddled around, and the gun went off. What I understand from one of the descriptions that I heard over the weekend was it wasn't at the, and I could be wrong on this, but it wasn't in the process of the cross draw. It was after doing a cross draw. Alec Baldwin apparently asked, according to one of these witnesses, do you want me to tilt the gun down? Do you want it like this, like that? And while this was going on, in other words, wasn't as part of the movement of the cross draw. It was after that, when he was doing this, that the trigger was pulled. And so that suggests it wasn't sort of as an accidental aftermath to the cross draw itself. And then I think the third possibility is Baldwin, instead of messing around, he was actually deliberately putting the trigger to almost anticipate what he was going to do, either in the scene. I don't think the scene called for him to pull the trigger, but perhaps somewhere in the narrative of the script, he was going to pull the trigger at some point. And so perhaps he was anticipating that, except the gun was pointed at Alina, and then you had those results. So it is quite interesting to think about, in terms of that, if he did pull the trigger, what were those circumstances? There were 14 people in the room. Surely there are a couple of people who could say what it looked like, what it looked like was taking place.
Looking at the features down within the firing pin impression.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 102. What's this?
These are 4 cartridges that were submitted for examination.
And when they were submitted to you for examination, were you given information about where they came from?
Yes, I do have that information that's been populated into the database.
And if you would tell us, just so that we know what your understanding was, just going to state of mind.
Right. It appears 3 of these were taken from the top of a cart, and the 4th was located in a holster inside of building. Those are the descriptions that I have.
Did you guys watch the December 3rd, December 2nd, December 3rd interview he gave with ABC News? Because what he said in that interview is he said, I'm never going to fire a gun again. And then, of course, he did complete the filming of Rust. I think that's also quite interesting.
Did you conduct any testing on these cartridges?
Yes, I did.
Tell us about that.
So the process that I spoke about earlier, first I just examined the physical characteristics of these cartridges. I then x-rayed them to see if I could learn anything more about the inside. And then the last step was to actually disassemble these cartridges.
And after going through all of that, did you form an opinion about whether these cartridges were dummies or live?
So these cartridges contained the 4 components that are required to be live functional ammunition. So that being the cartridge case, the bullet. In the bottom here is the primer, which you see in the center of the photograph on the right. And inside the cartridge case is going to be powder, which is the propellant. So these 4 cartridges had all 4 of those main components, which are consistent with being live ammunition.
Is there writing on the head stamp of that bullet? Or the cartridge, rather?
Yes, it's the head stamp of the cartridge. Again, so this is the bottom of the cartridge. It has the caliber, and these kind of flower type logos with a line indicate the manufacturer of the cartridge case.
And did all of these cartridges have that same indication on the head stamp?
Yes.
Did all of the cartridges have the same color primer?
Yes.
Did all of the cartridges have the same shape projectile?
Yes. So you can see in the image on the left, the shape of the bullet here, as well as the color, the finish of the bullet. So these are what are called lead flat nose bullets.
States Exhibit 103. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of essentially a box of ammunition that was submitted to the lab. So on the right-hand side, you see information that's present on the exterior of the box. And on the left-hand side is the foam tray that's inside that box, as well as the cartridges that were inside it.
When this photo was taken, if you can tell us, had the order of the cartridges in the styrofoam insert been modified?
Yes, so generally a box of ammunition comes in with one item number. And when I opened it up, I saw various things, various calibers, various types of bullets. So I started to form groups based on what was in that box. And then
So I find that very interesting, is that, yeah, you've got so it's the FBI's ballistics expert, right? Who is in a weird way, almost I know it's totally different, but it's almost the armorer position on a movie set. It's the FBI's gun expert, right? And think about what he does. What the FBI gun expert does is he gets this box of cartridges and he goes, wow, there's all sorts of different types of rounds in this box. Let me sort them out. I'll sort them out into those, and then I'll sort them out into that caliber. Oh, and there's a live round over there, and there it is over there. I'll put that live round kind of on its own. I'll sort of separate it, right? That is exactly what the armorer was supposed to do, except not separate rounds in the same box. You probably want all the same rounds in one box, and all the same rounds in another box, and all the same rounds in another bag. And if you happen to find a live round, get in your car right then and then, drive it off the set, or run to the producers and say, oh shit, I found a live round. Can you please we need to shut everything down and just sort this out? Or put it in your pocket and carry on. One of the crew members who was interviewed said he came off a movie where there was an incident with ammunition on a movie that he was on. The armorer was fired. Then I think there was another incident, and the next armorer was fired, and then they completed the movie. Nothing like that in this particular movie. And that's where I differ a little bit with some of you saying that it's all Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's fault. Certainly she is at fault, but when something happened on the set where it's a set that is full of firearms, full of ammunition, there's definitely a clear and present danger to the crew where there are so many guns and bullets, right? And if you don't take action when there's an incident, then it's not an accident when somebody is killed. It's an accident waiting to happen, and then it's inevitable. And then that's not on the person making these mistakes. It's the person who doesn't recognize the pattern or do anything about it. Does that make sense?
I gave them their own sub-item number.
It's just really interesting that what the FBI dude does is he separates these mixed rounds in a way that is organized, and it's a system. And that is exactly what Hannah didn't do. She kind of had rounds everywhere, lying around all over the place. That is a recipe for disaster.
So, for instance, I believe this was item 13, and I divided them based on the physical characteristics that I was seeing.
So the cartridges are in different positions in the styrofoam insert in this photo than they may have been at the time they were taken in.
I wouldn't blame New Mexico. I really wouldn't blame New Mexico. New Mexico, the Health and Safety Board fined the Rust production the maximum fine, I think, is $130,000. So I don't think I would fault New Mexico. I think I would fault the folks in the Rust production who did what they did.
Evidence.
That is possible. I'm not sure what positions they were in at the time it was open.
And did you do any testing on these cartridges that were in this box?
Yes, I did the same series of testing that I've explained before.
And can you summarize for us what was in this box based on your examination and testing?
May I check my notes? Just
Certainly.
Thanks a lot, Sherry. This little cute dog's name is Timmy. He was just groomed today, so I can see his eyes again.
The vast majority of the cartridges that were in this box were dummy cartridges. And some of them had visual indicators. As I mentioned before, they may have a hole drilled in the side, or you could shake them. And again, that's an audible indicator. However, there was one cartridge in this box that, again, it had the 4 components required to be live ammunition.
And that is extremely damning, is that not only was there a live round in the weapon that Alec Baldwin had in his hand and that ultimately killed Alina, the rounds that were, I think, used, the box of rounds that Hannah was using had another live round in it, which means there were 2 live rounds that were just waiting. Excuse me, there were 2 live rounds that were just waiting for their moment in this movie. And doesn't it make you think that an incident was just inevitable? It was an accident waiting to happen. An accident waiting to happen is not an accident.
And when you're looking at this photo, can you identify the cartridge that you believe was determined to be live?
I believe it was this one here with the silver primer.
Thank you. States Exhibit 104. What's this?
This is actually 2 additional images of that cartridge that I just pointed out on the screen. So this is a side view of the cartridge on the left and an image of the head stamp region on the right.
I want to talk to you about the characteristics of this cartridge compared to the 4 live cartridges that we saw earlier. Does this cartridge have the same shape, projectile, or bullet as the other 4?
Yes, it does.
Does it have the same indication on the head stamp?
Yes,
And does it have the same color primer?
it does.
State's Exhibit 105. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
These are images of additional ammunition that was submitted for examination. And these, some of the ammunition came in being declared as live ammunition. So these are images of some of those cartridges that were submitted.
So these are all live.
They were described as being live, and they had the physical characteristics of being live.
Based on the information that you received that went along with these cartridges, where did these cartridges come from?
May I refer?
Go ahead.
These cartridges are described as having been, or excuse me, as having come from Seth Kenny.
And do these cartridges, are they different than the live rounds, the 5 live rounds that we've seen photos of previously?
There are some differences, yes.
What are those?
So I see differences in the morphology of the bullet, so the shape of the bullet. For instance, this first one in the top left, this is actually a nickel-plated hollow point bullet, so it's not the lead flat nose that you previously saw.
Morphology, good word.
The images below that, these bullet types are semi-wad cutters. So again, it's just a different design of bullet. So it's different in shape than the ones you previously saw. You also see additional head stamps here, such as Winchester, GFL, which is a trade name called Fiocchi, and as well as CBC, which is made by Magtech. And this, due to the glare, it's a little difficult to see in this photo, but I also believe there's differences in the colors of the primers.
And let me ask you, if you were to go to a gun store and buy a box of ammunition, would the ammunition in that box have different shaped projectiles?
No, if I was buying a a brand new box of ammunition, you go to Walmart, it's going to say on the outside what those bullet designs are. For example, it may say,
as far as I'm concerned, the appearance of rounds on the cart and in Hannah's fanny pack and in the prop truck, all of that just looked sloppy. Just the what should have been the organization of rounds and firearms instead looked like disorganization from the one end to the other. It just seemed like disorganized from one end to the other. And so obviously, if you've got live rounds, they're just going to find their way at some point into a firearm, and something's going to happen eventually. The other thing that I think is, and I know it's not scientific, I know it's not a fact to say this, but Hannah herself comes across in kind of a sloppy way. She swears in front of police officers. She comes across very laid back. I was just looking at when she's literally interrogated in the cubicle, she's actually got her leg over the other leg, and just seems like she's lounging at home. And to be honest, I don't think I've ever seen a suspect or a witness in that situation looking so completely relaxed when law enforcement's talking to them. You had the same thing when she's being interviewed in the vehicle and someone asks her for her name and she actually sighs. She's like, H-A-N-N-A-H, maybe. And she's sort of talking almost to herself. She's not really making eye contact. She's looking at her phone half the time. all of that speaks to someone who seems sloppy in their approach, sloppy in their attitude. Even the way she's dressed, even her hair seems to say, I don't know, something like, I'm a free spirit, or I'm a very creative person, or something like that. But that's not really what's needed from an armorer. What's needed from an armorer is a focused, conscientious, organized person. Does she even for a moment seem organized?
Jacketed hollow point. It may say round nose. It may say truncated cone. So I would expect if I open that brand new box of ammunition, all of the bullet morphologies would be the same.
Thank you. States Exhibit 106. What's this?
This is another series of photographs of another ammunition box that was scented. So in the top left, you see the exterior of the box. Bottom left, you see that foam insert as well as the cartridges. And then the image of the right on the right is just those cartridges being removed from the tray.
Can you tell us where these came from, at least what the description was that was provided to you?
Do you have an item number for this by chance?
I will get you one. $28.
Okay. Item 28 was described as having come.
So what do you think about Hannah's appearance on day 3? If you compare what she looked like on day 1 and 2, on day 1 she sort of wore a white blouse, white blouse and a jacket, and on day 2 she kind of had sticks in her hair. Wouldn't you say of the 3 days so far she's the least visible on this particular day? She's sort of basically kind of gray, where she seemed a little bit more what's the word? She stood out a little bit more on the first 2 days. Would you agree with that? The other thing that's quite strange is the lady sitting next to her seems to have replaced the very colorful paralegal as well.
From the item 27 tray, which is the tray you see here, which was described as having come from the 26 box.
So Sherry asks, what are the charges? She's charged with involuntary manslaughter, same charge that Alec has, and also charged with tampering with evidence. That evidence tampering is not what you'd almost imagine, that maybe she'd taken the revolver afterwards and taken the bullets out of the revolver or whatever. It is that she apparently gave a baggie, apparently with cocaine, to a co-worker. I think this was very close to the time that she was first talking to law enforcement. So it's 2 charges, and she could serve about 3 years in prison if convicted.
And the 26 box was described as coming from 126 Monroe Street.
In your examination of these cartridges, were you able to make a determination about whether they were live or dummies?
May I refer to this?
Sure.
Okay, so these cartridges were submitted being declared as being live cartridges. So basically they were submitted and it was understood that these were live functioning ammunition. So I did disassemble 2 of these just to essentially verify that. And the 2 that I disassembled, again, it had the 4 main components that are required to be live functioning ammunition. So the ones that I didn't, they were described as being live, but the 2 that I did had all 4 components required.
Are there any differences in the characteristics of these live cartridges compared to the live cartridges that came from the set of the movie Rust?
Yeah, so again, in the bottom left, I see differences in primer color. These are brass as opposed to nickel. I can't read the head stamps in this photograph, but as far as the bullets go, these are also different because we have the ones that have this sort of little lip above the mouth.
Sorry.
Those are called semi-wad cutters. And the other ones, which you see do not have that lip, these are called truncated cone. So the ones that you previously saw, these are different from flat nose because they don't have the rounded sides. It just goes straight. If you were to picture like an orange construction cone, it just goes straight up to the tip.
States Exhibit 107. What's this? Well, and let's begin with what your understanding was of where they came from.
Again, these were reported as coming from 126 Monroe Street.
Were they provided to you with the understanding that they were presumed live or dummy? What was?
Yes, these were presumed live.
And do you have an opinion about whether or not they are actually live cartridges?
So in this case, I did not disassemble any of these, so I can't speak about what's inside the cartridge. So for instance, does it actually have an active primer? Does it have the propellant? So since I didn't disassemble these, I can't testify that I know what's on the inside. But again, these were described as being live.
And the characteristics of these cartridges, did you find them to be consistent with live ammunition?
Based on my physical observations of the exterior, yes.
And are there differences in the characteristics between these cartridges and the 5 cartridges that were provided to you from the set of the movie Rust?
Yes, it's the same types of differences that we've been discussing. So I see differences in the head stamp, which indicates a different manufacturer, as well as the bullet morphology appears different.
States Exhibit 108. What's this?
These are additional cartridges submitted. And again, these were submitted being declared as live cartridges.
And did they appear to be consistent with live cartridges?
Didn't you just say that?
Two of these I did disassemble, so I could verify that they had the 4 components of live cartridges. The rest I did not. So they were physically consistent with being live, but again, I don't have an understanding of what's occurring inside the cartridge.
And same question. Do these cartridges have different characteristics than the live rounds provided from the set of the movie Rust?
Yes, they do. It's the same. Various head stamps, various primer colors, various bullet morphologies.
He likes that word morphology, doesn't he?
States Exhibit 109. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
Is States Exhibit 109 from your notes?
Yes, it is.
Just tell us what we're looking at.
So as part of my examination of the ammunition, I worked with the contributor to figure out which items they wanted disassembled. So I made this chart in my notes. So this shows the images of the cartridges prior to disassembly. The middle column explains the original item number, as well as what the item number that I was going to create in order to disassemble a cartridge. And then the last column is just a description of essentially what's left. So for instance, the third row across, item 28 originally was all of those cartridges, but I removed 2 So I sub-itemized 28-1 and 28-2.
I remember when I was at school, I studied geography, and one of the subjects was geomorphology, which is the form of the Earth's surface, and how the topography of the Earth basically comes into being. But when you're dealing with the morphology of bullets, you're dealing with the shape of bullets, the form that a bullet is. And there's subtle differences in the morphology of bullets. Some are longer, some have little indentations here and there. So that's really what morphology refers to. It refers to form or the study of its features.
And then the third column tells you that what's left of 28 is 7 remaining cartridges, and the 2 that I subdivided are eventually what we're going to be disassembled.
And if you already testified to it, I apologize. Did you disassemble all of the live rounds from the set of the movie Rust?
All of the rounds that had the physical characteristics of being live, yes, I disassembled those because I wanted to know if they did or did not have the components on the inside.
Did you take a photograph of the gunpowder that came out of those disassembled rounds from the set of the movie?
Yes, I did.
And did you also take a photograph of the gunpowder that came out of the live cartridges that came from other sources? I think you mentioned Mr. Kenny and also 126 Monroe Street. Did you photograph that powder?
I'll take you for
Yes, I did.
And without even using a microscope, did you see differences?
Yes, there were clear differences in both the shapes of the powders as well as the color, which means they may have some different types of coatings on the powder.
Let's move to State's Exhibit 110. Tell us what we're looking at here.
So on the left side, you're looking at a photograph of the powder that was taken from the item 4 cartridge. So this was one that was submitted that was presumed to be live based on its exterior appearance. But once I took it apart, this is the actual powder that I pulled from the inside of that cartridge. And on the right, you're looking at the same thing, but this is from item 24-1, which is one of the cartridges that was submitted as being known to be a live cartridge.
And the powder, I understand on the left, we're looking at powder from item 4. Were you able to see the powder from item 5, 6, 7, and 13-1?
Yes, they were all consistent, which is why I only included one photograph, because it would be 5 photographs of the same thing.
Thank you. And I'm going to use briefly a demonstrative aid.
We're going to take our morning bathroom break.
Sure.
Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
All rise for the jury.
So I do think it's an interesting question to say, was it a legal strategy to have I don't know what is a better way of, or a more appropriate way of saying a colorful person at Hannah's side, but maybe the idea was similar to the Amanda Knox defense, which is basically she's a interesting character. She's kind of what's the word? She's very unusual. She's eccentric, right? And that doesn't make her a killer. That doesn't make her a criminal. Anyone who's creative, who's got a flair for whatever, they shouldn't be judged just on that. You shouldn't judge someone on appearances, kind of thing. On the other hand, should you or shouldn't you? If you go to a job interview, do you pay any attention to your appearance? Do you try and look professional? Do you try and look appropriate to the job that you're trying to get? So I don't know whether they're trying to use some reverse psychology there, or almost like this idea that next to the paralegal, Hannah suddenly looked very professional. It's almost like mindfuckery, where you basically say you have someone sitting there looking very colorful, while then the person next to them looks even more, what's the word? The contrast basically makes them appear more than they otherwise would, if that makes sense. So I'm just wondering whether that was a strategy, and maybe the consultants felt it didn't work, as Liesl says there. Okay, so my little dog wants to go for a little walk. He's jumping against my knee. So I think we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Okay, I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Let's just move it over there.
Mr. Ziegler, I just have a couple of final questions for you. Can you see these demonstrative aids that I've put side by side on the screen?
Yes.
And can you see the writing at the bottom, the typing?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So the image on the left, is that an exhibit that we've already looked at?
Yes, we've previously seen this photograph.
And same thing with the image on the right. Is that an exhibit we've already looked at?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, there's that writing that was out of the frame. So I'm going to scroll up here. Is this an exhibit that we've already looked at?
Yes.
Item 13-1, did that come from the set of the movie Rust? I'm sorry. 13-1, did that come from the box that was provided to you?
Yes.
The box of ammunition that we saw earlier?
Yes, this was the box where the majority of the cartridges were in fact dummy cartridges, but this was the one that had the characteristics of being live.
And just comparing the ammunition on the left and the ammunition on the right, can you see distinguishing characteristics, understanding that you cannot see the head stamp or the primer?
Yes, so as we've previously discussed, the bullets are a different shape.
What do you guys say we jump to the cross-examination?
My job, I have been trained in safety precautions, yes.
Okay, sir, and as part of your test firing protocols, I'm sure you observe all those safety. Not to point a gun at anybody, treat it as loaded, keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire. You observe all those.
Yes, sir.
So,
Okay.
So for those who feel Alec Baldwin is not responsible for anything, what do you think is the responsibility of the FBI's gun expert? Is it because is it law enforcement's fault that he has custody of the firearm? So he doesn't really need to do any safety examination himself. He must just do the thing that he must do. In other words, he should show no initiative of his own. He should not use any common sense. All he should do is see if the gun can fire by itself. So in other words, don't check what rounds are in the gun. That's not what his job is. His job is to see if the gun can fire for itself. I'm just trying to show you how absurd that is. Anyone in the custody of a firearm must ascertain what is going on with that firearm. How many bullets or rounds are in it? What state are they in? What state is the gun in, right? When I was in the Air Force, you are given a firearm. You are supposed to, I mean, they basically drill it into you that your firearm is your best friend. You better get to know it. You're going to sleep with your firearm. Maybe best friend is not the right word. Your firearm is your girlfriend. You're going to be sleeping with it. You're going to be stripping it down. You're going to be giving it a lot of TLC very often, kind of thing, right? You better get to know it. You better get familiar with one another. You better get to know its idiosyncrasies. Is it susceptible to jam? Is it how much oil does it need, et cetera, et cetera?
And sir, you indicated one of your opinions was that your first testing, you determined this gun functioned normally.
That's correct.
Okay. When you were doing that functionality test on the revolver you received, what types of things did you look at on the firearm?
So first I would inspect things like, are there bulges in the barrel, cracks in the frame, things that I may think may lead to a catastrophic failure during the testing.
Okay, sir, do you take that revolver apart in the initial stage?
I do not.
So
that's interesting.
Later on, and I'll come back to this, but you indicated when you hit that hammer with your mallet that it fractured some internal components, correct?
Correct.
And there was the sear. We saw a little piece of the trigger. You remember, sir?
Yes.
Now, because you did not open the revolver prior to doing that hammer test, can you be certain any of those pieces weren't broken before?
I would say I can't be 100% certain. However, because it did function normally, I would expect those pieces were intact at the time I received it and did that initial examination.
This is a really clever defense lawyer. So he makes a really good point. He says, because you didn't take it apart before you broke it, how can you be sure that it wasn't broken already?
Okay, and when you visually examined it from the outside, you then test fired that weapon 12 times, is that right?
As it was 12 times throughout the process, but yes.
And you observed when you did that it had to be fully cocked and that trigger had to be depressed to fire it, correct?
Aside from the hammer being at rest and being struck on a loaded chamber.
Correct. And other than those tests you did, I'm talking about the first part, it fired normally.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after you did that normal gun functionality testing, to determine its functioning, you then do what's called accidental discharge testing. Is that right?
That was after the microscopic comparisons were done. So that was the last test that I did.
Okay. So you do the functionality, then you do the microscopic examination we saw, and then you do the accidental discharge.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the accidental discharge, you mentioned that you consulted the FBI SOP.
That's correct.
Now, an SOP is a standard operating procedure.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, under that standard operating procedure, were you to do a type of test called a drop test?
So the drop test is, I would say that's a subcategory of accidental discharge where I physically drop the firearm to see if it will fire. And that is typically only done if that is as the situation has been reported by the contributor. So that was not relevant in this case.
Oh, so you didn't do the drop test.
Okay, when you say, and a drop test, you can tell the jury more, that's when you, from a distance of about 4 feet, drop the weapon, and if it lands and it fires, that's what you're trying to determine, correct?
It depends on how the situation is being reported. So within that same SOP, it provides the examiner some discretion as in regards to how that is believed to occur. So for instance, say I'm cleaning my gun and I accidentally knock it off the table and I'm saying that caused it to fire. I would try to replicate that situation. If I had a gun leaning against a door and I'm saying that the door opened and the firearm fell, I would try to replicate that situation.
Okay.
So yes, the traditional drop test is just it being held as you would to shoot it. And dropping it, but there is some discretion that's allowed if it is being reported in a certain way.
Okay, and you're familiar with SAMI standards, are you not?
Yes,
And SAMI is the Sporting Arms and Ammunition Manufacturing Institute, is that correct?
that is correct.
They were commissioned by the federal government about 100 years ago to come up with industry-type standards?
I don't know when they were instituted, but yes, they come up with standards for ammunition as far as dimensions and things like that.
1926. Were you aware of that?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. So in their SAMI standards, there is a standardized drop test. You're aware of that?
I'm not.
Okay. But that's the industry standard for firearms across the country, this type of testing, right? Multiple states use this?
I wouldn't say that's the industry standard, and also their industry is different from the forensic industry.
Okay. And you also know there's no type of shock test. Do you know what a shock test is?
In regards to what?
Well, it's kind of what you did with the mallet. Are you familiar with the National Institute of Justice? They call it a shock test.
I'm not familiar with that test.
Okay. So when you made your determination to hit that revolver with a mallet, is that part of the SOP that you you hit it with a mallet?
That is written in the SOP, yes.
How many times have you done that as a forensic examiner? How many weapons you've done that on?
I would say probably less than 10. And this is the first one that I've had in actual casework.
Okay, so in actual casework, what do you mean by that?
So can you see it's the same defense strategy again? You inexperienced, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. In other words, Hannah didn't do this and she was inexperienced, but let's not make it about her. Let's show all the other people who were inexperienced and didn't do what they were supposed to. The difference is Hannah was the armorer on the set, not him, not anybody else. Hannah's job was to check for safety and load the firearm and make sure it was safe. Nobody else's job. I'm just saying in terms of the armorer's duty, not saying no one else should have done that. But certainly no one from law enforcement was supposed to come onto set and do this. I'm just saying it's the same undermining of law enforcement. And if you've gotten onto the bandwagon of criticizing law enforcement and you're a member of the jury and it kind of tickles you to criticize law enforcement, that kind of defense may fall on fertile ground. It's not actually relevant to the case, but it may actually get someone to feel like, well, I actually like the defense. I like what they're saying. I like what they're selling.
As opposed to training.
Oh, and training. So the other 9 were done in training when you hit it with the mallet.
I don't know the exact number, but yes.
He's also quite a young officer. I mean, that's the first thing I noticed was, wow, you quite a young dude to work at the FBI, right? I would still say that Hannah is younger than what he is. If this was his 10th case or 10th exercise, Hannah had only been an armorer, I think, in 2 movies, 2, maybe 3 movies. So one's also got to look at that.
So this is literally the first time in your career as a forensic examiner that you've ever, in cases, hit a revolver with a hammer.
That is correct.
So is it fair to say you've never had this situation where you've hit a revolver and it's broken before?
Not in a case.
Okay. Did that happen in training?
I don't know about it specifically being a revolver, but yes, I have done it in training where the firearms do break.
And you earlier told us that you base your discretion on that accidental discharge test on input given to you about what might have happened.
Not the accidental discharge test. That would be the drop test.
Drop test. So you didn't have any information this was hit with some kind of hammer on the rest set, correct?
That's correct. I did not.
Okay, but you chose to do this, and then you hit the weapon with the hammer resting in the resting position, right?
Yes.
And then you did in the full cock position, correct?
It was not in that order, but you are correct.
Okay, and I'm not trying to mix it up, but when you hit it with the full cock position, that's when you broke the internal components.
Yes.
Now, do you know how hard you hit that?
I do not.
So on a drop test, would you agree with me? You're trying to eliminate variables. So in other words, gravity is the same, right?
Sure.
Gravity's not going to change. So if you drop that gun from 4 feet every time, and you know the weight of that gun, you're eliminating variables, correct?
I suppose so.
Okay. Well, have you been taught that at all in the FBI?
No. The purpose of these tests is not to figure out exactly what height or exactly what amount of force or exactly how many numbers of times you have to strike this firearm to get it to fire. It's just to try to generally replicate the situations and see if the firearm will fire without pulling the trigger.
Well, sir, so did you ever measure the trigger pull force on that revolver?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
What was the trigger pull force?
May I refer to my notes?
Yes, sir.
Between 2 and 2.5 pounds.
2.5 pounds. Okay. Did you measure the weight of that firearm?
The weight of
the revolver?
No.
Okay. So, and you have no idea the foot-pounds of pressure that you were applying to that hammer when you hit it with the mallet, correct?
Right. There's no way to quantify that.
And there's no way to quantify when you
Well,
do
there
that
is.
6 times if you're hitting it the same amount every time, right?
That's correct.
As a human being, I mean, you're not going to hit it the exact same every time.
I believe that's true, yes.
Okay. So as we sit here, we don't know what amount of force was.
That's also where, artificial intelligence could have been quite helpful here, is where, he's saying, I don't know with how much force I hit the firearm. Well, you could have an artificial intelligence rendering that does know how much force it's using. So it's definitely something to consider in a situation like this, isn't it?
Required to break that hammer and the internal parts, correct?
That's correct. We do not.
Okay. So if there was a question whether or not an external force of some type hit that hammer, we don't know from your testing what amount of force that was that would cause that.
You are correct.
Okay. If you were you given any other information regarding the accidental discharge testing that you can recall?
Initially that test was not requested. It was not part of the initial exam. That the decision to do that test came in later conversations with the case agent.
Okay. So initially they did not even ask you to do that, but it was sometime later they did.
Correct.
And
did you have any understanding as to why you were going
to? Massa, I'm astonished to hear this testimony because remember, while I was making these videos about the case, you sort of heard that the FBI was still doing their ballistic testing. It seemed to go on for weeks, if not months. And that's why, when I thought, okay, how many tests did you do? I said, maybe 50 or 100. And then he said 12. And it just makes you think 12. I guess you could do 12 tests in one day, I guess at the most over about a 2-week period. Okay, maximum 1 month, right? 1 month. And the feeling I get is actually that the prosecution were wary of prosecuting this case because of Alec Baldwin, because they're prosecuting a multimillionaire's worth about $60 million, right? And they have a very small budget, and now they've got to hire all sorts of experts. And the impression I got was that they basically wanted to save the budget of 1 year and extend it to the budget of the next year. In other words, delay the case long enough to be able to afford to mount a reasonable defense. And I kind of got the feeling that they were stretching out the supposed testing of the ballistics in order to make that happen. The fact that he says it took 12 instances doesn't make it seem like it was that much testing. If I was questioning him, I would want to know, when did the testing start? When did the testing finish? And when did you write your report? How many pages is the report?
Going to do that?
I believe it had something to do with one of the individuals involved stating that the trigger was not pulled.
Was that Alec Baldwin?
I believe so.
Sharon, good to see you.
And based on your testing on the functionality, that comment about the trigger not being pulled could not have happened.
I wouldn't say I can't say
It's quite interesting how
it's impossible
won't
because I can't
give a
account
yes or
for
no
every single
answer.
variable. All I can testify to is the results of my testing. Okay, so when I received the firearm and I did that initial function examination, it did not appear that any of the safeties were malfunctioning or anything like that. So it was functioning normally when I received it.
I will be covering the Richard Allen trial. Just a quick note. I don't like to cover the what's the word, the sideshow to trials, meaning when all the sort of legal maneuvering that takes place before it goes to trial. I'm not talking about statements that are made and depositions. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what's happening, for example, right now in the Morphew case, where there are prosecutors that are being pursued, and the judges, all of that kind of thing. That to me is a total sideshow that's got nothing to do with, did Barry Morphew commit this crime? What is the evidence? I just don't really cover that kind of thing. That same kind of thing has taken over the Richard Allen case. How is it being treated in prison? I just don't really. I'm interested in, are you guilty or are you innocent? What is the evidence? What is the case against this person? The same thing is happening also in the Idaho 4 case. I think YouTubers are running out of content. They built up big followings that are hungry for more content. And so it becomes, Koberger definitely committed the crime. The trial's about to start tomorrow. Oh, it's not going to happen. Okay, well, let's tell the story about Koberger being innocent, Koberger being framed, just to get us to the finish line of when it starts. I'm just not interested in that sort of sideshowy stuff. I just find it pointless, and I don't find it particularly interesting either. I don't know about you guys.
And to be fair, sir, you did indicate earlier you do this in a lab, so you can't account for all the variables that might occur on a movie set, for example.
Sure.
Okay. So your testimony, and you're telling the jury that you can account for the variables you're aware of, but you cannot account for variables you might not be aware of.
Sure.
Okay. And some of those variables, and we'll come to the rounds in a little bit, but some of those variables include
it's quite interesting when you think of, when you do certain kinds of tests, there are known knowns, there are known unknowns, and there are unknown unknowns. Have I missed one? There are known knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns. I don't know if it makes sense to say, is there a unknown known? Something that you know is there, but you don't know what it is. I suppose that's another possibility. The trickiest one of all, of course, is the unknown unknown.
If you do not receive evidence or a request to test it, you're not going to test that, obviously.
That's true.
Okay. With regard to the hammer testing, you mentioned earlier that this could be destroyed permanently as part of your testing. So you got permission to do this test, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been for the sheriffs?
Well, my point of contact was a special agent out of Albuquerque. So I would funnel information to him. He would discuss that with the detectives, and then they would distribute the answer back to me.
And that was Jose Cortez?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Cortez is the one that sent you the request by written submission for what he wanted you to do, correct?
As far as the communication, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir. I'm referring to your report. There is a submission October 28, 2021 from Jose Cortez requesting various tasks to be done.
Yes.
Okay. And then there's another one, 12/14/2021. Same thing. So he's your liaison.
So FYI, you might know this already. The Draconis trial, I think, is already on adjournment for the whole day. I think closing arguments are set for tomorrow. I think it's day 28. You may or may not know that in that trial, the jurors heard from 40 witnesses from the state, 40, and 13, barely a quarter from the defense over 27 days. The defense basically didn't put on much of a case. Anyway, let's continue.
That goes back and forth between the sheriffs and yourself, and he makes those requests.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, so you got permission to possibly
So Donnie says, can he tell the difference between a live round and a blank? Let me do a quick poll on this channel. How many of you feel like you're not total idiots if you were shown a live round from the set, a blank from the set, and a dummy round, that you could tell the difference? So it sounds like this person's saying, wow, it's so hard to tell the difference between a live round. Like, who's qualified? You need to go on a course. It might take weeks to figure out the difference. And the answer is, you could be shown this in 5 seconds. A live round looks like that, and a dummy round's got a hole in it. A live round looks like that, and a dummy round, if you shake it, makes a noise. So it's basically one is a visual thing. Oh, it's got a hole in it. That's a dummy round. Oh, that one, if you shake it, it goes click, 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 click. Oh, that's a dummy round. How long did that take to educate you on making your gun safe? Did it cost you something? Did you need to put aside a big project that you were going to do in order to figure that out? Did you need to really just clear your schedule in order to understand the complexities of live rounds and dummy rounds? Did you need to really get a notepad out and start taking notes? Or is it something that anybody could do, and it maybe would take 30 seconds to a minute of your life just to go through the motions? What do you guys say? So the question is, how many of you guys in chat feel you're not total idiots when it comes to the difference? That visually you could tell if it's got a hole in it, it's a dummy round. If it makes a noise, it's also a dummy round, right?
destroy this revolver permanently. They gave that to you.
I received permission to conduct the test.
Good point.
And you made it aware to them that this could destroy the weapon.
Yes.
Okay. When you did...
someone asked, was there target practice on set? There were rumors of plinking going on. So not on set, but apparently somewhere.
Destroy that. You broke several internal parts?
Yes.
Okay. And then we saw that on the exhibit. You took those apart to show what had happened.
And then I also want to address this point, the fact that they're live rounds, and it just seems like this is regurgitating Alec Baldwin's own interview as gospel, right? So whose fault is it that there are live rounds on set? You might say the armorer. It's the armorer's fault, and I agree, it is the armorer's fault. But what happens if there's a discharge, like a safety issue on set, and there's an accidental discharge? That doesn't just land on one person. That lands on the production, which is why the whole production was fined the maximum fine, right? $130-something thousand, right? That's not one person's fault. That's everybody's fault. That's kind of a group error. right? That's a culture of recklessness. You kind of got the feeling the people on this set had never made a cowboy movie before. And so they didn't really know what to prioritize or how to deal with things. And so if you have a live round on set, right, that is the responsibility of quite a few people. And Hannah, I think at some point, didn't she know that she'd found a live round or there was a discharge? Then there should be corrective action. Do stop everything, do a proper, what do they call it? Accounting, is that really the word? Inventory of the rounds, get them all sorted out and categorized. But then also have a proper safety briefing and just say, we need to do this, we need to do that. And there was actually a informal safety briefing anyway, where basically something happened and the crew members amongst themselves spoke about the crow and what had happened there and said, jeepers, we probably need to start double checking. There was a kind of an informal response to that. So when there's an incident and another incident and another incident, then it's not one person's responsibility. Then it becomes a management issue. It becomes something serious has happened in a production. Well, who is responsible for the production? Not just one person.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That's right.
Now, you also said that you did not see any modifications as to that firearm, correct?
At what point?
You testified that in your functionality examination, you also determined whether it had been modified or not.
Right. So that's generally in regards to things like, has the barrel been cut? Has the stock been cut? Has this been modified to fire fully automatic? So when I talk about modifications, that's what I'm referring to. And I did not see any of those things.
Okay. And as far as internal modifications, did you look at that?
No, because I can't disassemble the firearm because I have to test it in the condition it's received.
Okay. But from your viewing it and your observation, you didn't notice anything that would tell you it was modified.
Right. Nothing jumped out immediately.
Okay. Now, report?
My report would not include anything related to DNA, so I'm not sure which report you're referring to.
Okay, I'm just referring to the submission to the FBI lab
I
by
thought this
Jose
would be
A.
a lot more
Cortez,
interesting.
dated 12/14/2021. Did you see that?
I'd have to look at it.
Okay. If I may approach, Your Honor.
Okay, we're going to jump to the next witness.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Shannon Prince. My last name is spelled Prince.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
And what's your title at the FBI?
I am a physical scientist, forensic examiner.
How long have you been employed in the latent print discipline?
Over 19 years.
And are you a member of any professional organizations related to your employment?
Yes, I am. I'm a member of the International Association for Identification.
And do you instruct any courses in the latent print discipline?
Yes, I do. I instruct courses on latent print processing, which is using chemicals to develop latent prints, as well as postmortem processing, which is using fingerprints to identify the unknown deceased.
And do you take proficiency tests as part of your ongoing work at the FBI?
Yes.
How often and how many?
I take one proficiency test each year in comparing prints, and I've taken one test every 5 years in processing latent prints.
Have you ever failed a proficiency test?
No, I have not.
All right. And are you a certified latent print examiner?
Yes, I am. I'm a board certified latent print examiner with the International Association for Identification.
Great. Your Honor, at this time, I move the court to recognize Ms. Prince as an expert witness in the area of latent fingerprint examination.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, you're recognized as an expert in latent fingerprint examination.
Thank you. All right, why don't you give us an idea about what your duties are as a latent print examiner?
I receive a variety of evidence from either FBI field offices or state, local, and tribal officers. I receive this evidence in the laboratory, and then I examine that evidence with a variety of chemicals, powders, or light sources. When I develop latent prints, I then compare those latent prints to known prints of individuals and come to conclusions. I may search those latent prints in a fingerprint database, such as a computer, to make identifications. And then I provide a report based on my results. I can also testify in the court of law on those results.
You mentioned you work with a known fingerprint. Can you explain to us what a known fingerprint is?
On the palm side of your hand, you have these raised portions of skin called friction ridges. They form patterns on your hand. You also have them on the soles of your feet. In order to record a known print, the finger is usually rolled in black printer's ink and then rolled on a contrasting white background, such as a fingerprint card. And that creates a known print. These days, it's often recorded by placing your finger on a flatbed scanner, and it creates a digital copy of your fingerprint.
And you also mentioned latent fingerprints. What is a latent fingerprint?
A latent print is the unintentional or chance reproduction of your friction-ridged skin when you touch an object. When you touch an object, you may leave a latent print. It's often left in the oils and sweat on your hand, but it can be left in other substances, such as blood, dirt, grease, ketchup. It's often not readily visible and requires a forensic light source, such as a laser, a chemical, or a powder to be made visible.
And how are fingerprints compared and identifications affected?
It's a three-step process, which is called analysis, comparison, evaluation, or ACE, ACE, where I analyze latent prints, looking if they're suitable. Then I can compare those latent prints and known prints side by side, and then making an evaluation decision, where I can make one of three decisions. An identification decision, the latent print and known print were made by the same person. An exclusion decision, where the latent print and known print were not made by the same person. Or an inconclusive decision, where I don't have enough information to make a conclusive decision. Often this is times when a fingerprint card, like a known card, is smeared or smudged, or it has too much ink. I can't make a conclusive comparison because that print is too poor to make a conclusive decision.
Great. And when you receive evidence for latent print exams, what factors do you consider prior to starting your examination?
I look at what type of evidence it is. It could be a porous item, which means it's like paper, or money, or cardboard. I also look if it's semi-porous, which is kind of a shiny cardboard, or if it's non-porous, which is smooth or shiny, like aluminum, plastic, glass. So I look at what type of evidence it is to determine what chemicals or light sources I'm going to need. And then I look at the condition of the evidence. Is the evidence broken? Is it shattered? Is it dirty? Is it covered with something? Or was it previously processed in the field by a crime scene investigator? I look at all that in order to determine what exams I will do and how I will proceed with those exams.
Great. I'm going to show you what was previously marked as State's Exhibit 63. And let's see. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Have you actually seen the original version of what that photograph demonstrates before?
Yes, I have.
All right.
So I wonder whether she's going to be asked whether fingerprints were found on the outside of this box. I guess we'll find out.
And where did you see that?
I saw that back at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
All right. And did you examine Exhibit 63 for latent prints?
Yes, I did.
All right. What specific examinations did you conduct on this item?
So this item of evidence is an ammunition box, and it's semi-porous, meaning it's shiny paper, but it also has non-porous qualities. So the first examination I do is simple visual examination, looking to see if there's any visible prints. You do this every day when you see fingerprints on your cell phone or on a garage door or a mirror. That's a visual examination. So I first do that exam. And then I take this box into a dark room where I have a green light or a laser a blue light or an ultraviolet light, and I shine that light on the object while I'm wearing orange or yellow goggles to see if any prints may fluoresce. At this point, I've used no chemicals on this item. The next process I use is called superglue fuming, where I place this item in a chamber, I hang it in a chamber, and then in the chamber, I heat superglue at a high temperature. The superglue starts to fume. It starts to appear like white fumes. Those fumes adhere to any kind of moisture that might be on that object.
Interesting.
And it creates a
Yes.
white print. And I can either see that print visually, or I need a reflective ultraviolet light to be able to see those prints. Then I also do a magnetic powder right after that process. The magnetic powder is black since it's the white box, so it's contrasting. And I can see if there's any visible prints that way. The black magnetic powder adheres to the white superglue prints. And
Thanks a
then
lot, Terry.
I take this box and use a chemical called indane-dione, INDANEDIONE. This is a chemical that is sprayed on the item, and then it is placed in a humidity chamber where a chemical reaction is sped up. This chemical develops any kind of amino acid that may be in your sweat, and it creates a pink or orange print. And I can see that print either visually or in a dark room with a light source. And finally, I take a fluorescent dye stain and I spray this orange chemical on this box, and it adheres to those superglue prints as well. And I can see those prints in a dark room with an ultraviolet light or a laser.
And just to be clear, you did all of that. You did all of those tests with regard to the box that's in this photograph, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what was the result of your testing?
On this.
So what do you guys think could be the result? Now, if you remember from the body cam, you saw the one crew member drag the cart from the left side of the church. And then the next thing, Hannah was sort of bending over and fiddling in the cart, and as was Rob Halls, right? Not Rob Halls, Dave Halls. And so whose fingerprints would we expect to see on that box, if any? Let's find out.
This box, I developed 10 latent fingerprints.
All right. Did you compare the latent prints that you detected on Exhibit 63 to the known prints of any individuals?
Yes, I did.
Which individuals did you compare those known prints to?
I compared these prints to Hannah Gutierrez, Sarah Zachary, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
And did you find a match?
Yes.
Who did you find a match for?
2 of these latent prints were identified to Hannah Gutierrez.
All right. And were you able to find matches to any of the other known samples?
No.
All right. And were you...
That's quite significant because this box is apparently what she used to source the rounds for the gun, right? So if someone else's fingerprints were on that box, then it would suggest that whatever, sabotage, or someone interfered, or someone carried the box in their pocket somewhere. But the fact that Hannah's prints are on it is definitely a point to the prosecution.
Were you able to exclude any of the other individuals based on your test?
The remaining prints were excluded as being prints from Sarah Zachary, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
Thank you. Did you also examine a second ammunition box as part of this case?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a photograph?
The other thing that's interesting is, remember, a officer, I think, picked up the box and took it to his cruiser. Was he wearing gloves? What were his prints either found in the box, or, well, we know they weren't examined. Well, the colorful lady's back. There she is over there.
Of that box?
It is.
All right.
Can you give us the exhibit number?
Oh, I apologize. This is State's Exhibit 48. Where did you see this box prior to today?
At the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
All right. And did you examine this box for latent prints?
Yes, I did.
And did you conduct the same type of analysis that you did on the previous box?
Yes, the examinations I conducted on this box were the exact chemicals, light sources, and powders that I used on the previous box.
Great. And what was the result of your examination of this box?
There were 3 latent fingerprints detected on this box.
All right. And were you able to compare those latent prints to the known samples of any individuals?
Yes.
And who were those folks?
I compared the 3 latent fingerprints to Hannah Gutierrez, Sarah Zachary, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
And did you find any positive matches for any of those individuals?
There were no identifications.
Were you able to find any exclusions?
Yes, Sarah Zachary and Alec Baldwin were excluded from the 3 latent prints detected on this item, and Hannah Gutierrez and David Hall were inconclusively compared to these prints.
All right.
So that is often a standard you see in a trial, where you or I would say, you know what, I actually think that's Hannah's print. It looks 60-70%, I think it's her print. That looks like Dave Hall's, I'd say maybe 40%, whatever. Well, in a trial situation, it requires a very high standard of scientific accuracy. And so even if the DNA is a high value, even if the portion of idiosyncrasies are many, you've kind of got to know beyond doubt that it's this person or that person. So it is interesting that on the second box, it's Hannah, inconclusive to Hannah and inconclusive to Hall. And doesn't that suggest it is possible that it was Hannah and Hall's because of what we saw in the video, in the body cam?
So just to be clear, Sarah Zachary, you didn't find her fingerprints on this box whatsoever?
The 3 latent prints were excluded from being Sarah Zachary.
Great. Is it possible to touch an item and not?
So that is quite good news for Sarah Zachary, because she could possibly be implicated in this as well, because she's the props person. She's Hannah's boss, effectively, but also Hannah's colleague. They were the same age, both 24 years old. And you could argue that the one was jealous of the other, the one didn't like the other one, and possibly intentionally sabotaged things, right? But the fact that Sarah's fingerprints aren't on either of these boxes doesn't reinforce that theory. So if you want to do the sabotage theory, the most obvious person to have access to the prop truck besides Hannah is Sarah.
Not leave a latent print?
Yes.
And what kind of circumstances might that occur?
There are several circumstances where you can touch an item and not leave a latent print. First of all, you could be wearing gloves or a mitten, and when you touch an object, you may not leave a latent print because your skin is not having contact with that object. You may have too much sweat or too little sweat on your hand, and that may not leave a latent print. The surface itself may be dirty or textured, and it's difficult to leave a latent print on a dirty or textured surface. The print may be on a surface where if it's overhandled, such as if I put my hand here, the next person comes and put their hand here, someone at the end of the day puts another hand here, it's overhandled, and that could wipe away any prints that may be on an item. There's also environmental conditions, wind, rain, snow.
Did you guys know in the John Benet Ramsey case, an unidentified palm print was found on the basement door? As far as I know, I could be wrong, as far as I know, it was ultimately traced to one of the Ramsey children, not John Benet or Burke, but I think her name is Melody, but I could be wrong. Anyway, there is a palm print in that particular narrative.
Heat and humidity, those can all play a factor of whether a latent print is detected on an item.
And did you attempt to do any examination of cartridge casings in this case?
Yes.
And what was the result of that examination?
I examined 4 cartridge cases, and there were no suitable latent prints detected on those cartridge cases.
And is it unusual for you to be unable to identify a latent print on a cartridge casing?
It is not unusual.
And why not?
Melinda.
Cartridge cases, when they go through a firearm, there's a lot of heat and friction, and that can destroy a latent print. Also, it's a very small surface that's on a cartridge case, so leaving a suitable print can be difficult. And it's also a smooth surface, so any kind of movement that comes into contact with a cartridge case may destroy a print on a cartridge case.
Great. Have you worked on any other cases where there were a large number of cartridge casing rounds that you attempted to examine for latent prints?
Yes, I have.
Can you give us an example of a case where you worked and then and explain to us based on the number of casings that you found, how many actually were found to contain latent prints?
A case that I have been a part of was the Las Vegas shooting several years ago, where there was a significant amount of firearms, ammunition, and magazines in that case. Specifically to the ammunition, which consisted of shot shells as well as cartridges. We processed and examined over 6,900 pieces of ammunition.
Wow, it is a lot.
Where we only detected 26 prints on those 6,909 ammunition. That's 0.38%. So it's a very low chance of developing prints on ammunition. We also processed firearms in that case. We processed about 40 firearms in that case, and we detected prints on 12% of those firearms. And then we processed over 180 magazines in that case, and we only detected prints on 9.7% of firearms. So it's a very low chance of getting prints on firearms or ammunition based on the size of the item, the texture of the item, as well as overhandling of those items. Those are all reasons why there's a low recovery rate on firearms and ammunition.
Thank you.
So you guys may or may not be aware of this. I wrote this book, and one of the cases that I covered was the Vegas shooting. I profiled basically around about 8 of these cases. So if any of you are interested in it, it is fairly well reviewed. You can check it out. I did put together a theory on what these individuals have in common that might surprise you.
And the 4 cartridge casings that you attempted to do fingerprint examination in this case, on your notes, does it indicate what the source of those cartridge casings was?
I'd have to refer to my notes for the specific source of those
It
cartridge
was.
cases.
Do you mind?
May I?
Yes.
I think it remains the deadliest in American history. Wow, that's quite a compliment. What's your favorite, Joanne?
I don't have a specific source. I just have the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office item number.
Do you mind providing that?
It's item 144.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, cross-examination.
Cross-exam.
Ma'am, good morning.
Good morning.
With regard to your work, when you compare a Latin print against a standard, you are given those standards from the agency. For example, here, the sheriffs, correct?
Yes.
So here you had 4 people as standards. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was Mr. Halls, Sarah Zachary, Alec Baldwin, and Hannah Gutierrez Reed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so one of those people you did not receive standards from is a guy named Seth Kenny, correct?
Correct.
And so of all the other people on the set, the only 4 you received standards from were those 4.
That is correct.
Okay. And those standards included Latent prints, fingerprint cards, and DNA.
The standards I received were.
That is quite a good point, because Seth Kenny may have handled the Cartridge case, and if the live rounds came from Seth Kenny, then certainly you would want to look for his fingerprints instead of Hannah's. So that is a pretty good point from the defense.
Fingerprints and palm prints from Gutierrez, Zachary, and Halls, and I only had a fingerprint card for Alec Baldwin.
Okay, you didn't have a palm print for him?
I did not.
Now, I know that you had stated that Halls and Hannah Gutierrez Reed, Mr. Halls and her prints were not completely rolled, or they were over rolled.
Joanne, have you read The Murder of Vincent van Gogh?
Correct. Their known standards were not complete. There was some over inking in one area. And when a fingerprint card is fully rolled, it's usually from nail to nail where you can get the whole finger. This case, on some of these standards, the finger wasn't fully rolled completely. Therefore, I did not have enough information to do a conclusive comparison.
So when you don't have that completely rolled from the agency submitting to you, it's difficult for you to do a conclusive comparison.
It does make it difficult.
Okay. And that was the case here with Ms. Gutierrez Reed and with Mr. Halls.
Yes, it was.
With regard to the prints that you were able to conclude, and you indicated Ms. Gutierrez Reed's prints were found on one of the boxes.
That is correct.
Now, you were able to conclusively do that because?
I was able to conclusively do that because some fingers had that comparable area. So if there was an area that I can compare completely, I can make that conclusive decision. And in those two identifications, I was able to conclusively compare and make an identification.
And with regard to the other box that we saw, you found 3 latent prints.
That's correct.
And you indicated that Ms. Zachary and Mr. Baldwin were excluded, correct?
Correct.
And that Mr. Halls and Ms. Gutierrez Reed were inconclusively compared. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that was because, again, you told the jury that you didn't have a complete, well-rolled set of fingerprints.
That is correct.
All right. And that would have been something the agency, the sheriffs would have provided?
Those standards came directly from the sheriff's office.
Did anybody ever communicate with you? And was there communication regarding we need new fingerprint standards?
There was no communication. In my report, I indicated that if further comparisons needed to be conducted, that standards would have to be submitted.
In your report, and if you need to refer to it to refresh your memory, you did not conduct fingerprint analysis on items 4 through 7 and item 13.1, correct?
I'd have to refer to those specific numbers.
Absolutely.
You said 4 through 7?
4 through 7 and 13.1, 13-1.
I did not conduct examinations on those items.
Okay. So the ones that you conducted it on, we've seen today.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the case you worked on, the Las Vegas shooting, you talked about the low percentage and the ability to recover prints from fired cartridges, correct?
From all types of ammunition.
Okay. Now, with regard to unfired ammunition, they don't go through that heat of the barrel, correct?
That is correct.
And so does that make it more likely prints can be found on those cartridges?
The same percentage refers to that as well, less than 1%.
Interesting.
It's due to overhandling of cartridges or shot shells, the surface, the smooth surface, and a variety of other reasons that it could be a low chance of recovering prints on unspent cartridges.
Putting them into
it
a
is
slot.
possible, even very low possibility. It is possible to recover them.
It is.
Okay. And you have listed there's certain elements that might come into that, like overhandling, that kind of thing. For example, the box you said earlier, that was handled by another unit?
The box, what specific box are you talking about?
Not the box. I was talking about, you mentioned in your report that there was some overhandling and one of your employees came contributing 8 fingerprints to one of the items.
Correct. One of the boxes was sent to the firearms unit first, which is usually on the latter end of examinations when it flows to the laboratory. But this box came in, it was specifically for that unit. And then after the firearm examinations were conducted, the request was to do latent prints. So it was kind of backwards in order. Therefore, this item of evidence was handled by the firearms unit, and a firearms employee was identified on that box.
And that was 8 of the prints out of a total of 10 or 11 were the employee, right?
8 out of 10 were identified to an FBI laboratory employee.
And ideally, that should have gone to you first.
In a regular case, the evidence is usually where it goes to a unit that can have less destructive examinations on it to more destructive. That's how it kind of moves to the laboratory. And this box initially went to the firearms unit first.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
I would also say latent. Not quite sure how you don't say latent.
I just have one quick question for you. Mr. Bowles mentioned items 4 through 7 and 13-1. Can you tell the jury why you weren't able to perform a print comparison on those cartridges?
I do not. Are they cartridge cases? I don't have them in my report, so I never received those items.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, she's done.
We're going to take our lunch break now.
So
All right,
let's see whether the
yeah.
lunch break is still.
Downstairs at 12:30. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you. Take your tablets with you.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, so we're on another break. I'll see you guys back here in about 35 minutes. So I think that's 1:30 local time. Okay. We're all wondering who the next expert's going to be. I must say the expert, or not the experts, the witnesses that I'd love to hear from are in no particular order: Lane Looper, Dave Halls, Sarah Zachary, Gabrielle Pickle, who is on the production side, any of the actors on this particular production, Sergei Svetnoy, Mamie Mitchell. I wonder whether we're going to hear from them anytime soon. Also, when are we going to see those video clips from behind the scenes video clips? As far as I know, she said 1:30, not 2. So it's around about half an hour from now. So we'll go in a bit of a recess, and I'll see you guys a little bit later. Make yourself a cup of coffee, maybe get a hot dog or something, and see you guys right back here in about half an hour. Yeah, Joel Souza would also be pretty awesome. Okay, see you guys soon. Ciao.
You may be seated. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Robert Gillette.
Do you have your,
Come on up here. So you'll step up here, face the judge, you're going to raise your hand.
do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Great. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Robert Gillette, last name spelled Gillette.
And where are you currently employed?
I am employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation within the Explosives Unit, which is part of the Laboratory Division.
And how long have you worked for the FBI?
I started with the FBI in 2009 as a contractor. I was hired on as an employee in 2012.
And what's your official title?
My official title is Chemist Forensic Examiner.
And how long have you been working as a chemist forensic examiner?
For about 11 years now.
All right. Can you give us a brief wrap up of your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science and a Master of Science in Chemistry from George Mason University. It's in Fairfax, Virginia.
And do you have any training and experience in chemist forensic examination?
Specifically, to become a qualified chemist forensic examiner, I had to complete a training program. That training program started with supervised casework, so casework where supervised either chemists or chemistry examiners oversaw my actions. It included knowledge checks on the different
mute. Did you guys catch any of that? Okay, let me say that again. We've got a explosives expert from the FBI. The previous guy was a ballistics expert. What do you think this expert can lend to this case?
different types of instruments that I used, and then competency tests for all of the different procedures that we had. So
go ahead.
After that, I had to successfully complete multiple oral boards of examinations in topics that covered explosives, the chemistry of explosives, as well as the different analytical techniques that we use in the laboratory. And then after that came 2 different moot court exercises that I had to successfully complete, as well as supervised case reporting. And then I was a qualified chemist.
So as far as I know, there may have been a unsafe detonation on the set of Rust. In other words, explosive that was unsafe. So I don't really know whether that's going to be part of it. Like I said, I'm a little bit fuzzy on this. I could be confusing it or conflating it with another movie set, because I studied a couple to just see what would typically happen in a legal sense with a production company. So that might be what it is. I really don't think there's an explosive aspect inside the church, but I guess we'll see.
Yes, it starts with a visual examination, literally looking at what we have to determine where it's going to fit within the different procedures that we have for examining explosives or materials used to make explosives. After that visual examination.
I guess it could be thinking about the gunpowder and whether it can be traced from one round to another. But I mean, to me, ballistics is ballistics, explosives is explosives. That's how I would think about it.
It'll point me towards a specific procedure, and in this case, they ended up being what's known as, or they appeared to be what's called smokeless powders. It's a type of ammunition propellant. So we have a technical procedure specifically for that, and the first step is visual examination. So I continued my visual examination and used a microscope to look at the specific particles under a microscope, but also to take photographs and make measurements, because that's part of our examination. After the visual examination came what's called a solvent extraction, literally using a liquid to ideally extract out the components of those individual particles so that they could be analyzed. And then I analyzed that solvent, that liquid, using an instrument called a gas chromatograph coupled to a mass spectrometer. A chromatograph is an instrument that simply or ideally separates out a mixture into its individual components so that each individual component can be identified, detected and identified. And that's what the mass spectrometer does. And after that, those samples, after they had been extracted by the solvent, they were analyzed using a technique called Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. And spectroscopy.
By the way, and this is kind of straying into the field of rocket science or a study of the stars, is basically they sometimes use that technique to figure out, to study the types of the constituent gases in stars and planets and that sort of thing, using light frequencies, sometimes also done. Come boy, come boy.
Techniques or spectroscopic techniques are just techniques where you have a known amount of energy that interacts with the sample, and those interactions can give information as to the specific, either the elements contained within the sample, or how those elements are bound to one another to give molecular, so structural information. And then the last step is a technique called a thermal susceptibility test. That's literally taking a small amount of material, introducing heat in the form of flame, and then seeing how it reacts.
Thank you. Mr. Gillette, did you take any photographs as part of your examination in this case?
Yes, I took multiple photographs using one of our microscopes.
Great. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Gillette, would you please look at these two photographs and tell me if these are photographs that you took as part of your laboratory testing?
Yes, I took both of the photographs.
Great. Your Honor, Mr. Bowles and I have stipulated to the admission of States Exhibits 111A and 111B. May I move for entry of those and request to publish?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Gillette, let's start with this image. Are you able to see that on your monitor?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. Let's fix that.
No. Oh, there it is.
All right. Mr. Gillette, did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And what is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of a handful of the particles from item 4.
All right. When you say item 4, can you explain what item 4 is?
Item 4 is one of the samples that I received with respect to this case.
What was the form of item 4?
What do you mean by form?
Was it a cartridge of live ammunition?
It was a disassembled cartridge. I don't recall specifically every single component within the container that contained item 4, but I was focused on the suspected ammunition propellant.
Great. And did you examine some other items that had a smokeless powder that looked just like this?
Yes, I did.
And what were those items?
Those would have been items 4 through 7, and there was a 5th one. I don't recall the item number.
I wonder
Would
whether
it help you
Hannah's
refresh your
learning anything
recollection if you look at the
from
report?
this
Yes, it would.
that she
Please
didn't
take a
already
look at the
know.
report.
Okay.
Do you now know what the 5th item was?
Yes, it was item 13-1.
All right. And do you know where these items were sourced from?
Specifically, I don't recall the sources for every single item, but it was either from a cart, a bandolier, a holster, and I believe a tray.
Okay. And all 5 of these items, they have this identical smokeless powder composition in them. Is that correct?
Well, they have this physical appearance,
Right.
and the shape and size and color.
Okay.
Okay, I think I see where they're coming from. So I think what they're trying to do is source these rounds. In other words, they're trying to say where, in terms of the powder inside, where did they likely come from? And so based on the powder, did they come from Seth Kenny? Did they come from some particular manufacturer or somewhere else? I think that's the sort of reasoning rationale that they're following.
Great. Now I'd like to show you what has been marked as States Exhibit 111B. What can you tell me about this photograph?
This is another photograph I took using a microscope. This is item 24-1.
All right. And what does this picture show?
The appearance and the physical characteristics, what we call the morphology, the shape, size, color of this specific powder.
And did you examine more than one item that had this type of powder?
Yes, I did. There were 6 that had this morphology.
And do you know what the source of those 6 items was?
The source?
Where they were found?
Is, I recall in one of the laboratory examination requests that received, the source wasn't specifically a location for 2 of them. It was a name, and then the others had a street address in Albuquerque.
Do you recall what the name was?
I believe the name was Seth Kenny.
And do you recall the address?
The specific address, no, I think it was Monroe Street in Albuquerque.
Okay, great. What I'd like to do now, and before I do this, all 6 of the cartridges that or the disassembled cartridges that were either identified as coming from Seth Kenny or from the Monroe Street address have smokeless powder that looks like this. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Now I'd like to put these kind of side to side. And if you can, I know that it's kind of obvious, but could you explain to the jurors kind of what some of the visual differences between these 2 different types of smokeless powders are?
They both have generically the same shape. We would call that disc shaped. However, the ones on the left are slightly smaller and they're darker in color. The ones on the right are slightly larger and have a single perforation.
Great. Aside from their visual appearance, did you conduct any testing to see if they were different chemically?
Yes, I conducted the explosives chemistry examinations that identified them both as smokeless powders, but with different chemical constituents.
And for those on the left, what were your conclusions?
The items on the left were identified as a double base smokeless powder.
And for the right?
A single base smokeless powder. They were both disc shaped, but the ones on the right were obviously they had the single perforation.
All right. And what sort of conclusions are you able to draw from both the visual analysis and your chemical analysis between these 2 different types of smokeless powders?
Between the 2, they are both physically and chemically different from one another.
All right. Is it fair to say that these probably came from 2 different manufacturers?
Oh, I couldn't say that because one manufacturer might make a whole bunch of different types of smokeless powder.
Sure, understandable. All right, I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Okay, before we look at the cross-exam, there was a question here. How different is the Brandon Lee case to this one? It is quite different. For starters, there wasn't a live round in Brandon Lee's in the firearm that killed Brandon Lee. What there was instead was a blank, and what is the other thing? The lead tip of a bullet from a previous scene that had stayed in the barrel of the handgun. And so, if you think about it, that was very unfortunate and kind of random. That was really a freak accident. And so it wasn't as though there was a live round in it. There was a how can I put it? There was a piece of a live round left over, and a blank can nevertheless ignite, and that is exactly what happened. And unfortunately, there was enough ignition on that blank to act as a bullet. Very, very unlucky. It really was unlucky. Does that answer your question? So no one was found culpable. It was just really bad luck.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gillette.
Good afternoon.
So the number of items you tested in this case, that was 11 different items, right?
Correct.
Okay. And these items that you tested were all cartridges that were given to you by Santa Fe, by law enforcement, right?
No, specifically, I didn't test any cartridges. It was the suspected ammunition propellant.
But you received cartridges.
I received, yes, I did.
And your role in this was not to make sure that, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is you had no role in selecting which cartridges or which powders you were going to test, right? You tested what they gave you.
Correct.
And you received, is it true? It's the form you received them in was 11 Ziploc bags, right?
Yes, I believe they were zipper lock style bags.
And each of the bags had a bullet, a casing, and a screw top container with some powder in it. Is that right?
I believe that's what it was.
So then when you received these items, these cartridges, they weren't intact.
That is correct. They were not intact.
The powder was already removed out.
That is correct.
And do you know who removed the powder out?
No, I do not.
Okay. Now, FBI laboratory, that's where you said.
So can you see it's again the same kind of thing? Oh, so someone else took the powder out. Do you know who did it? It's kind of just undermining the law enforcement process. So the basic case is, well, you can undermine Hannah for being young and inexperienced and didn't follow protocol. Well, look at all these officers who were inexperienced, who didn't follow protocol, etc.
You worked on direct. Are you aware of a Mr. Ziegler that works in the FBI laboratory as well?
Yes, Bryce Ziegler was the assigned examiner in the firearms and tool marks unit.
Okay. And was he the one who had these items prior to you testing them?
I believe so, yes.
And you don't know if Mr. Ziegler is the one that removed the powder or if somebody else removed the powder?
I'm not certain that it was Mr. Ziegler. I would assume that it was him.
Okay. So you can't say if the powder from these cartridges was all of it there, or if it was just part of the powder from the cartridges, if it was just a sampling. You don't have no way of knowing that, right?
No, I do not.
So you don't know if the powder actually came, in addition, you don't know if a powder actually came from the particular cartridge that it was in parts in the Ziploc either. It could have come from a different one.
Well, since I didn't disassemble them specifically, no, I can't say where they specifically came from.
Right. And your testing, you talked about the source of the 11 items you got. being part of them from an individual named Seth Kenny, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
That's, I should say that's what was on one of the communications that we got.
It's also on your report, right? Or is it not on your report?
I don't recall it being on the report.
So do you have any idea where Seth Kenny got these rounds from?
No.
Do you know how it is that Seth Kenny selected these specific rounds to provide to law enforcement to provide to you?
I don't know that he even provided them to law enforcement.
So if you think about it, the defense are sometimes trying to say Alec Baldwin is more to blame, other times trying to say that Sarah Zachary basically worked alongside her, blah, blah, blah. And then the other potential person who they want to associate with this is Seth Kenny. And then also to some extent, Dave Halls.
You just know they came from him, right?
I just know that in the one of the incoming communications we had, his name was stated as the either the source or where it was collected.
Okay. What about the timing? Do you know when these rounds that indicate they come from Seth Kenny, do you know when those rounds came from Seth Kenny? If it was a month after the shooting, a day, 2 months, do you have any idea?
There would have been a date associated with that laboratory examination request, that incoming communication, so I could maybe assume around a specific time, but specifically no.
Okay, well, your report was dated May 3rd, 2012, right?
2020.
I mean, 2022.
Yeah.
May 3rd, 2022.
That sounds correct.
Okay. And
so that also shows you, now that's quite interesting. May 3rd, 2022 indicates that, if you ask me, weren't the FBI finished with their testing within about 7 or 8 months? So, just trying to think. Yeah, about 8 months. They basically finished their testing. And so it does make you wonder why there was such a long delay to bring charges and to look where we are now, 2024, right? Has been quite a long time to get this case where it needs to go.
Mr. Ziegler or somebody else had already disassembled these items before you got them, right? So you know.
Yes, they were disassembled before I got them.
So did you review Mr. Ziegler's report to determine when they were submitted to him?
No, I did not.
But you would have received these items after Mr. Ziegler then, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you're not actually able to tell us whether two powders that you receive are from different, if the two powders from different locations actually originated from the same source?
What do you mean by source?
Like if they're from the same source of a cartridge?
No, I couldn't specifically. I can just say what I received and what my examination results were.
Well, but you can't say that they originated from the same source. You can only say that they're consistent, right?
If I was if I was trying to associate two things together, like comparing two things together, but in this case, both of the two powders within this submission, they were physically and chemically distinct from one another. So they wouldn't be able to be from the same source.
Well, but you, right. Well, but you have a way to, you can only say that they're consistent. You can't say that they are from the same source.
Oh, if say that these two powders were not.
What do you think of Jason Bowles, his demeanor while his assistant is making this case? Do you think he's pleased with what she's doing, not interested, or indifferent?
Different, both physically and chemically. The best I could say then was that they are physically and chemically consistent with one another, if that were even the case, which is not the way it is.
Now I've seen, so it appears that there were several cartridges that were sent to the FBI laboratory for testing beyond the 11. And I just want to make sure you don't have an additional report, or you didn't test any of the other cartridges that went to the FBI lab other than these 11?
That's correct. I was only given 11 samples to examine.
And so it seems like the purpose of your work is to determine whether there's smokeless powder present, right?
Well, I would say the purpose is to determine whether or not the suspected ammunition propellant is ammunition propellant.
And that would be one type of ammunition propellant is smokeless powder that you're looking for, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you used, in order to do that, you used this whole scientific process you just talked about on direct to determine whether these were live rounds, right? You actually had to look at the chemical composition of the powder in order to tell the difference, right?
No, I never made a determination as to whether or not something was a live round. From my explosives chemistry examinations, I determined whether or not they were explosives, specifically ammunition propellant, specifically smokeless powder.
Right, but in order to do that, you actually had to do a chemical composition of the powder to tell the difference, right?
Correct.
And the technique that you had to do to do that is, and you were trying to tell if this.
You could imagine if this was the Baldwin trial, right? And you didn't have this kind of expert. One of the things that might be asked is, okay, so you said it was a live round and everything looks like the live round, but did you ever test the chemicals or the substance inside that round? Because maybe that wasn't a live round. And on that sort of evidence could have hinged an acquittal. Oh, no, we didn't do that test. Okay, case dismissed, kind of thing. So it is also possible that during the correspondence between the prosecution and the various people, the various parties, that maybe this did come up. But, you know, you can also understand how if someone's trying to defend their case to the very last, dotting an I and crossing a T, this would be a potential argument. And so that's also what, like you and I would say, well, it sounded like a live round, it acted like a live round, it looked like a live round, that was part of a live round, and that, but well, there's one part missing from that argument. Did it have the chemical constituents, the powder consistent with a live round? If you hadn't made that connection, you could have a little essential dot that you can't connect in this whole process.
It was, I think you said what, visual microscopic inspection first, right?
Correct.
And then you also did a thermal susceptibility test.
Correct.
And then infrared, like
spectroscopy.
Yeah, but the spectroscopic techniques.
Correct.
Is that what? Okay. And then there was one more. It was the gas chromatography. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. So that sounds very scientific here. These tests are all done in a laboratory, right?
Correct.
And that is the way that you determine if this powder is in fact an ammunition propellant. Is this all scientific in the lab kind of stuff?
Correct. By following the specific technical procedure that we have.
And your procedure also produced over 100 pages of notes, didn't it?
Not specifically notes, I would say case notes. They were probably shorter than that, maybe a dozen or so, but all of the instrument data, definitely over 100 pages.
All right. I'm going to switch gears a little bit to, you were asked some questions about the manufacturer. Isn't it true that it's actually possible to determine the brand of a powder?
If there's enough identifying physical and chemical characteristics, it potentially could be possible, yes.
Okay, and that's something that you are able to perform, but you weren't asked to do that in this case?
No, we weren't asked to do that.
In fact, does the FBI have a standard?
So, mods, please just look out for comments like this, making unambiguous statements of guilt. I mean, that's not for us to decide. That's for the jury to decide. Please just take note of this sort of thing.
Standard operating procedure for smokeless powder analysis that discusses brand determination?
Not specifically brand determination, but trying to find a specific type of smokeless powder, yes.
Are you saying there's no FBI SOP that talks brand determination?
You must just remember, if you make a comment like this and Hannah is not found guilty, then you can be charged with defamation. So just bear in mind, that's the thing that you've got to, then you would go to court and you'd have to prove that she's definitely guilty when these people perhaps couldn't. And that would cost you some money, I think.
I don't recall specifically brand determination being in it, but maybe it is. But there are ways, and we do even have a database of several hundred different smokeless powders.
It does kind of remind of Bob Newhart.
That we could compare.
Yeah, no, he definitely does.
We weren't asked to do that, and
a young Bob Newhart, right?
Sort of, as you alluded to, it's very, very hard to say that two things are the same. Technically, it would be very, very hard for us to say these two powders are these specific type of brand. But if there were enough physical and chemical distinct characteristics within them, that we could hopefully at best narrow it down to a brand and maybe like a line of products.
Right. And in fact, what you just said with the FBI's laboratory having a database with smokeless powders that can assist in brand name determination, that's in the SOP, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. But you weren't asked to go through that database in this case or to do that?
No, there was no request to try to determine the specific manufacturer.
Okay. So let's talk about, I think you also took some measurements, right, of the diameter of the particles?
Correct.
And the purpose of that, can correct me if I'm wrong, it's you can, in taking the diameter, you can compare the similarities and differences of the diameters, right?
Yes.
That's a purpose. But in this case, you weren't asked to perform an associations analysis?
Oh, we don't have an associations analysis.
Okay.
But I did differentiate between the two different types of powders that were identified.
Right, but in terms of actually comparing them, let's talk about the weighing. You didn't weigh the powder, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. And that would be another way, would you agree, to differentiate the different particles by weighing it?
But by how one specific particle weighs?
Right.
Yes.
And so you don't know because you didn't weigh them, I guess, if these were partially full or completely full, the cartridges, when the powder was in them.
Oh, no, I didn't do any sort of weight examination, no.
But wouldn't weight tell you, weighing the powder would tell you how much was in the cartridge, right?
Yes, in terms of weight, yes.
Now, I think we were talking a little bit about timeline earlier. I think you said that your work in this case, your report was dated in May of 2022, but your work is actually done in like April of 2022. Is that right?
Correct. I believe I started in April of 2022.
And how soon would you start? I mean, you can tell me, can you extrapolate from that? If you started your work in April, did you report in May when these items were received by you?
By me, I would have to look at the chain of custody.
Okay. Would it be close to April of 2022?
I would expect it to be April of 2022.
Okay. So you weren't provided with these until April of 2022?
I would have to look at the chain of custody to be certain, but I believe I received them in April of 2022.
Now, I must say, I find that a little bit surprising. The fact that, and you can almost assume that what happened, so the incident happens in October 21st, then, then the entire month of November goes by, the entire month of December goes by, January, February, March, right? And these, these bullets and powders don't go anywhere. There's no evidence testing. And you might say, why not? Well, because the whole case was still under investigation. There were all sorts of things delaying that investigation, including Alec Baldwin only handing his phone over in the first week of January. So that is also going to delay the investigation. You must also remember, for quite a long time, it wasn't clear whether a crime had even been committed, right? It wasn't just, okay, someone's guilty. It was a combination of maybe no one is culpable, maybe one person is culpable, maybe two people are culpable, maybe 3, 4, 5 or more culpable. That then makes it a very complicated investigation. There are a lot of people to investigate, a lot of angles to look into, and also a lot of witnesses that you've got to talk to. In theory, there were 200 people that they had to conduct interviews with. And so I think that would have made this a very burdensome investigation. And that might be why it took so long to get to that particular stage. You may remember that the district attorney, for quite a long time, I don't think they were prepared to say whether they're going to bring charges against anyone.
All right. And I mean, you said you're the chemist, you did all the tests here, but you have no personal knowledge about where these were on October 21st of 2021, right?
Correct.
Just a second. Pass the witness.
Redirect.
Mr. Gillette, does the FBI and your lab in particular have procedures and policies in place that discuss cross-contamination of evidence?
Objection, you're outside the scope.
She asked him.
I never asked about cross-contamination.
Overruled.
Go ahead and answer.
Yes.
So that was pretty interesting. The prosecutor, Jason Lewis, comes into the whole thing and he says, do you have any procedures in place in your lab to mitigate cross-contamination? And then she pops up and says, that's outside the scope. I never said anything like that. But it did sound to me like that was what was being inferred. How long was it lying around? Who had it before you? Do you know who handled it? That seemed to be what was being implied, didn't it? And no wonder the judge overruled that objection.
Can you describe those policies and procedures to the jury, please?
Specifically within the explosives unit, we minimize, reduce, and eliminate cross-contamination a number of different ways. When we start our examinations, wherever we're working, we don clean PPE, so lab coat, gloves, safety glasses, but we have to clean our work surface typically with isopropanol, so rubbing alcohol, and then put down clean butcher paper so that the surface we're working on is clean and not contaminated, and that we, anytime we handle a different sample, we either do that, change our gloves, just, those sort of procedures to make sure we're not introducing anything into the sample that isn't
You've probably got to, in his line of work, got to be very careful you don't sneeze suddenly.
Part of the sample. Do you ever work on 2 samples at the same time?
Yes.
In what circumstances would you work on 2 samples at the same time?
Or I can contain them and keep them separated from one another.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, you're excused. Thank you, sir.
Okay, next witness. Who is going to be our next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Jerry Lynn Conway. Can you get approach?
So a very different look and feel in terms of this courtroom. Even the people inside the court have a different kind of personality to the folks in Connecticut.
All that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat talking to the microphone.
Or like if we had to take that a little bit further, how is, and Liesel, maybe you can contribute here, how is this court ostensibly different to the one in Connecticut? In a way, I think the simplest way I would describe it, this is my impression, is that it's just more down to earth. It's just very almost like what you see is what you get. It's very without pretense, without a lot of what's the word? There's not a lot of fluff, if I can put it that way. And that's not to say that the witnesses were fluffy in the Connecticut trial, but more perhaps some of the lawyering was quite fluffy, in my opinion. What do you guys say? Any thoughts? The filming definitely gives it a much more personal sense of the courtroom, doesn't it? It's not so what's the word? It's not so indirect as it was in Connecticut.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
Thanks, Terry.
Thank you.
Great. Would you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Geraldine Conway. It's spelled JerrylynConway.
And what's your current occupation?
I'm a DNA examiner in the DNA casework unit at the FBI laboratory.
And what are some of your responsibilities as a DNA examiner?
As an examiner, I basically manage a case. When a case comes to our unit for DNA testing, I determine what testing we're going to do on those items of evidence, and then a team of biologists will do the testing for that case. I'll review the results of that test. I'll determine if more tests need to be conducted, and then I'll do comparisons and write a report, and then testify as needed.
Great. Tell us about your educational background.
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Genetics from Texas A&M University and a Master's of Science in Molecular Biology from New Mexico State University.
And prior to working at the FBI, what kind of experience did you have?
I worked in a genetics lab at New Mexico State University working on cotton genetics testing.
Great. And you may have already said, I missed it, how long have you been working at the FBI?
So another difference in terms of this trial is you don't sort of have so many objections that the judge has got to sort of try and figure out what's the legal middle road, I guess, or not even middle road, but what's the correct legal position to take. The judge has been very, what's the word? We haven't really heard much from the judge in this trial. So we only had day 3 though. although we did get a kind of impression from her, she brooks no truck with anyone, which is kind of no nonsense right in the beginning. But so far, I must say that this case is moving pretty quickly. Witnesses coming in, not a lot of slow kind of arguments between both counsels.
I've been there since 2000, so almost 24 years.
Great. And have you attended any specialized training for the position you currently hold at the FBI?
I did. I went through about a 2-year training program. I took moot court examinations so that I could be sure to be able to explain my results to a group of jurors. And then
So we actually have someone here who is going to possibly do jury duty next week. So hopefully you've been well schooled. You're going to know exactly how to behave, and hopefully you can attend that trial. I'm not sure if you want to, and then let us know how it goes, Joanne.
I also took oral board examinations in the fields of serology, genetics, and statistics.
Great. And have you ever been recognized by a court previously as an expert witness in this field?
I have, yes.
Great. Your Honor, I move that the court recognize Ms. Conway as an expert witness in the field of forensic serology and DNA analysis. Bless you, Your Honor. No objection.
All right.
I think the judge just sneezed.
I have to repeat that when I sneezed, you couldn't hear some of it. All right.
Forensic serology and DNA analysis.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. What is forensic serology?
Forensic serology is the identification of body fluids such as blood on items of evidence.
And how do you perform serological examination on items of evidence?
When a biologist looks at an item of evidence, they'll look for areas of staining. So those areas of staining then will be tested with chemicals. A small portion of that stain will be swabbed using a swab is like a Q-tip with just the cotton on one end. That moistened Q-tip will be used to sample a small portion of that stain. And then chemicals will be added to that swab, and a color change will be expected. If it's positive, that means that blood might be present on that item. It's considered a presumptive test. And if it's negative, then blood was not detected on that item.
Serology.
Dealing with blood serum, especially in regard to its immunological reactions and properties, but it could be just testing for blood as well, in terms of the forensic side of it.
Serology.
We should actually make a list of all the interesting words we come across on a court day.
Great. And can you give us just a general description of what exactly is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it acts as our genetic blueprint. We inherit our DNA from our parents. We get half from our mother and half from our father, and we basically have 2 copies of our DNA.
And where is DNA found?
DNA is found in our cells, and our cells are the building blocks of our bodies. And if you think of a cell like an egg, then the yolk of the egg, we call that the nucleus. And the nuclear DNA is what we test in our forensic testing.
And how can DNA be used to differentiate between different individuals?
Most of our DNA is the same. However, there is a small portion that is different among us. Some of those portions are tested in our forensic testing, and those portions are called STRs, which stands for short tandem repeats. These repeats are pieces of DNA that are repeated over and over. When we do DNA testing, we determine how many repeats an individual has in their DNA, and then we're able to look at those areas that differ among individuals.
Can you describe for the jury what's the procedure that you use to develop a DNA type?
The procedure goes through a step-by-step process in the laboratory. And when the biologist sees that there's a stain to be tested, then they can either cut that stain or they might use another swab to swab a portion of that stain. That stain or that swab will be cut and put into a tube that's barcoded and then moves through the rest of the process. After it's collected, then it's extracted, and extraction just means that the DNA is purified away from the rest of the material. So the material it was collected on, and then any other cellular material that might be present. The next step is quantitation, where a portion of that sample is put into an instrument to determine how much DNA is present in that sample. And then a portion of the sample is taken based on that quantitation to the next step, which is amplification. The amplification means that there are pieces, those pieces that we're interested in, those STRs, are amplified so that they can be detected in an instrument. So after the amplification is complete, then a small portion of that sample is moved onto an instrument to separate it out by size. After it's sized, then I can look at that resulting data and determine the DNA profile from that sample.
And what's a reference sample?
A reference sample is a sample from an individual, and we know whose DNA that is. So it goes through all of the same processes to get a DNA profile at the end. But in this case, I know whose DNA is present in that sample, and I can use it for a comparison.
Great. And what does a DNA profile look like?
A DNA profile basically looks like peaks on a graph. So that instrument that separates it out by size, when those pieces move through that instrument, then they are recorded by the instrument. And then I can look at that data. Basically, we look at 21 different locations to determine a person's DNA profile. Those 21 different locations have results at those locations, which end up just being numbers. And remember, we get half of our DNA from mom and half from dad, which means that at any given location, a person might have one result, which means they got the same number of repeats from mom and dad, or they have two results. So they get two different numbers of repeats from mom and dad.
Did you guys know that Hannah's father isn't Thal Reed? That the sort of legend of this legendary armorer isn't actually Hannah's father, it's her stepfather. So I must say, I would be quite interested to know what Hannah's backstory is. How did Thal Reed sort of come into the picture? Did Thal Reed marry her mother? And where is he now? I mean, is Thal Reed supporting her in court?
And what is a mixed profile?
So a mixed DNA profile means that more than one person's DNA is detected on the sample that has been analyzed. And I can tell that it's a mixture when I see more than two results at any of those locations that I test.
So after you develop a profile, what's your next step in terms of how do you do your comparison?
So my next step is to look at the DNA types from the reference sample from someone whose DNA I know it came from, and compare that to the sample that I got from the evidence. When I do that comparison, I might have enough information that I can exclude that person outright. If I can, then I will do that. If not, then I'll use a statistical program to assess how common or rare the DNA types are in the sample, and also could this person be a contributor to that DNA profile.
So aside from that, what other conclusions can you draw from a comparison?
So once I've used my statistical analysis, I have a result that's called a likelihood ratio. This likelihood ratio is basically a comparison of two different explanations for the DNA evidence. One explanation is that the person who I'm comparing to is a contributor to that profile. And the other explanation is that person is not a contributor, and rather an unknown, unrelated person is a contributor to that evidence.
How do you calculate the significance of a match?
That likelihood ratio gives me a number, and that number, the higher it is, the more support I have for one of those explanations over the other. So remember, if the likelihood ratio is high, then the explanation that that person is a contributor is more supported than the explanation that that person is not a contributor.
And do you do any sort of ongoing testing to make sure that your results are reliable?
I know that my results are reliable because our laboratory goes through, there's a number of quality assurance procedures that are in place at the laboratory. We use controls to ensure that the results, we use a positive control to show that our tests are working and we get an expected result from a positive control. And then we also use negative controls to ensure that we have no contamination in our reagents or chemicals that we use. We also, our biologists are highly trained. They're qualified to do the work, and they also wear personal protective equipment. They wear lab coats, they wear gloves, they wear masks and goggles to ensure that they don't contaminate the evidence they're working on either.
Thank you. Ms. Conway, how did you become involved in this case?
So this case was submitted to the DNA casework unit, and then I determined that the samples in this case needed to go through testing, and that testing was then conducted by the biologist. Following that testing, I then reviewed those results and wrote the report.
And exactly what sort of testing were you asked to perform?
We did both serology and DNA testing in this case.
All right. And what was the item that you tested?
We tested a revolver.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 9. Is your monitor on over there?
It is.
All right. Does this appear to be a photograph of the revolver that you performed your testing on?
It does.
Okay, great. Was your lab able to detect and obtain a usable DNA reference sample from this revolver?
We obtained a profile from a sample that was taken from the revolver, yes.
Okay. And did you have comparators to check the reference sample against?
We compared this to 4 reference samples that were submitted in this case.
And do you know who those 4 are?
Yes, I do. We got a reference sample from Alexander Baldwin, a reference sample from Hannah Gutierrez, a reference sample from David Halls, and a reference sample from Sarah Zachary.
And what were the results of your comparisons?
So you can anticipate that there might be, from the defense, a question, didn't you test for Seth Kenny? Didn't you test for his DNA?
Were you able to include or exclude any of these reference individuals?
Yes, for each of those individuals, I developed a likelihood ratio, and the likelihood ratio is different for each person. So the likelihood ratio for Mr. Baldwin, the DNA results from the sample from the revolver are 110,000 times more likely if Mr. Baldwin and 2 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample, rather than if 3 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample.
And with regard to Ms. Gutierrez, what were your findings?
With regard to Ms. Gutierrez, the DNA results from that sample from the revolver are equally likely if Ms. Gutierrez and 2 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample, rather than if 3 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample. This means that the DNA analysis the likelihood ratio was 1, and that DNA analysis was uninformative.
Okay. So is it fair to say you can't say for sure whether Ms. Gutierrez handled this gun?
I can't say for sure whether her DNA was detected in the sample that I analyzed.
Okay, thank you. That's fair. I want to change gears a little bit, and I want to talk to you now about the DNA testing of cartridge casings. What can you tell the jury about the FBI policy of testing cartridge casings?
The policy at the FBI is to not conduct DNA testing on cartridge casings.
And why is that?
There's a limited chance that DNA would be obtained from those cartridge casings, especially if they have been fired. The heat from firing a weapon is significant enough that DNA can be very degraded and broken down from that heat.
And is the policy the same even if the cartridge hasn't been fired?
That's right. It's not our policy to test cartridge casings.
Okay. So if the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office had sent you some casings to test, What would you have done with those?
We would not have tested them.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Ma'am, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So are you saying that the FBI policy is never to test cartridges for DNA?
Our general policy is to not test them. That's right.
Our general policy. So does that mean it ever happens?
I believe it has happened in some cases, but our policy is to not accept those cases.
Okay, well, for example, a terrorism case comes through. Very important terrorism case is presented to you. They say, we need you to test cartridges for DNA. Has something like that ever happened at the FBI?
I'm not aware specifically of a case where they have been tested.
Okay, but you are aware that the FBI can do that. They have the capability to test cartridges for DNA.
It's possible to test them, yes, but there's a number of reasons that we do not, and our case acceptance is to not test them.
Okay, and the allocation of resources, whatever that may be, but you can do that as a unit, as the FBI. You're not telling the jury the FBI can't test rounds for DNA, are you?
Testing for DNA requires that a sample in our lab would be swabbed, and that would also destroy any latent fingerprints that might be present. And so our policy is to leave those samples for latent fingerprints.
Okay, so you would prefer latent fingerprints be collected from those?
Perhaps.
Okay. Now, in this case, you received 4 names, 4 DNA buccal swabs.
I did.
And a buccal swab for the jury, is that inside your?
It's a cheek swab from the inside of your cheek.
So, I mean, I can't help thinking, isn't a possible likely secondary reason why the FBI have a policy against DNA testing ammunition because of a possibility of injury? If you drop a bullet, it can actually go off. If something lands on a bullet, it can also go off. If a bullet gets heated, something can also happen. It just seems to me to possibly also be due to safety issues, that they're not comfortable with that. And it does make sense that fingerprints would be more recoverable from so the impression of a finger on a casing is far more likely to survive that whole blistering process than DNA, which would possibly burn up or be altered, in some way. I don't know if the shock wave when the bullet is fired, I don't know whether that can destroy DNA cells. I'm not sure if that's also a factor.
Okay, and that gets the DNA that you can use later for the comparison.
That's right.
Okay, now you did not receive Seth Kenny buccal swab, did you?
I did not.
Okay. And you did not receive anybody else other than those 4 individuals?
That's correct.
And so your primary conclusion in this case was that Baldwin likely touched the revolver, correct?
My primary conclusion is that the DNA that I tested supports the inclusion of Mr. Baldwin as a contributor to that DNA. Yes.
Okay. And the other part I didn't quite understand, the 3 unknown contributors, but the bottom line is likelihood he touched it. Obviously, he said he did.
His DNA is consistent with the DNA that I found on the gun. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So quite an interesting question from Nate. Nate, how can I put this? It wasn't as though Hannah was their first choice. They were definitely scraping the bottom of the barrel, and I don't mean that in a nasty way. There were all the armors had been snapped up, so it was a combination of that there weren't many armors to choose from, and also Rust were a little bit picky. They had quite a low budget, and they also they found an armorer, and they wish I could remember his name. because I did deal with that. But they found an armorer, but they wanted him to also be the props guy, and he said, "No ways. You know, I'll do armorer. I'll be the armorer guy, but I'm not going to do props as well." And then they didn't hire him. So you can see that Rust were kind of high maintenance, kind of demanding, too demanding. And you can also imagine from a armorer's perspective, you would say, wow, on a cowboy movie, you want me to double my roles? So that's really unreasonable. Because firearms were used on 10 of the 12 shooting days before everything was interrupted. So Hannah did get a bit of a raw deal. Does that answer your question?
Nothing further.
All right. Thank you. You're excused.
Thank you. Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure.
Okay, so let's see if we have another witness. Who is this? Is this possibly an armorer?
Affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, have a seat talking to the microphone.
I seem to remember him being interviewed as an armorer. That's how good my memory is.
Go ahead and state your name for the record, please.
Ross Addiego.
Spell your last name if you would.
Addiego.
Mr. Addiego, how are you currently employed?
As a Dolly Grip.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a Dolly Grip does?
I help the camera department in any way possible with camera support. So any camera movement, whether on a dolly, camera cranes, rigging a camera to vehicles, I assist them in any way that I can as a representative from the grip department.
So, Nate, that is an excellent point, and I do agree with you that the person who hired Hannah not only hired her but kept her on after the various incidents also has, I think, something of a case to answer for. I suspect that aspect, that area of what you're talking about, is going to be dealt with in the Alec Baldwin trial. And more than likely, Alec Baldwin is going to say what he said on the interview with ABC, where he said, I had nothing to do with recruitment. And I don't think that is strictly speaking true or false. I don't think it was his job to put his nose into every person that was hired, but I also think it does, how can I put it? I don't know if it makes sense that he would be absolutely ignorant of the entire staff, given that, in a sense, one could argue it was his production. And I think he would argue that it wasn't his production, it was a production.
You do this on movie sets?
Movie sets, television sets, music videos, commercials, yes.
Give us a little bit of an idea of your background and experience in the film industry. How long have you been working as a dolly grip or generally kind of as camera supportive crew?
I've been in the industry almost 30 years at this point.
And when we talk about film credits, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we mean when we say film credits.
On a TV show, we wouldn't often be listed at the end of the show. On a movie, you would see credits roll at the end of a movie. But online, there's a database, internet movie database that kind of tracks not only the productions, the shows, the actors, and also the crew, which I would fall under.
Does he look a little bit like that guy in Breaking Bad?
So that essentially acts as a resume for me.
And on that online database, approximately how many film credits do you have?
Over 100.
And would you say that over 100 is approximately the number of film credits that you really have?
I would say that represents half of my time on set. Certain things don't get, a lot of commercials don't get listed, music videos don't get listed. Most of my TV and film work, I think, is on there.
Okay. So your total amount of credits might be closer to 200?
That's probably a safe assessment, yes.
Okay. And back in October of 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed as the A-camera Dolly Grip on a little movie called Rust.
So when you say a camera, is there more than one camera?
Yes, that movie had two cameras, an A camera and a B camera.
And is that common?
It is very much common, yes.
Have you ever worked on films that had more than two cameras?
Yes.
And have you worked on films that had only one camera?
Yes.
So as the A camera Dolly Grip, can you just kind of walk us through what you're doing on set?
In the simplest terms, helping the director of photography capture the director and writer's vision for the project.
And specifically, how are you doing that? Physically, what are you doing?
Again, assisting with the camera movement. On this movie, we had a good number of crane shots, so high and wide, to see the western town or the beautiful environment we were in. A lot of dolly moves, so there was constantly movement throughout the story, whether moving into a set or coming out of a set to reveal other characters.
So what's the dolly and what is the dolly used for?
The dolly is a piece of camera support equipment used in lieu of a tripod or another stable or static camera support apparatus. So the dolly typically has 8 wheels, different size dollies depending on the project, and it also has a hydraulic boom system. So I can, with my controls, boom the camera up and down, whether during the shot or to set up a shot and get the camera where both the director of photography and the camera operator and the director think it best tells the story we're trying to tell in that moment.
And who was the director of photography for this film?
Helena Hutchins.
And who was the director for this film?
Joel Souza.
And do you recall, was the camera operator for camera A always the same person?
Until the fateful day, it was the same person.
And who was that person?
Lane Looper.
His name was Andy. His last name escapes me at this moment.
Okay. In this film, was camera A always on a dolly?
No.
So other than the camera filming from the dolly, how else can cameras film?
We did a good bit of handheld. So my cameraman would have the camera on his shoulder by his hip, and I would assist him with that weight and keeping him safe as he's moving around.
And let me stop you right there.
Yes.
Approximately how much does that camera weigh?
On that project, it was, depending on the lens, 40-ish pounds.
Okay, go ahead.
So I wonder whether he was in the church when the incident happened, and if he was, what he saw, what he observed, what he remembers.
And then we also had Andy on a man-rideable crane, which means that I could put him on a camera crane that was 20 some odd feet long or longer, and kind of put him up in the air to get wide vistas of our sets and locations.
So how long had filming been going on the set of Rust prior to October 21st?
We were a couple of weeks into it.
And when you say a couple of weeks,
Are
we
days.
talking, how many days are in the work week?
My recollection is we were doing 5-day weeks, but at some point our weeks shifted. I think we were doing a Tuesday through Saturday schedule. So we were 10 to 12 days in, I believe, at that point.
Okay, 10 to 12 days of actual filming.
Correct.
That's right.
Okay, because you had weekends.
We did. We typically had whatever our union protocol was, 2 days off, 48 hours or some such.
Now, with regard to all of your film credits, can you tell the jury approximately how many projects you've worked on where there was an armorer on the crew?
Can't give you an exact number, but a dozen or more at this point in my career.
And why?
So I guess you could ask, was this armorer like all those other armorers? Was this armorer typical or atypical? What do you think the answer is? If this guy's worked with a dozen armorers, is this armorer just like all the others?
Why would a production company hire an armorer?
Because they plan to use potentially deadly weapons and ammunition.
And what is your understanding of what the responsibilities of set armorer are?
Sure.
Now, I must say, you would think that the best person to say what the duties of an armorer are would be an armorer, another armorer. That's actually what I thought this guy was. So it's a little bit strange having a Dolly dude talking about the duties of someone else on the crew, although I think if you just say it in general, I think it's pretty obvious. The armorer takes care of the firearms. Thanks a lot for that. Thank you. Was that the first super chat footage? No, I think there was a super chat from Liesel as well. Yeah, this super chat, and then a couple of members.
Mr. Addiego, based on your experience working on films with armorers, do you know what the armorer is responsible for?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
My understanding of the armorer's responsibilities is any working firearms and any ammunition is under their control.
Pretty good answer.
And when you
Pretty
say that
straightforward.
working firearms and ammunition are under your control, are under their control, let me ask you, in your experience, are there certain industry protocols that are followed on movie sets by armorers?
And so you would want to ask the same question What are the protocols for actors when they get a firearm? Are there any? What do you think the answer is? Thanks a lot, Earth. So, Rich Buddy, I hope you're listening. I hope you're here. Now it's time for your question to be addressed.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to lack of foundation.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
You've testified that you have worked on 12 movie sets with armors. Is that correct?
It is correct.
12 or more.
At least 12.
Has that experience made you familiar with what you believe are the industry protocols for armors on movie sets?
Your Honor, again, I'll object.
Counsel approach.
Thanks, Earth. Appreciate it. Thank you. You can understand why the defense are objecting. This cuts right down to the responsibilities of their client. And so this is something they don't really want to be talking about. They want to talk about the responsibilities of law enforcement, of FBI officers, but not their client. That is a thing that is facing their client one way or the other. I wonder what he thinks about Hannah right now and what she thinks about him.
Mr. Addiego, in the films that you worked on where there was an armor, and for the purposes of this question, we're excluding the movie Rust. Did you notice certain safety protocols that you yourself saw armorers engage in all of those movies up until you got to the movie Rust?
Yes.
See how anal the law can be. It can be so freaking nauseating in a way. Don't say this. Don't use that word. Ask the question without saying that and that. It can be sometimes really idiotic.
I'd like to talk to you about those. In the other movies where there were armorers that you worked on, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how, under what circumstances in your experience, can you describe the safety protocols that the armorers on those other movies engaged in when they would bring a firearm onto set for use in filming a scene?
Your Honor, I'm also going to object to relevance.
Now, even though this particular dude was on Rust, the defense are now, do you notice how the defense is jumping up constantly now? They've been very laid back. They've been very easy with everything. Suddenly now they're jumping up constantly. And even though this Dolly dude was basically, he was a crew member on Rust, he would have observed Hannah directly. Please don't say anything about Hannah on Rust. It's not fair. And it's like, well, isn't that why we're here? Isn't that why we're in this courtroom? To examine what she did compared to other armorers. Please, no. I object. Are you going to be talking about what armorers need to do? I object. But then when you have law enforcement on the stand, what did you not do? How long were you studying that? Oh, and you didn't do that, did you? So anyway.
In other movies, has no.
He is a good lawyer. He is a good lawyer. He's standing up for his client. But wow, are we not supposed to find out what actually happened on the set with someone who freaking was on the set.
No relevance to what happened on Rust.
Response.
Can we approach?
Sure.
Okay, let's see if we can jump ahead.
And I'm going to stop you right there. In terms of the safety meeting, who is the person on set, in your experience, who usually calls for the safety meeting?
The first assistant director.
And that would not be Ms. Gutierrez.
No, it would not.
Who was the first assistant director in this case?
The first assistant director on Rust is Dave Halls.
Okay. So you mentioned one of the first things that happens is there's a safety meeting.
Typically, we would discuss, I guess I should back up. Typically, when we receive our call sheets, an email call sheet the night prior to filming.
Okay, hang on just a second, because I don't know that we have very many people here that are in the film industry. What's a call sheet?
So I would receive an email, typically receive an email every night before filming, and that email would include a call sheet that would list who will be on set, both cast and crew. It'll tell us what scenes we're doing. It'll tell us locations, kind of general information for the day, weather, what time the sun goes up and down, whatever production feels is pertinent information. And then a lot of times what they'll attach to that email are the sides, the actual parts of the script we're shooting for the day, and then safety bulletins, whatever union safety bulletins would be appropriate for that day, whether firearms or animals, inclement weather. And then on the day of filming, typically the first assistant director would call for a safety meeting and call all of the cast and crew that would be involved to listen to that meeting. And potentially the armor may have something to say as far as what we're doing. If we're firing blanks, here's the...
But hang on, I'm going to stop you right there. So hypothetically, if the scene calls for the firing of blanks, because we haven't had a lot of this testimony in trial yet, can you explain to the jurors what your understanding is about the difference in the different loads of blanks?
In my experience, the armor would tell us if we're using dummies or blanks, and if we're using blanks, which would make a noise and a flash, they would typically describe the power. Quarter load, half load, full load would give us some indication as to the potential danger with that particular firearm being used by the actor in that scene.
And let me stop you right there. You talked about the particular danger. Can blanks be dangerous on a movie set?
My understanding is they can, yes.
And are there certain, is there certain safety gear that some crew members may use if there is going to be the firing of blanks in their immediate proximity?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jurors what that would be in your experience?
Certainly. The very basic personal protective equipment we would use would at the very least be safety glasses and some form of hearing protection, pardon me. But sometimes it may be covering the camera operators that may be in jeopardy with special coats to deflect anything coming out of those firearms. We may protect the camera and the lens with special acrylics like Lexan, bulletproof glass, essentially. So yes, we would take certain precautions.
Is that the reason that it's important for you to know what size blank is going to be used?
Yes.
And with regard to dummies, go ahead and continue to kind of walk us through how this would work.
So typically, depending on the firearms being used, in this case, it was a Western. So a lot of the firearms were older Western style 6 guns where you would see if the gun was potentially loaded or not. And sometimes that may simply mean loaded with a dummy round. So if the camera saw the front of the firearm, the audience would think that it was absolutely a loaded firearm, but the dummy rounds typically for us as the crew are different than the blanks in that they may appear as though they're a real bullet, but they would typically have a hole drilled in them, or the primer at the end that would ignite that bullet would be removed or already be pushed in. And then sometimes the dummies, depending on how they're being used in the film, you can't make holes in them. So what I guess the props people that make them put a little BB in there. So the armor can shake that dummy and you would hear a little BB rattle in there. And that's supposed to let us know that that particular bullet or round is safe.
So is this the information that you would receive at a safety meeting?
Both at a safety meeting, and I believe some of this is stated in the safety bulletins put out by IATSE.
And what is IATSE?
IATSE is the union most filmmakers belong to. It's International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees.
And do actors also belong to IATSE?
Typically, no.
Do they have their own union?
I believe they refer to it as a guild, but they would be the Screen Actors Guild is what the actors typically belong to. Yes. Is
IATSE the union for crew members as opposed to cast?
It is, yes.
Okay. Now, the call sheet and the email and the safety bulletin that you've referred to, in your experience, who provides that to the cast and crew? Is it the armor?
No, that's generated by production. Someone in production would generate that and get it out to us in whether it's an email or given to us on set.
So Ms. Gutierrez wouldn't have been responsible for that?
Not with what I know.
And you indicated that in terms of safety meetings, the safety meetings are called by the assistant director and not the armorer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
With regard.
So what I want you to do now is, if you look at this part of Hannah's shoulder, right over there, and you look at the edge of the gallery, this sort of plank of the gallery, I want you to look and see if you can notice this gap changing here, which is a sign that she's breathing quite heavily. It's a sign of being nervous. I must say the look on her face already looks that way. Just look at this area and see if you see a rise and fall in her jacket.
To safety bulletins, was there a difference between the way that safety bulletins were handled on the set of Rust and the way that safety bulletins were handled on the other films you participated in that had firearms and armorers?
It typically would say, please, it would ask us to please refer to the appropriate safety bulletins, and then they would list the number of that bulletin. And then in that email, I'd be able to click on a link if I so chose to review that bulletin. I don't recall any of those bulletins actually being attached to our emails during Rust.
Just saying, there weren't really any safety bulletin.
I don't recall ever receiving a safety bulletin from Rust Productions, no.
Let's jump to safety meetings. On the other sets that you worked on that had guns and armorers, how frequently would a safety meeting occur?
At least once a day, if not more. frequently.
And on the set of Rust, how frequently did safety meetings occur?
Don't know that I was invited to more than one during our.
Discharged.
I was within feet of it, and she seemed pretty.
Sorry, I'm not quite sure what happened there. Let's just go back. I'm trying to show you Hannah's demeanor here.
Firearm and the ammunition to see those safety checks, whether that's looking through the barrel, shaking those rounds we discussed, the dummy rounds, to hear that. Really
Look over there.
Well, for lack of a better description, the most uptight and anal retentive people on set, because they literally have people's lives in their hands. They don't joke around. They don't really have friendly conversations. They stick to themselves and focus on the task at hand. Most of them, in my experience, seem to be either former military or law enforcement and have some sort of background with firearms.
And that makes sense. They've got a very serious duty. And like he says, you don't expect an armorer to be joking around. They've got a very serious job, right? And I don't know whether that's him looking at Hannah, but if it is, he doesn't have the nicest expression on his face.
Did you notice a difference then generally in terms of just the behavior, the general behavior on the movie set of the other armors you worked with as compared to Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
What was that?
She wasn't necessarily as serious or professional as I'm accustomed to with the other armors that I've worked with.
What do you mean? Give us an example.
Big statement.
I recall walking by her cart a number of times, and firearms and or bandoliers or ammo belts being left out on the cart unsecured. I don't know that I've ever seen an armor pull loose ammo out of a fanny pack. Typically, my experience with armors is any ammo they use, blanks or dummies, comes out of some sort of container, whether it's a labeled box or some other plastic type ammo container. So.
Now, in terms of you indicated that you would see firearms and gun belts unattended on the cart. Why was that? Why did that stand out to you?
It was out of the ordinary. Again, my experience is most of the firearms I've seen on set come out of some sort of locked bag, locked container. Some armors, depending on the show, have a whole wheel around cart with drawers that they can lock.
So let me put this into perspective. Yeah, you've got a guy who's part of the crew who's been part of many other crews, and he says, wow, it's pretty obvious this person seems not very professional. And then I think you've got to ask the question, well, didn't Alec Baldwin notice that? Didn't Alec Baldwin, who's also been on many movie sets, notice that this person also seems different to the others? This person seems to know that an armorer has got a very important job. Didn't Alec Baldwin, who's not the dumbest person in the world, didn't he know that the armorer is a pretty important job, especially on a cowboy movie? Especially on a cowboy movie where there's a lot of shooting taking. This is not a cowboy movie where there's not a lot of gunfighting. This is a cowboy movie with a lot of gunfighting. I think I read somewhere that there was that they were shooting gunfights on 10 of the 12 days. That's a lot. That's a heck of a lot.
A drawer that potentially has the individual's actor's or character's name on that drawer. So that character's props would live in that drawer under lock and key.
Were the guns and gun belts laying out unattended on the prop cart, was that a safety concern for you?
Yes.
Why?
It seemed inappropriate and out of the ordinary that those firearms weren't secured.
And why is it concerning that the firearms aren't secured?
Well, I don't know that they're completely under the armorer's control if they're not under lock and key.
And what's your understanding
It looks like she's taking notes, doesn't it?
of whether those firearms that you saw unattended, were they fake guns or were they real guns?
My understanding, most of the prop firearms we had on Rust were actual working firearms. So.
Okay. Now, based on your experience, just generally, what is the armorer responsible for?
Your Honor, again, this is expert testimony. He's a camera operator, and he's asking.
Well, I don't want this person to answer the question. What is a armorer responsible for? Oh, please don't answer the question. Don't answer the question. What's an armorer responsible for? No, don't answer the question.
Give expert testimony on what armor is.
He's not, sorry.
This is based upon his personal experience only, and as long as it
Overruled.
stays there, it's fine.
Go ahead, sir.
If you don't mind the question again, please.
What is your understanding, based on your experience, of the armorer's responsibilities on a movie set?
To control and keep safe all firearms and ammunition on a given set.
Okay. Go ahead and walk us through, if you will, what in your experience are the safety checks.
Now, it's quite interesting. Hannah is still quite a young person. She's, I think, 26 years old. It seems like she's, to some extent, avoiding eye contact with this witness, doesn't she?
That take place when an armorer is bringing a firearm onto the set for filming.
Typically, the first AD, the first assistant director, would notify us that we're going to use firearms for a scene. Whether they're loaded or not, they would say something about the fact that we're bringing something that's maybe not a rubber dummy, but an actual firearm onto set. And then typically the armorer would invite the first AD, the cast members involved, and any crew that would like to see both the firearm and the ammunition to see those safety checks. Whether that's looking through the barrel, shaking those rounds we discussed, the dummy rounds, to hear that BB, or explaining to us that the actor is going to fire X number of blanks and they're going to be of a certain power, and then making sure that anybody that's going to be in close proximity has the appropriate safety equipment they need, and they're prepared for that moment on camera.
So what you just described regarding the armorer showing the gun and allowing people to look down the barrel, why would that be important to crew members?
Because unfortunately, there have been accidents in the past where the barrels weren't cleaned in firearms and a blank was fired, and whatever debris was in that barrel injured or killed somebody on set.
So
That basically happened in the Brandon Lee case.
with regard to your experiences with Ms. Gutierrez, were the cast and crew ever invited to look down the barrel?
Not to my recollection.
And was that concerning to you?
It was.
Why?
Well, they call them safety checks for a reason, and we were moving through those instead of pausing to have those checks.
With regard to the sequence that you described where the armorer shows the dummy rounds to the cast and crew, and I want to be clear, in your experience, does the armorer hand you the dummy round or the blank so that you can shake it?
No, I'm not actually allowed to touch the firearms or ammo. So if a particular round was in question, we could ask for them to, show us that it is one type of round or another.
And with regard to dummies, how would the armorer do that?
Again, in my experience, the way the dummy rounds are manufactured, you would have one of potentially three indicators that it is not a live round. One being a hole drilled in potentially one side or two sides of the brass, so you'd actually see a hole in the bullet. Sometimes the primer is either already struck by something or it's removed altogether, the primer being the end of the bullet, or they would shake them like you'd hear like a rattle because there's a BB inside that brass or steel case.
Who is the person responsible for shaking them for you or showing them to you?
The armorer.
And on the set of
So take note of a blink rate at the moment.
Rust, did Ms. Gutierrez do any of that?
Not that I recall.
In your experience on other movies, when is the gun loaded with the ammunition by the armorer? And let me kind of make that more pointed. Is that something that's done away in secret, or is that something that's done in front of cast and crew?
Bless you. No, in my experience, it would be within moments of that safety check where the cast and or crew are invited to see that firearm. They would then load that firearm knowing that we're about to roll the camera. Some armors, for reasons unknown to me, would in fact not even hand that firearm to the actor. They would actually place that firearm in the actor's holster and then indicate to the first assistant director that they're good to go. And then the assistant director typically would call rolling at that point.
So the gun is generally, in your previous experience, loaded with either the dummies or the blanks right there in front of cast and crew.
Correct.
Is that a practice that Ms. Gutierrez followed?
Not to my recollection.
Do you recall ever watching her or taking note of her loading the gun in the presence of cast or crew?
I think there were a couple of times on set where we were doing these quick resets instead of cutting the camera, where she was put in a position to reload that as quickly as she could and hand it back to our actors.
And when you say she was put in a position, who would have put her in that position?
In that particular instance, both the first assistant director that's in charge of safety and the actor producer, Alec Baldwin.
Interesting.
And with regard
Important
to your
point.
experience on other movies, have you ever seen an armorer slow down that pace so that they are not being rushed.
Yes.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ever take any steps to slow those things down if she was being rushed?
Not that I ever saw.
So if I was Hannah there, I would feel frustrated and angry because I think she had complained to the unit, the unit production, Catherine Rowe Walter. She'd complained to her, I think, to say that I think that she needs more time. I think there is a email or a text to that effect, and Catherine was pretty unsympathetic.
Give me just one moment.
So you can see in this part of the testimony, not only has Hannah's appearance changed quite a lot, she's spoken to a lawyer, leaned over, she's taking notes, she's blinking quickly, but also her lawyer's been jumping up and down like a jack in the box. This is pretty important testimony. It is important who was on the set, what did they see, and how does she compare to other people in their experience, favorably or unfavorably.
Were you present for the filming of every scene that was filmed on the set of Rust during those 2 weeks?
I believe I was present for every scene, maybe not every take.
And when you say take, explain to the jurors what you're talking about.
The scene may require a couple of, each time we roll the camera and cut, that would be considered one take. So depending on what the director was wanting, or if the actors maybe weren't happy with their performance, we would potentially do multiple takes as we worked our way through the different angles of a scene. So it may be from one actor to the next, we shoot one direction and do a couple of takes with one actor and then change directions and perhaps a couple of takes with the next actor that's in that same scene with them.
So with regard to the individual takes that were recorded, were you present for every single take that was filmed?
I was not.
Approximately, if you can give us a percentage, what percentage of those individual takes were you present for?
I think it would be safe to say I was there for 95% or more of them.
Okay. In terms of the way that you've experienced this on other movie sets, how does the armorer behave with regard to if the armorer provides a gun to an actor? In your experience on other movie sets, does the armorer just walk away?
In my experience, the armorer's never out of eyesight of whatever weapons or ammo they're in charge of.
That's also a very good point, because Hannah's story is that she, I guess, gave the revolver to Dave Halls and then basically rushed back to the prop truck and started working on preparing other weapons. I'm a little bit rusty because I dealt with this months ago. I was reading through all the depositions and all the evidence, but that's how I remember it. That was basically that she had to prepare, for the next scene, and that was why I started kind of making a joke that's not particularly funny, that the movie should have been called Rush, Not Rust, because there were all of these instances where you could tell that there was rushing taking place. And this seems to be another indication that, Hannah should have stuck around, and instead it did seem like she would leave the revolver there and then rush somewhere else. To her, to be fair to her, it did seem like that was almost what the circumstances required, because there was so much rushing going on. I'm just trying to think what the other thing was. I seem to remember her saying somewhere, or being mentioned somewhere, that she seemed like she was literally running around. She's running on the set, and she'd solved part of the problem of how to get these weapons from A to B was by having a fanny pack and basically jamming rounds and guns into it. I think that was one of the ways she solved the issue of time. And if you just imagine that, it's quite crazy.
Was that the case on the set of Rust?
It was not.
Describe to us what you saw on the set of Rust with regard to that particular issue, that being the armorer always staying within eyesight of the gun.
I don't know that the armor was always within eyesight of the firearms being used on set.
Okay. And
Hannah just leaned over, made another comment. Her lawyers just quickly made a note. There she does it again.
do you recall being present on the set of Rust on a...
So just a quick, let's just mention this question. Why was it called Rust? Well, Rust was the surname of the lead character, Harland Rust. So it was the story about how he was coming. Funnily enough, the plot of the movie, in a way, mirrored what happened in reality, where the character of Harland Rust was coming to the aid of, I think it was his grandson, either his grandson or his nephew, who had accidentally shot somebody. And so the law were after this relative of his, and he was like this retired gunslinger. And then he came out of retirement to come to the rescue of this young kid. And so in that sense, it's quite ironic.
day where there were what I'm going to refer to as accidental discharges of guns?
Yes.
That is what was said. That is what was said.
Can you describe the first accidental discharge that you recall happening?
I think the first one was the, I don't know if the prop master was loading or unloading.
And let me stop you. What's the prop master's name?
Sarah.
Sarah, I think her name was Sarah Zachary.
Okay.
That was her name. She was, we were outside of the character Rust's cabin, and I don't know if she was loading or unloading a handgun, but unannounced to any of the crew, that firearm discharged. So we consider that a negligent discharge.
And how did you know it discharged?
I was within feet of it and she seemed pretty spooked when I turned around, and it appeared as though she had shot that firearm at her foot.
Can you tell us in your experience, in your opinion, what you think that gun was loaded with?
It made a bang, but it didn't, I don't know if there was a bullet or not, because I don't know if it hit her foot. But it certainly made a loud noise that spooked us and the animals we had on set. I think we had a couple of horses on set, and again, it was unannounced, so it was a surprise to everybody that was around.
Were you prepared?
That kind of makes sense of what a text between Seth and Hannah, where Seth said something about, you don't want to scare a horse with a live round, something like that. I don't know if you guys remember that. That's quite interesting. If that's where the horse comes into it.
Preparing to film a scene or a take at that time?
Yes.
Was it announced by anyone whether the guns were going to be loaded with dummies or blanks?
I don't think at that moment it had been, no.
So another question I would have is, should Sarah have handled a weapon? She's the props master, but I don't know if that includes weapons. And I mean, she was Hannah's boss, but isn't the only person who can handle these weapons the armorer and the actor? As far as I'm aware, it might also be the first assistant director, although I don't know, from some sources I've heard that he's not supposed to handle it either.
Okay. So when that accidental discharge happened, I mean, what did it sound like?
A gun going off?
Okay. And you indicated that this accidental discharge occurred because that gun was being loaded or unloaded by the prop master, Sarah Zachary. Is that right?
That's correct.
In your previous experiences on other movie sets with armorers, did you ever see the prop master loading and unloading the guns?
I've never seen that, no.
Yep.
And can you describe what the other accidental discharge was that happened?
So like I had stated, we were kind of outside the cabin we were using as Harlan Rust's cabin.
And I'm going to stop you real quick. Who's Harlan Rust?
Harlan Rust is the lead character in the movie, and that was played by Mr. Alec Baldwin.
Okay, please continue.
I believe it was Alec's stunt double, so somebody dressed up to look like Alec, was going to be firing either some sort of long gun. I don't remember if it was a lever action gun or a shotgun, something out of the window of the cabin towards, I think it was the law enforcement that were chasing him, that were starting to catch up with him. There was supposed to be a gun, some gunfire, and I believe that Hannah was prepping the stunt double in the cabin with that firearm, and again, unannounced to any of us outside the cabin, that firearm was discharged.
And what did it sound like?
A loud gun going off.
So that's the second discharge. As far as I know, there was also a third incident where something exploded, where there was, and that's actually what I thought the FBI's explosive expert was going to talk about. There was apparently a third incident where anyway, let's hear if he mentions it.
And if you can estimate, how much time passed between the first of these accidental discharges and the second?
My recollection is they were within an hour of one another.
Well, same day. So I just want to respond to that. Do you know how many people were in the church on the day of the incident? 14. 14 people were in that church. That includes Helena and Joel. Do you really think it was about COVID controls?
And in your experience on other movies with armorers, are accidental discharges common?
No.
Have you ever experienced an accidental discharge on another movie?
I don't know that I have.
Okay. All right, we're going to take our afternoon break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. We'll start again at 2:45. Thank you.
So this is the thing that I was at pains to illustrate way back when nobody thought that this was ever going to go to trial. No one's guilty. No one did anything wrong. And I was at pains to try and illustrate what was very clear from like a mile away was the culture on the set was totally inappropriate. And you kind of get a sense of the culture, little glimpses here and there, that it was a bit of a holiday and a bit of a joke and a bit of a the sort of fun free-for-all. And it's as a result of that culture that I think some people thought the protocols were optional. Anyway, let's see if we can skip this break and go straight back to this witness. Looks like the break is still ongoing. Let's have a look at some of your comments. So that's also good comment. It's not as though, wow, why is someone complaining about safety? There's a whole block of people. I think it was about half a dozen people who basically made it, who put it in writing and said, we're finding a lot of things in this movie totally unacceptable. This, that, and that, and that, and then they basically walked out. Right, that they walked out on the production, right? And so that was the one story. The other story that you got from Alec Baldwin was, remember him calling it a very, very well-oiled machine. That's how I described the whole movie set. And was it a very, very well-oiled machine? I don't know if I would agree with that. Let's have a look at some more of your comments. I'm not sure why so many of you are commenting on the orange shirt. I mean, is that really? I think his testimony has been really important. And I think you noticing it, well, the jury are as well. Jan says, I feel a bit sorry for her. I can't help it. You should really feel sorry for Helena and Helena's son. And her husband. Okay. I wonder if we shouldn't take a 5-minute break. Anyone want to take a 5-minute break? Let's just have a look at what is being said in the news media at the moment. nothing as yet. I mean, it's still a kind of a developing story. Let's see if I can find on my timeline anything that is kind of relevant to this. Just give me a second.
When she went down, he went down, and he was screaming really loudly. And I thought,
so we might as well start at the beginning of the 102 episode playlist and just listen to some of the excerpts from the ABC News interview. How about we do that?
what is he screaming? What happened?
Hello and welcome to True Crime Rocket Science, the most authentic voice in true crime. Rust lead actor and producer Alec Baldwin did himself no favors going on to ABC News about 3 to 4 days ago, ostensibly to control the narrative. Has he controlled it, or has he kicked up a hornet's nest? Well, he may have gone on the show not wanting to portray himself as a victim, but he would have wanted to portray himself in a way that would have benefited him, such as by courting public sympathy. And sure enough, there was the appearance of grief, contrition, and remorse. But when asked if he felt guilty, without so much as a pause, he said he didn't.
Do you feel guilt?
No. I feel that there is. I feel that.
Why wouldn't he feel guilty? You don't have to be guilty to feel guilty, but in a situation like this, you would imagine someone would feel guilty. They did something by accident or through whatever, and someone lost their life permanently. It's a huge tragedy. And through whatever circumstance, him picking up the gun led to someone losing their life. Don't you feel guilty about that? And Baldwin didn't just say that he didn't feel guilty. He said someone else was responsible. So I remember way back when I first covered this that I had actually given, well, I think we're actually back on. Oh, that's good news. So when I started covering this, I actually gave Baldwin the benefit of the doubt. I thought it was just a mistake. It was just an accident. And I gave him the benefit of that doubt until I watched that ABC News interview. And then there were so many red flags. There were so many things that didn't seem right about it. And it was based really on that interview that I started covering this case. Okay, so
I can't do anything about the temperature, whether, I don't know if you're hot or cold, but probably hot, right?
Cold. Okay. Are we back on the record?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Addiego, I think that when we broke, you had just finished describing the accidental discharges to us. In your experience in the film industry and your opinion, who is responsible for accidental discharges on a movie set?
I'm going to object again. His opinion is he's not an expert.
What would you say is the answer? When firearms accidentally discharge, who could be responsible for that? I'm gonna object. We can't think or talk about this.
And we don't even know what Seth being talked about.
He's not being tendered as an expert.
This may definitely backfire with the jury. The jury may feel, wow, we want to hear what this witness says, and the defense lawyer keeps interrupting because he's afraid of what is going to be revealed. It's not a very good look for the defense. On the one hand, you might say Bowles is doing his job. On the other hand, it's showing how protective he needs to be over his client's story, doesn't it? And I mean, all of this is about the question. The question was, who is responsible for accidental discharges? Isn't it a simple question with a simple answer? I'm not sure if I totally agree with that, because in this movie there were multiple producers, right? But there is some truth in your comment that certainly the producer, who was the most powerful person on set, I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about that. He was a lead actor. He co-wrote the script. He's a commanding presence. He's a veteran. He's a multimillionaire. Didn't he have any responsibility?
Now I'm hearing things. I apologize. Mr. Addiego, do you recall the question that was asked? You've been permitted to answer.
If you don't mind asking again.
So I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that he is permitted to answer. I'm really not surprised.
In your experience and in your opinion, working in the film industry, what member of the crew is responsible for an accidental discharge?
I would say first and foremost, the armor.
All right. Did the accidental discharges that you described cause you concern?
Yes,
Did you articulate that concern to anyone on set?
I did.
Who?
Both the first AD and his second in command on set, the second AD.
And when you say the first AD, who are you referring to?
Dave Halls.
And what did you say to Mr. Halls?
I don't recall my exact words to Mr. Hall, but I expressed my frustration and anger with the fact that
This is fucked
safety seemed to be secondary to
so
the
to his
production
credit,
clock.
he did raise concerns.
And without saying what Mr. Halls said, was Mr. Halls responsive to your concerns?
Mr. Halls ignored me and walked away.
Jeepers.
And what did you do then?
I went to his second, Ann, I don't recall Ann's last name, and expressed my anger and frustration and asked that this be put on the production report. So
What's a production report?
the production report is essentially
So that is giving you a little bit of a clue into the culture on set. Someone complains, and what happened in this case? He was just ignored.
diary of everything that happens throughout production on the film set.
Do you know whether or not this was ever included in the production report?
I do not.
Thank you. I'm going to take you to the morning of October 21st, 2021. Were you working on set that day?
I was.
And approximately what time do you think you arrived on set?
Pretty early. I believe our call was between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. that day.
And what does that mean, your call?
So on that call sheet we've discussed, those emails would tell me specifically what time my department requires my presence on the set for each day. So that would be my call time for the day.
And when you arrived on set, did anything unusual happen?
Yes.
What was that?
The camera department had decided to leave the show due to safety concerns and some other concerns they had.
And if you can describe for the jurors what effect that had on the production and filming that day.
I would say it threw us into more of a state of chaos than we already were on that film that day.
Put them
Okay, so let's
behind,
back
right?
up. You said it threw you into more of a state of chaos. Generally speaking, what was the state of speed in terms of chaoticness or not on this movie set generally?
I mean, at times we would, well, I guess we'd say we were moving at ludicrous speeds, that we've just trying to race the production clock because we understood that we had a finite amount of time to complete a very ambitious schedule. So we seem to always be rushed and under the gun to get stuff done and move on.
Is there
We always seem to be rushed on the movie Rust.
a saying in the film industry, something about making your day?
Yes.
What does it mean in the film industry to make your day?
So if we know that on that call sheet we've been given that there are, for example, 4 scenes and production's budgeted 12 hours to complete that work in a day, if we complete that, we've made our day. Otherwise, production has to figure out where else to schedule that work to be completed.
Why is making your day or not making your day problematic on a film set?
My understanding of Rust Productions is they were budgetarily restricted to the number of days. Whatever deals happen that I'm not aware of that are not privy to me, we had. Well, Helena and I discussed having probably a few less days than we needed to actually complete their ambitious schedule in an appropriate manner with 2 cameras.
Okay, so you didn't have enough time.
In a nutshell, we certainly didn't have enough time to do what was being asked.
So you indicated that the camera crew walking off created more of a chaotic environment. Can you give the jurors a little bit more of a description about how not having them there was affecting things? And were they replaced?
Well, yes, they were replaced. So on most projects, but certainly on a small project where you're moving that fast, we all count on each other and become close in that short amount of time. And so the camera department had counted on me and I had counted on them and knew that I could trust them. And Helena had handpicked us all to make up her crew. So when suddenly, I think it was roughly 6 people of that crew decided to leave, that was certainly a disruptive thing. And
they were like a family,
I
right?
think we soon learned that their replacements certainly weren't as qualified as they were. And also they only replaced one of the camera teams. So it also meant to me.
So in a weird way, what happened with the camera crew is kind of what happened with the armorer, which is they were running out of time, things were getting quite chaotic, and there's a hole in the staffing. Well, let's just plug that hole and move on, right? It doesn't really matter who it is. It doesn't matter if they that experienced. Let's just get the show on the road. But actually, it does matter, and it does especially matter when it comes to an armorer.
That this schedule is going to get much more intense because we now have half the equipment to do the same amount of work.
I want to just get an idea from you in the days of filming leading up to the 21st. Is it typical for the director of photography to be operating an actual camera?
Not typically, no. They hire an appropriate number of operators based on the cameras they have.
Where does the director of photography usually spend his or her time during filming?
Mostly on set with the crew and the cast. Occasionally they will go to what we would refer to as like the video village, which is where the monitors are set up for the producers, the writer, or maybe cast members that aren't involved in the scene to watch what's actually going on set.
So the 6 people that left, how many people came in to replace them?
My recollection is 2 to 3.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with Mr. Souza or Ms. Hutchins about making that day?
Yes.
And without saying what they said, what was your part of that conversation?
I think they were both concerned that potentially would, prevent us from completing that day, maybe even completing the movie. So I just tried to reassure them that the operator that stayed and I would, get them through the day, that we would, continue on and try to continue making the best film we could with the resources we were provided.
So you indicated one operator stayed. Is that a camera operator?
Correct.
And what was that person's name?
Reed Russell.
Thank you. So what was the first scene that you all were filming on October 21st? Just describe it to us generally. It doesn't have to be huge.
Yeah. I believe it was a couple of the lawmen riding into this Western town where we were filming with some kids, and it's supposed to be an average morning in a Western town, whatever that is. So people going about their day. I think we had some animals on set, and I think it was the lawmen ride into town in pursuit of Harlan Rust.
And when you say you had some animals on set, what kind of animals would you have on this movie set?
Well, certainly the lawmen rode in on horseback, and I think we had some just kind of farm type livestock. Every day kind of changed a little bit. There may have been some chickens, some goats, some cows, mules. There may have been other horses just tied up as, prop horses. Again, this was supposed to resemble a lively, working Western town.
In terms of those animals, are there specific crew members that are put in charge of managing and caring for those animals?
Yes.
Is there a name for those people?
They're typically called animal wranglers.
Okay. And were there animal wranglers employed on this movie set?
My recollection is there was a number of them, yes.
Okay. So were you all able to complete the filming of that scene with the children and the animals?
As far as I recall, we had completed that scene.
Do you recall, was there gunfire in that scene?
I don't recall. I
Okay.
know.
And we don't want you to assume.
No, the lawmen that rode into town were certainly armed as lawmen, but I don't recall any gunfire in that scene.
Okay, there wasn't a scene that required shootouts and blanks and stuff like
Not
that.
to my recollection, no.
Okay. And what then was the next scene that you all were going to be filming on that day?
I believe we moved to the church upon completion of that scene.
And what was your understanding of the scene that was to be filmed and perhaps was indeed filmed inside the church that morning?
That part of the story we were filming that day was, I think at that point in the story, Harlan Rust had been injured in one of the previous shootouts, story-wise, and he finds this church or happens upon this church.
To the church.
He knows he's being pursued by the law. And I think it was story-wise that he goes to essentially hide in the church and in the hopes that he gets the draw on the lawmen when they enter the church. Kind of a last stand, if you will.
And was that scene actually filmed prior to the lunch hour that day?
Pieces of it.
Pieces of it were. Okay. And have you had an opportunity to see those short clips?
I think I saw one piece of that footage, yes, that was covered with the Steadicam.
Okay, because this isn't the first time you've met me.
It's not.
Okay. So I think that we have a stipulation to, let's start with States Exhibit 112, if you can help me, Mr. Bowe. We'll get set up.
Wonder if there's anything here we haven't seen. I think this might be behind the scenes footage in the church. I wonder whether they struggled to get crew members to testify. Chelsea, Freddie is tired. Timmy.
For the court to admit States Exhibit 112 and permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, States 112.
Okay, we're good. Well, it's short. Let's see if it works. Okay. If it doesn't, well, okay, I forgot about that. I'm back to my Apple computer. These are short clips. Hopefully it won't freeze. Fingers crossed. Do you see what's on your screen there, Mr. Addiego?
I do.
And can you, what is this thing that we see before these movie takes? What's the information on that and what's it called?
That would be considered the sound slate. So it's a slate provided by the sound department that is used in editing, and the script supervisor also uses it to keep track of scenes and takes.
And does it tell you the scene and the take? What's the handwritten stuff at the top? It looks like it says 26 and 118B1. Do you know what that means?
Mostly. So I can tell you that, of course, it has the title Rust. It tells you on the left corner the director's name, Joel Souza, and on the bottom right it has the director of photography's name, Helena Hutchins.
And then you can
it signifies that A signifies that it's the A camera, and I don't.
Is it A or is it B?
It appears to be a red A.
Okay.
Which
Okay.
would be
Sorry.
the A camera. And then it looks like on the top right corner, that would be take number 1. And the other numbers typically would be a scene number. So it potentially is scene 26. And then I think 118B would be the note the script supervisor uses for the editors and the writers. And that stuff I don't really get involved with.
And who was the script supervisor for this film?
Our script supervisor was
Mimi
Mitchell, I believe was her last name.
Okay. And what is that the time? What numbers are we seeing there in red?
So it's time code, and depending on how the sound mixer and production wants to keep track of that, sometimes it's elapsed time. So if we started at 6 a.m. and we're 6 hours into the day, it would show you, that it's 6.00. Sometimes it's date and time, and I don't often deal with the details of the slate. So those numbers are generated by the sound department.
Okay.
And fed to the camera.
And this scene is taking place where?
This is it appears to be the church on Bonanza Creek Ranch.
Okay, leap of faith. We're going to press play and hope we don't have any technical difficulties. Let me start that again. We don't have any sound. Give me just one moment.
I wonder if we can jump ahead.
Hang on just a second. We're going to continue with your testimony and we'll come back to it as soon as we're ready. Go ahead. He can put it on that.
Okay.
He's going to need it. Okay, I apologize for that. The scene that was being filmed prior to the lunch hour that we're working up to showing, describe what this scene was supposed to be. What was your understanding of what was going to be filmed?
That Harlan Rust was going to be laying in wait in this church for the lawmen that he knew were pursuing him, and I think at this point in the story, rapidly catching up to him.
I'm sorry, with regard to firearms, what was your understanding about what, if any, firearms were going to be present and used during the filming of that scene?
What I understood was that we were going to finish the piece we started looking at, where it's the Harlan Rust's reaction to the lawmen coming in. And then we were going to film one more piece that we would refer to as an ECU, an extreme close-up, where you see Harlan Rust contemplating pulling his gun or not, kind of rubbing his hands, and then he starts to draw the firearm. My understanding is once we had that piece filmed, we were going to do what we would call a turnaround. So we'd then be filming from behind Harlan Rust, Alec Baldwin, seeing the I think it was 2 lawmen come into the church, and then the shootout would ensue from there.
So
that's quite interesting. What he's saying there is that the rehearsal that Alec Baldwin was doing was the climax really of this whole story. It's basically Alec Baldwin's hero moment in the fictional story. But the important part to note is when the camera was right in front of Baldwin, he wasn't supposed to pull the trigger, right? I'm saying within the mythos of this movie, when the camera was still in front of him, he wasn't supposed to pull the trigger. He was supposed to pull the trigger when the camera was behind him. And so it does seem like, is it reasonable to assume that Baldwin jumped the gun? He was getting ready for his hero moment. And while doing this, perhaps he was tempted to pull the trigger because that is the climax of the whole thing. Does that make sense?
During the scene in the morning, was Mr. Baldwin armed with his prop gun?
Yes.
And what was your understanding about whether that was a real gun or a replica, meaning a rubber gun or plastic gun?
My understanding is Mr. Baldwin always wanted to use his, what we refer to as his hero props. So I understood it to be a real cold gun at that point.
And when you say cold gun, explain to the jurors what you mean.
Cold gun would indicate that the armor and potentially first AD had deemed that weapon safe to be used on set. Cold referring to the fact that the trigger could be pulled and nothing would happen.
Did you know whether the gun in the morning was, whether it had dummies in it or whether it was just empty?
I don't know.
Okay.
So a little bit of a question that is certainly lingering in my mind was, I know Alec Baldwin said, I think that Dave Halls yelled cold gun. I'm not sure whether that did happen. And I guess this witness will establish that one way or the other.
So how did you see for the morning session who brought Mr. Baldwin the gun?
I did not.
And how did that morning session inside the church go? Was it relatively uneventful? How was it?
I mean, other than the previously stated kind of state of rushed chaos we were in, I would say yes, mostly uneventful.
And then when you had completed those couple of takes that we're going to show here shortly, what happened then?
I think that's when we broke for lunch for the day.
And approximately how long was your lunch?
I think we were doing half-hour lunches. Maybe they might have been a little longer because where lunch was a little bit of a van ride from where we were filming.
And when you say a little bit of a van ride, how far away how was that set up?
I think that, so.
I seem to remember that during lunch, someone shouted at somebody else, and there was kind of a complaint. Someone was unhappy because during lunch they got shouted at. I'm not sure if it was Dave Hall shouting at Hannah, but I seem to remember that being part of the narrative of lunch.
The production clock for us works on 0.6 of an hour. So it may have been 6 minutes away. So if it was a half-hour lunch, it may have ended up being approximately 42 minutes, for that travel both ways to and from catering.
And is the food just provided for you all right there on set?
But there's a caterer and a catering tent. Yeah, if not on set, on the facility where we were filming, yes.
So approximately what time, if you know, would you have completed lunch and come back into the church to continue filming?
Again, I think we started between 6 or 7, so lunch would have been called at 12 or 1 and 42 minutes after that. So for argument's sake,
1:42,
2 o'clock-ish.
Okay. And what was your understanding of anything that was going to take place immediately after lunch and perhaps before filming? Can you explain to the jurors?
I believe the decision was made. So we were, for parts of that scene, we were using a Steadicam, which is a camera apparatus affixed to the camera operator. And I don't think they were getting quite what they wanted as far as how the photography was portraying the story. So I brought the dolly in so we could mount the camera on the dolly and give them a more stable platform.
Technical difficulties abound. Go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Please continue, sir.
I think that was it for the.
Okay. So while these gentlemen were speaking to me, did you explain that this was going to be a blocking?
I did not.
Let's go there. Explain what the blocking is.
So the decision was made to go from Steadicam to the dolly. So once we, it takes a moment to convert that camera over from one use to another. So I'm getting the dolly close to the pew where Mr. Baldwin, Harlan Rust would be sitting, and working with the camera operator, Reed. Helena had kind of mentioned where she wanted us, but I believe her and her gaffer were starting to prepare for the turnaround of when the lawmen came into the church. So we were just trying to find blocking the shot, we would call it, trying to find the shot that best told the story in that moment that the director wanted to tell, which was to be, my understanding was to be an extreme close-up of Alec starting to draw his weapon. And then from what I know in the edit, his cut would have been, you as the audience see that weapon start to leave his holster, and then we were going to then put the camera behind him to see the lawmen enter the church, and that's when this shootout would have begun in the church.
So were cameras rolling?
No, we were still blocking the shot.
And were you present in the church when Ms. Gutierrez brought the firearm into the church?
Yes.
And
That's interesting.
tell the jury what you saw and or heard.
This is important.
I never saw the interaction between Hannah and Dave in the church, but I could hear Hannah telling Dave that the firearm had been checked before lunch and had been locked up during lunch. And then Dave called out cold gun or cold weapon. I heard the word cold, and that's when I went back to focusing on my task at hand, helping Reed and Helena find that insert shot.
Let's see what's on the server. I'm still trying to iron out this issue. Thank you, Mr. Addiego.
So Hannah didn't demonstrate anything. She just said that what she'd done, she checked it and it was safe, I guess.
So do you recall who said cold gun? Did you describe that?
I did. I heard Dave Hall's call. I don't recall if it was cold gun or cold weapon, but I heard the word cold, which typically for me is what I need to hear.
And cold gun means it's not going to go bang.
Correct.
Okay. With regard to Ms. Gutierrez's statement that you overheard about her not having checked the gun since lunch, did that cause you any concern?
It didn't.
Why?
Just accustomed to armors checking those guns again on a regular basis. And we had a break. And typically that any firearm that's brought on set is checked, even if it had been checked previously.
Do you know how the gun got from Ms. Gutierrez to Mr. Baldwin?
I do not.
So after you heard Ms. Gutierrez's voice and you heard Mr. Hall's call out cold gun, where was the gun the next time you saw it?
In Mr. Baldwin's holster on his left side.
Did you see Ms. Gutierrez in the church?
I don't recall seeing her in the church after lunch, no.
So go ahead and walk us through. Mr. Baldwin now has the gun. Where is he sitting? What is he doing? Take us through this.
Mr. Baldwin's seated in a church pew, and Reed and I are trying to find an angle, looking kind of over his right elbow or right bicep to see his hands in his lap transition from his lap to that firearm that's kind of hidden in a holster under the coat that he's wearing.
So if you can stand up, if you don't mind, and demonstrate what you believed Mr. Baldwin was supposed to do for the blocking.
My understanding was it was just to reveal that part of, the part of the gun that holds the bullets coming out of the holster. And then that portion of the, that piece of photography was finished. Once we saw that gun coming out of the holster, it would again give the audience the idea in that story that that Harlan Rust is about to defend himself or try to shoot the lawmen before they shoot him as they enter the church.
So I must say my impression is that when Harlan pulls the gun out like that, that would be seen from the rear. That would never be a front-on thing. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but it seems like just that slowly removing the firearm was what the front-end thing was about. But the thing where he actually whips it out, I think that would have been from a different angle. And so that is, if that's true, then it seems to suggest Baldwin was already preparing for the next step while everyone was in front of him. I don't know if I've misunderstood.
How close were the cameras to Mr. Baldwin?
The only camera we had in the church was, I think at that point I had the lens within a foot of Mr. Baldwin.
A foot.
And do you recall where Ms. Hutchins was?
Now, I remember when I covered this, people saying, how dare you say this was point blank? You don't know what point blank is. And all sorts of commentary about that there's a meter between them. And you're going to hear here that basically she was shot point blank, basically maximum 2 feet away, but around about a foot away from where Baldwin was.
I do.
You do?
I do.
Would you explain?
So directly, if I'm sitting in the pew as Harlan Rust, Helena Hutchins was essentially directly in front of
his arm.
Rust, having a conversation with her gaffer. So there was maybe a couple of feet of air in between Mr. Baldwin and the pew that Helena and Serge were standing behind, directly in front of Mr. Baldwin.
And let me stop you. What's a gaffer? We don't know these terms.
My apologies. Gaffer is the head of the lighting department. So he was discussing with the director of photography. My understanding, of course, is they were discussing what we were going to do when we turned around to see the lawman, because we were already lit for the direction that we were filming.
Now, I find that very important, is so that actually completed that part of the filming. And so what really should have happened at this point was the camera crew should have been allowed to move to the back. And I don't know whether I'm assuming correctly, but again, it seems like Baldwin was still practicing this draw. Remember, it's his hero moment. He's still practicing this draw. And bear in mind, he's going to practice this draw, and then in the story, he's going to kill the two people that are pursuing him in the climax of the story. And isn't that what he was premeditating when he pulled the trigger? Like, I'm about to do this. It's a question.
Do you remember the gaffer's name?
Serge is his first name. I believe his last name, and I don't want to slaughter it, but I think it was Svetny.
Okay. Could you understand the conversation between Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Svetnoy? That's my
thank you.
My best try.
So often we couldn't none of us could understand because they often conversed in either Russian or Ukrainian, as they were both born and raised in that part of the world. So,
do you know where Mr. Souza was at this point in time?
Mr. Souza was shoulder to shoulder, just to my right. He was looking at my dolly monitor so he could see what the camera was seeing.
So why would the director be in the room looking at your monitor? Well, let me ask it this way. Why would the director normally be looking at that vantage point from Video Village?
Depends on the director and the situation. Sometimes they'll work with us more closely where they will be shoulder to shoulder, and we'll look at my monitor. We were still waiting for the new camera assistants to finish converting from Steadicam to what we'd call studio mode. So I don't believe the camera actually had a monitor. And potentially that's why he was looking over my shoulder instead of a bit removed in the Video Village.
Okay, we're going to pause for a moment. We think we're going to be able to watch these videos, and that's going to give everybody a much better idea of what was going on in there.
At last. That's another difference between this courtroom and Connecticut. I know they did have a couple of technical issues. At one point, Schoenhorn was struggling to figure out the HDMI cable, but they seem to be far more serious
We've already gone through the slate,
difficulties in this
et cetera,
courtroom.
et cetera. I'm going to go ahead and play the video. This video will be marked as States Exhibit 112. What's that noise we hear? That
I'm not actually sure. I was trying to figure that out myself.
Okay.
Can you see that is the injury that he has over there?
Alan Russ, did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you might have. Ain't no iteration.
Who is the person speaking? Whose voice are we hearing?
It sounds like Jensen Ankles.
And is he an actor?
He is an actor in Rust playing one of the lawmen, is my recollection.
Okay, thank you.
Stand up slowly. and tossing guns.
Okay, we're going to do it again. And set, and action.
Harlan Russ, did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you might have. There ain't no iteration you walking out of this church lesson. You stand up slowly and toss them guns.
Okay, and set. Put it up. Okay,
So
you want to
there's
go
the
over
answer to
that.
your question. That's the answer to your question earlier, that sound.
Why don't you explain to us what we're seeing?
So what you just saw for a brief moment was one of the effects department people coming in to
These are really the very last moments, the very last things that poor Helena saw. And these are like literally the last seconds of her life.
spray at what we'd call atmosphere. So dust or whatever I don't know what's in their spray can, but that is what that sound was. And that's what they were doing, was adding atmosphere that makes it look a little foggy. And if hard light comes through those windows, you would kind of see those lights, the rays of light in that fog.
And I just backed this video up to 1 minute, 6 seconds so that I can ask you the position that Mr. Baldwin is sitting in this video. Is that the same or similar position that he was in the blocking scene after lunch?
Yes, similar.
Okay.
Okay, so if you want to go lower than that.
Well, is there any way you can come up and see me open my eyes, or they don't want? You know, let's say I'm down here like this, and when he says Harlan Russ, I want to go, "Boop."
Okay.
You got to come down here for that.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll see if we can do that. Ready? Here we go.
You want to
On another take. I mean. Here we go. Ready?
All right, another take. And set. Ready? And action.
Harlan Russ, did you get up nice and slow? Toss any guns you have. There ain't no iteration you walking out of this church lesson. You stand up slowly and toss some weapons. Russ.
All right, let's flip the sensor.
Can we try this?
So let me ask you, just so that we get an idea, where we see Mr. Baldwin sitting in the church pew, where is the door to the church?
Behind the camera.
From Mr. Baldwin's perspective, is it in front of him?
In front of Mr. Baldwin, yes.
And where is Mr. Ackles, the gentleman who is speaking in the scene?
It sounds as though he's just to the left of the camera.
So where would that be in relation to the door?
Jensen would be in between Mr. Baldwin and the door.
Okay, and if you can estimate how many feet, how big is this room, and how many feet are there from where Mr. Baldwin is sitting to the door?
In that instance, because we had moved the pews around a little, so in that instance, Mr. Baldwin's less than 20 feet from the door would be my guesstimation.
Okay, and who's this gentleman here that we can see in the video?
That is Dave Halls.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and finish it just for completeness, and then we'll move on to our next one. All right. I am now going to play what will be marked as State's Exhibit 112A.
Did you guys know
I would
that
ask the court to go ahead and admit 112A and give permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
you guys know that Alina's husband is a lawyer, and that, I mean, if you think about it, he was in a perfect position to put in a lawsuit against what happened here, and he did in the beginning, but then he chose not to.
Okay. ready, and action.
Arlen Russ? Did you stand up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you have.
Again, ready?
Little too what?
So who do you think was directing that moment there where he says again? Who do you think was directing Baldwin?
And set, ready, and action.
Arlen Russ? Did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you have.
One more.
And then again, who do you think who do you think is calling the shots and directing this? Do you hear Joel Souza? Do you hear the cinematographer? Who do you hear?
You good? Ready?
Set, ready, and action.
Arlen Russ? Did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you have.
Well, how close can I get right there?
Joe, you only wait to give you that line till he lands,
Okay.
till camera lands.
Yeah.
Yep.
Set this one.
Yeah.
Draw your gun and look up. Point your gun, okay?
Okay, which way? Camera right or left?
It's this side.
So camera left for now.
I'll stand right here for you, Alex.
So whip it out.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me get this all greased. Ready? Okay, ready? Okay, ready? Ready.
I don't know if you noticed that the hammer is actually in the cock position already. Did it need to be?
And set, ready, and action.
Arlen Russ?
Do one more just like that. You got one more? Yeah.
Ready?
And set, ready, and action.
Arlen Russ? Nice.
Okay, so the blocking, you can take these, thank you, Shad. The blocking that you were describing, as a person who was working in the room, were you expecting Mr. Baldwin to pull the gun all the way out? Like what we just saw in those clips?
In the blocking of the ECU.
What's the ECU?
Extreme close up.
Okay.
I was not.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
My understanding was it was just to kind of reveal that weapon coming out of the holster to the camera.
So I think that we may have ended your description of what was going on in the after lunch session where Mr. Souza was standing. And were there other people in the church also?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many people were in there?
Myself, Reed, the camera operator, Zach, the boom guy was.
When you say the boom guy, what is the boom?
Sorry, guys. The person holding the sound boom. So recording sound for the sound mixer was in the church. Joel was shoulder to shoulder, like I had described, looking at my monitor. I believe Mamie Mitchell was to his right. Wardrobe, a woman named Doran was in there, I think, looking over Mimi's shoulder at the monitor. Helena, Serge, My direct boss, Reese Price, who's the key grip, he's the head of the grip department, had just come in to work with Helena and Serge. Dave Halls, and maybe one of the effects guys, I recall, was kind of in and out, keeping an eye on things because they had pre-rigged some of their effects stuff in the ceiling, again in preparation for the big turnaround that we were about to do.
Okay.
So I didn't give you a number, but I think that works out to 12-ish.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So keep walking us through it. What happens next?
So we, I guess Reed and I are trying to find the camera angle that Joel, the director, is happy with, that he feels will tell that piece of the story. I think, like I mentioned earlier, I believe Helena and Serge were discussing how to change the lighting for the turnaround. Reese, my boss, Reese Price, was in there. I think he had just brought in a bounce card, maybe for that insert, maybe for the next shot.
We don't know what a bounce card is.
Lighting apparatus. So he was going to use some of the light coming through one of the windows and potentially reflect that back towards Mr. Baldwin to help illuminate him. I think Joel and Joel, the director, and Alec had some brief conversation back and forth about what the goal was for that shot. And I think Alec had drawn it once to kind of audition what he thought his action should be for Joel. And then he drew it again, and it went off. And, instantly, I mean, a firearm went off in a small wooden church. So the concussion, ears ringing, that moment of panic in everybody. I think the first person I made eye contact with was Helena, who was clearly injured by whatever that gunshot was, that noise we had just heard. And in fact, she was starting to go flush, and I think holding her right side. And then I think that Joel let out some sort of scream or.
So there's absolutely no doubt in his mind, in what he observed, that someone was injured immediately. No doubt in his mind. He said he made eye contact actually with Alina, and that her face kind of reddened, right? And you can actually see he sort of breaks down when he describes that.
Or made some noise that, to indicate he was also injured. And
also Joel crying out, it clearly indicates that someone has gotten injured.
I think I just my attention went to Joel because he was the closest to me. I think I recall Reed and Serge moving.
And so what's also interesting is you've got this blue collar guy who immediately renders aid. His instinctive thing is to render aid to Joel, and Sergei, who's right next to Alina, his first instinct is to render aid to her. What does Baldwin do? I think someone said in a statement that he was already saying, I didn't pull the trigger or something like that in the church.
Pew out of the way to help Helena basically to lay Helena down and start tending to her, figure out what her injuries were or injury. And I started attending to Joel, I think I yelled out that if you can't help us, get the fuck out of here. And someone called 911. And I do recall Mimi's voice in the distance talking to 911 and telling where we're at. And I tried to calm Joel down. We had a good rapport, so I just tried to calm him down and let him know that we were going to get through it because I didn't know what else to do in that moment. And then soon after, the medic and the best boy electric came into the church.
And I'm going to stop you real quick.
Mm-hmm.
The medic, do you recall her name?
Her first name was Cher. I don't recall her last name.
Okay, and who was the other person you said? Best boy?
The best boy electric, Matt Hemmer, I believe was his last name. He was Surge's second in command is what a best boy is. So the gaffer and the key grip each have a best boy and then the rest of their department. And my understanding was Matt had some combat medical training. So he came in to assist the medic Cher. And I think
when right after the gun went off, do you recall seeing Ms. Gutierrez in the church?
I do not.
And did Mr. Baldwin stay in the church?
He sat down in that same pew, I think, in that moment when I yelled out that if you can't help us, you need to, get out of here. I think he sat down, and then at some point, I know I looked over and he was gone. So.
Okay. And in terms of your attention to Mr. Souza, what were you doing to him? Were you touching his body? What were you doing?
I was. So Joel was wearing kind of a thick hoodie, and I believe he had a t-shirt or a couple shirts on underneath. So it was start to figure out where Joel had been injured. He was certainly at that point writhing in pain and concerned for himself, asking me how Helena was, and I think coming to the realization that he had been shot. So I was trying to find where he was wounded. So started pulling back his hoodie to reveal what appeared to be a circular wound in his right shoulder. And
so another mystery is actually being solved here, because Baldwin also said somebody shouted, "Get out of the church." Well, this is the man who shouted that. And he was the one who was really helping and organizing those who were injured, right?
And at that point, I think the sheriff and Matt came in. They had gloved hands. I didn't, so I had some of his blood on my hands. And I think I helped them roll Joel over. One of them had trauma shears to cut his shirt off. And then I helped roll him over, and I was in a position to see that what appeared to be a bullet just under the skin, basically where his right shoulder blade was. And he was in a great deal of pain. And I think that Cher gave me some gauze to just put some pressure on the wound while they attended to Helena's injuries, which I gathered at that time were certainly much more severe because of her proximity to the firearm.
And could you hear Ms. Hutchins? I know you indicated that Mr. Souza was kind of yelling out in pain. Did you hear anything from Ms. Hutchins?
If I did, it was just, the groaning and discomfort from being shot by a firearm. I don't remember anything verbal from Helena.
Okay.
Okay.
And at some point, did paramedics arrive?
Yes.
And if you know, at some point, was Ms. Hutchins taken for medical care offset?
Yeah, thank you, sir. I stayed with Joel until they carried him out, and what I observed was they were trying to stabilize her. I heard them call for a life flight, so they were trying to stabilize her to get her in a helicopter and get her to whatever ER they felt was appropriate.
And at some point in time, were you notified that Ms. Hutchins had passed?
Yes.
Shame, man.
Mr. Addiego, when you heard the gunshot and you saw these people fall, did it occur to you in that moment that it was a live round, that there was a real bullet in that gun?
I don't, maybe not in that moment. I think it became clear when, like I mentioned, I rolled Joel over, helped roll Joel over to see what very much looked like a large caliber bullet just being barely held in by his skin.
Okay.
That seems to indicate that the bullet basically passed through Joel's shoulder as well. It almost went right through two people.
And is this the first time in your life that you've ever seen a bullet?
No.
Okay, so you knew a bullet when you saw one?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Ms. Gutierrez after the gunshot went off?
Not until today.
Okay.
Well, that's incredible. That's pretty incredible.
And I want to back up. The people the camera crew that walked off that morning, did you know those people?
As well as you can know anyone in 2 weeks. Sure.
See, now, this guy comes across as a human being, right? Reasonable, kind, sensible, helpful. And if the whole crew were made of people like him, do you think this would have happened? And it actually feels like most of the crew weren't like him, weren't reasonable, were not kind, but cruel, were not human beings. They were out having a joyride. Don't you get that impression? And I think one can add another word that this guy is honest. He's an honest person.
Based on your time on set and everything that you knew about what was going on that movie set, do you have any reason to believe that any of those people planted live ammunition on set?
Judge, I'm going to object to speculation, lack of foundation, whether he knows any of that.
Well, I think he can answer the question whether he has any reason to believe that they did or not.
Counsel approach.
I think it is interesting that, as someone mentioned, you know, I don't know about you, but I was really moved by that. I was moved almost more by seeing him than by what we know happened. And I mean, one of the reasons I've covered this was because of the face behind me, because you sort of recognize this was a young life, a talented person that really didn't need to die. And she died a horrible, excruciating, unnecessary death. And to make it 10 times worse, 1,000 times worse, is the nonsense that went on afterwards. And yeah, you have someone, how long has it taken to see tears for Helena? I mean, I don't know if you remember Lane Looper at the memorial service. He was also red-faced. He's this big chubby guy who was red-faced, also tears. And now again, but beyond that, when you see Baldwin doing this in the ABC News, but I don't know if you actually see any tears. I mean, if Baldwin is an actor and this guy was acting, this was a better acting performance than what Baldwin, in my opinion, in terms of grieving Alina, put on ABC. I don't know what you guys think. Let's she's pretty stony faced, isn't she? Do you remember how emotional Hannah got when the police turned up? Then suddenly she started crying. Remember? Okay, let's go a little bit further forward.
Yes,
Who is the person that you believe loaded the gun?
the armor.
And who's that person?
Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
And do you see her sitting in court today?
I have seen her. She's behind you, yes.
Okay. And just for the record, can you point out what Ms. Gutierrez is wearing?
Gray blazer with a black collar, hair in a ponytail.
Will the record reflect that the defendant has been identified?
Yes.
At any point in time when you were in the church after lunch, did you hear anyone tell Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church?
No.
I think that was her testimony. I think that I don't think that has been brought up by the prosecutor for nothing. Is that it's like the question is, Hannah, why were you not in the church? Right? And she seems to be saying, I was told to leave, right? It's not, I wasn't in church because I was working somewhere else, or I wasn't in church because I was chatting to whomever. I did try to get into the church, but I was told to leave. But is that true? Was she making an effort to get into the church? What do you think the answer is to that? Because if the answer is yes, then that would have been somewhat conscientious. I need to be present when this happens. The question is, was she trying to be present or not? Was she sloppy, or was she prevented from doing her job. Thanks a lot, Robbie. Thank you. And I must say, it's quite weird seeing Hannah in court. Basically, she seems to be sharpening up her eyelashes with a pen. That's what she's thinking about.
I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, when you start.
So, what do you think the defense attorney is going to try and achieve here? Remember what he's done with all the law enforcement people is basically try to undermine them in some way. Is he going to try and do the same here? What didn't you do? What should you have done? Let's see.
Started your testimony, early on in your testimony, you talked about being on 12 prior movies with armor or something like that. Recall that?
Yes.
And you talked about you're used to seeing ex-cops, ex-military. Remember that?
Yes.
As the armor, primary, were those all males?
I can't give you a definitive on that. I think there may have been a female or two, female armor that I worked with in the past.
But you just didn't, you weren't used to seeing a young 24-year-old armor, were you? A female.
I wasn't used to seeing a young 24-year-old armor.
So he seems to be making it a sexist thing, doesn't he?
Female.
That doesn't play into it for me. So whether male or female doesn't really matter in that case.
Okay, and I want to get into another, and we'll work through these topics, but you've talked a lot about things that you think Ms. Gutierrez-Reed did. One of the things you didn't tell the jury is that you've sued Russ Production and Alec Baldwin, haven't you?
I have.
You what?
Yes.
You have a pending lawsuit right now, don't you?
As far as I know, it's pending, yes, sir.
And your attorney's in the courtroom?
He is indeed.
Been watching your testimony?
Clearly.
See how you do?
You'd have to ask him, sir.
Okay. And you've sued Alec Baldwin and Russ Production, but you have not sued Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, have you?
Again, you'd have to talk to my counsel about who I've actually sued.
Have you read the lawsuit?
I perused it.
You perused it. What does that mean? Did you read it, all the paragraphs, or did you just read page one and just said, knock yourself out, lawyer, go ahead?
I think I got past page one, but since I'm not.
So I think the defense lawyer is off to a very good start, just showing the witness in a totally different light. Fairly, I think, insensitive, but is scoring a point of his own, isn't he?
In your industry, I don't understand what a lot of that is, and I trust my counsel to represent me.
It seems like you're making a lot of opinions earlier on what armors do. You filed a lawsuit. It seems like you could have read your lawsuit, right?
Objection, relevance to whether or not he read.
Well, there's the objection.
I want to ask if he's read these paragraphs, because he has a totally different story in his lawsuit that he did today. So I want to ask him if he's read and adopted this.
So what the defense is going to do now is they're going to take his lawsuit and is going to do basically statement analysis of it and say, in this lawsuit, you said that, but what you said here, it's slightly different. Maybe you were exaggerating, or maybe you were lying, or maybe what you're saying here is inconsistent. But the whole point of it is to discredit the witness.
This lawsuit.
And I think he's already answered that.
Did you approve your lawsuit being filed?
I must have.
Because it was filed. Right? Okay. And in that lawsuit, you're suing for a variety of things, punitive damages, right?
Again, I'm not a lawyer, sir, so you'd have to discuss that with my counsel.
Well, you know you're suing for loss of enjoyment of life.
Certainly.
Right? Okay. And you know you're suing for medical expenses and non-medical expenses, right?
I understood that to be the case, yes.
So out of this tragedy, you claim that you have a blast injury, right?
I believe that's in the documents you're referring to, yes, sir.
Did you go to the doctor for a blast injury?
I have talked to my physician about what happened that day, yes.
You've talked to your physician. Did they do any tests? Did they take any x-rays? Did you just tell him I was in this? And
I described the incident and he did what he felt was appropriate.
What was that?
I'm not going to discuss my medical treatment with you, sir.
Okay. Well, so you're, in any event, you're suing.
He wasn't born yesterday, this witness, was he?
Russ Production and Alec Baldwin, right?
Yes.
And you're here telling this jury all about Miss Gutierrez-Reed, but in your lawsuit, you talk about defendants, Russ Production and Alec Baldwin.
So I don't know whether he's going to get to that. I assume he is, but you know what is quite interesting with the defense is the defense so far isn't questioning anything that he said. He's undermining him in a totally different way. And if you think about it, if someone is innocent, then you really want to challenge them on the facts. And so what this really is, once again, is undermining someone that has told a not very flattering story about his client. He's not challenging on the evidence. Well, let's see if he does in the end. Let's see if he refers to those discharges. Because what could have been the biggest point is if it said, did you ever complain to anyone about the discharges? If he said no, well, that would have been a serious undermining of his credibility, wouldn't it? The fact that he did complain suggests that all of this is legitimate, including even the lawsuit.
Cut corners and cut costs, and it endangered the cast and crew. So you believe that, right? Russ Production?
I do.
And you believe that their hiring of Gabrielle Pickle and Roe Walters to manage the budget was not a good idea because they have cost-cutting problems on prior sets? You believe?
So he's kind of using this witness to shift the blame onto Alec Baldwin, which makes his case for him. Thanks very much.
That?
Correct.
Okay. And you also believe that David Halls had prior safety issues, correct?
Yes.
On a prior set, he didn't manage that safely, did he?
That was my understanding.
Okay. You also believe, you knew that Miss Gutierrez-Reed had asked for more training days as an armorer. You knew that.
I don't.
To the form of question, there needs to be a question. It sounds like a statement.
Overruled.
Okay. You're aware that Miss Gutierrez-Reed asked Gabrielle Pickle for more time as an armorer, more training days and more armorer days. You're aware of that.
I became aware of that after 2 people were shot. Yes, sir.
So I must say that is part of the case against Alec Baldwin. That's part of the case against the producers, which is basically the armorer did say to the producers, I need this to happen. And they basically responded in the way that they did. Did they respond helpfully? Did they respond constructively? Did they respond reasonably? And so that is where the responsibility shifts to the producers, right?
Okay, well,
And who did those producers answer to? Who did, in a way, everyone on this film answer to?
It's in your lawsuit. It's part of your lawsuit.
Okay.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Are you hoping that you can come in and testify here today and something happens to Miss Gutierrez-Reed, it'll help your lawsuit?
I'm hoping for justice, sir.
For
2
yourself.
people were injured on a film set. That has not only affected me, that has affected the film industry.
And you want money for that?
I want justice.
You want money. Your lawsuit didn't say justice. It says money.
Again,
it says
you'd
you're
have
suing
to
for money. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Bowles needs to let the witness answer the question. That he's being argumentative. This needs to be a cross.
I'll let him answer. I agree. You're suing for money.
I asked my lawyer to help bring justice in this case. And if that doesn't mean criminal, then I would assume that means some sort of monetary justice.
Yes. Okay.
So, well, it's interesting that that is the same kind of justice that Alina's husband is after at this point. The lawyers, the defense lawyers, got a really nice, warm, approachable bedside manner, but you can see he can also pull out a dagger, right? He can be quite sharp when he wants to be.
Now, you also understood that Mr. Halls did not post the safety bulletins onto any of the call sheets, correct?
I understood that production did not furnish us with safety bulletins, sir.
Okay, so production. So that may not have been Mr. Halls. It may have been somebody else in production.
Again, production is all encompassing of Mr. Halls and the other ADs that would generate that information.
And you also indicate that Mr. Halls was the overall safety coordinator on set, correct?
That's typically one of the many jobs of the first assistant director. Yes, sir.
And so it's his responsibility to convene the safety meetings you testified to, right?
Typically it is, yes.
Sorry about that.
In this particular set, he did not do that on every day of the filming, did he?
Not to my recollection.
And in fact, the day that this, you described it as the camera crew walked off the day of the shooting incident. You described it as more chaotic than it had been. And that day, there was no safety meeting convened by Mr. Halls, was there?
Not that I was invited to.
You've indicated that Mr. Baldwin didn't follow gun safety rules. You believe that, right?
I do.
And you believe that Miss Gutierrez-Reed was operating in two jobs in props and armor, and you thought that was dangerous, that production did that, didn't you?
I did.
And you felt it was dangerous and part of your lawsuit that they should not have put her in those two positions. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, sir, you've never been on all of your 12 prior movies with armors. You've never been on a set where an armorer was part-time, right?
I don't recall ever working on a set that had a part-time armorer. No, sir.
Okay. So this would be your first one on the Rust set where they had part-time.
Potentially.
Okay. And in fact, because it's in your suit, you thought that was a terrible idea, right?
If it says so in the suit, then I must have said that, yes.
Okay. And this was a gun-heavy set with guns operating on 17 of the 21 scheduled film days, yet you knew that they weren't paying Miss Gutierrez-Reed for more than 8 armor days, right?
I had no idea what they were paying Miss Gutierrez.
Were you aware that whether her armor days had run out by the time of the shooting incident?
I wonder who that is.
Not privy to that information, sir.
That is lawyer.
And you're probably not also privy to the fact that she was regularly performing props duties as part of her daily duties on the set. Were you aware of that? Did you see her doing those prop duties?
I believe that it was noted on the call sheet that she had more than one responsibility.
Did you ever see her, for example, rolling cowboy cigarettes, having her do jobs like that in her props duties?
Can't say that I did.
So you didn't see her all the time then?
No, I think that might be.
No, because my job takes a lot of focus, and I have essentially 5 bosses at any given moment. So I have to focus on my tasks at hand.
Well, that's what you said also, that you didn't see who was in the church, or you didn't see what was happening because you have to focus on your job. You have to focus on your camera and what you're doing with that, right? So you're not always seeing everything else around you.
I'm not necessarily seeing, but I'm trying to watch and listen to everything that I can on set.
Let me ask you about that, listening to everything. You talked about what the negligent discharge by Sarah Zachary, nothing being called out in terms of a gun being operated. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Now, what radio channel were you using on set? Would you regularly use?
I'm a grip, so I'm always on channel 8, sir.
Channel 8. And do you understand, or did you understand that the armor operates on channel 1? And that's when that's called out on channel 1 and it goes to David Halls. Did you know that?
If it only goes to channel 1 and Dave Halls, then somebody's failed at their job, because their job is to let everybody know what's going on with firearms and ammunition on set.
And were you aware then, sir, before you gave your testimony to the jury, that responsibility is Mr. Halls then to call out, we're going to have a gun scene? Were you aware of that?
I'm aware of what Mr. Halls's responsibilities are, certainly.
Okay, well then, why didn't you say that earlier? That when this was called out, you may have been on the wrong channel. Maybe Mr. Halls didn't call it out. Did you not know that?
I don't understand your question. I wasn't on the wrong channel. I'm on channel 8 where I'm supposed to be, sir.
Okay, well then the failure was not Ms. Gutierrez-Reed's, which you wanted to imply to the jury. It was Mr. Halls, wasn't it?
Ms. Gutierrez-Reed loaded a firearm that killed my friend and injured a director.
I'm not talking about the incident. I'm talking about the negligent discharge with Sarah Zachary. We're talking about that incident. Now, first of all, you have no idea who loaded that weapon that Miss Zachary negligently discharged, do you?
I wasn't there when the weapon was loaded, so no.
Okay. And you have no idea, but you said earlier you don't even know if there was a bullet in it.
So this is the discrediting of the witness in terms of those discharges. Were there discharges? Who's responsible for the discharges? You didn't see who loaded it. Oh, maybe someone else loaded it. Maybe
I saw a bullet.
Maybe someone else is responsible for accidental discharges on a movie set. No, I don't think so.
In Joel Souza's shoulder.
I'm not talking about that. And I know you want to keep coming back to it for your lawsuit, but I'm talking about Sarah Zachary's negligent discharge.
I have to object to Mr. Bowles' tone, indicating that this.
Please, no commentary.
Yes, I won't,
All right,
Your Honor.
all right,
I won't.
thank you.
So
That was a necessary objection. If anything, I think the prosecutor can object perhaps a little bit more.
With regard to Sarah Zachary's negligent discharge, you have no idea whether it was a blank, whether it was a live round. You just don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you talk a lot throughout your testimony about all these failures you find in Miss Gutierrez-Reed, yet in your lawsuit, it's all about production of Mr. Baldwin. Can you explain that? Why you talk about production of Mr. Baldwin in your lawsuit and not Miss Gutierrez-Reed?
I would refer you to my counsel, sir. I didn't write that lawsuit, so okay. I would refer you to my counsel for those questions.
You went after the people with money for the lawsuit, right? And then
I went after production, the people responsible for hiring the people that killed and shot someone on a film set.
And you, as part of that, talk about that the decision to hire Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was motivated by production's desire to have a quick and cheap production. That was part of their desire to hire a cheaper position in that role, make her do two jobs, right?
Apparently that's what it says. That's what it says.
Okay. And
how much of his testimony is Bowles really questioning? If you think about it, it's basically is just going to the lawsuit, and he touched on very quickly the two accidental discharges. Did you see who loaded the firearm? He's not really dealing with the merits of his testimony. Yes, it is. It shows his motive, and it is a context that is relevant. It is relevant.
You indicated that this was constantly rushed and reckless and chaotic on set, correct?
Correct.
And you heard Mr. Baldwin a couple of times at least rushing people and telling them to move, right?
I did.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Halls do that also?
I did.
Did you ever stand up to Mr. Baldwin and say, no, we're not going to move this fast?
That's not my job, sir.
Okay. And did you ever see anybody else stand up to Mr. Baldwin, tell him not to move that fast?
I don't recall anybody standing up to Mr. Baldwin on the set of Rust, sir.
Wasn't going to happen, was it?
Interesting.
Objection to the form of question calls for speculation.
You never saw anybody.
Restate the question.
Yes.
You know, if I was the prosecutor here, I would be talking about hearsay.
Sure. You were aware, based on your seeing Mr. Baldwin, how he interacted with everybody, it was your perception nobody was going to stand up to him, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. Because he's running the show. He's the big boss, right?
Yeah, and I mean, that is a very important part of the global case, is Hannah is responsible for certain aspects, and Alec Baldwin is responsible. Why? Because, isn't it because he's in control? Because he's the boss. And if you say, no, he's not, well, then who is the boss? No, he's not. Well, then who is in control? If no one is standing up to Alec Baldwin, then what is Alec Baldwin doing that required, how can I put that in a different way? The whole question about people needing to stand up to him suggests that he was the big kahuna, that he was, the show was all about him, and wasn't it? And the show was something that he was in control of, wasn't he? And if the answer is no, again, then who was in control? Who was the big personality, the big ego, if it wasn't Alec Baldwin? Who was calling the shots?
He's both, well, he's the producer, one of the writers, and on the call sheet, he's number one. So yes.
So wouldn't you find it difficult for a 24-year-old female armor in her, as you call it, her second movie, with everybody else, grown men, not standing up to Mr. Baldwin? Wouldn't you find that difficult for her also?
I wasn't in her position.
Now you also.
So please vote in the poll if you haven't already. Who do you think is responsible for Helena's death between Alec Baldwin and Hannah Gutierrez Reed? 22% have voted for Baldwin, 29% Hannah Gutierrez Reed, that's less than a third, and then a whopping 46%, by far the majority, almost half of those who voted that both are responsible, but Alec more than Hannah. If there'd been another option, if there'd been a fifth option, I would have put both, but Hannah more than Alec. And I wonder how many would have voted for that.
Also talk about the IATSE armor. You knew that Ms. Gutierrez Reed was not yet in the union.
Actually, my understanding was it was a union show and the crew was union.
But you didn't know whether she was not union. She's not union. You didn't know that.
Mr. Bowles is testifying, Your Honor.
No.
I'm asking if he's aware of that.
No.
But
You
he's
are
not.
testifying.
Interesting objection there. I, of the moment, says I think they're both equally responsible. I don't know about that. You know, one of them held the gun in his hand. One of them pointed the gun in the direction he pointed it. One of them elected to pull the trigger, apparently. One of them was, to some extent, very responsible for the culture on the set. One of them had basically the power and control on this movie set, the other didn't. So I really don't know if you can say it is equally responsible. Hannah is very responsible in my opinion, but I do think that someone else is perhaps more responsible. Ironically, when he gave his interview, he said, someone is responsible for what happened, but I know it's not me.
You said she's not in the union, okay? That's your testimony.
Well,
So ask it as a question rather than testifying.
Yes. Were you aware that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed is not?
So I must say that just that little moment where the judge spoke to him, he barely acknowledges even the judge. I wonder what the jury thought of that moment. Look at the prosecutor. Look at what she's scratching her hair like that. It's quite an interesting picture. It's quite an interesting moment as well.
Not union?
I was under the impression that we were doing a union movie. Everybody on the crew was union. I didn't learn that she was not yet in the union until after.
So you did learn that after?
Correct.
Okay. And you know from your experience in over 100 credits and being on a movie, having the union behind you makes it likely that you can stand up. I mean, in other words, if there's a safety issue and you have your union behind you, you can raise that because you've got the union.
Good point.
On a union movie, any crew member has the support of a union, whether they're union or not. They are represented by IATSE.
Well, could you have stopped the whole production if you wanted to, if you saw all these safety issues?
I certainly could have voiced my opinion. Whether or not they would have honored that and stopped anything, I cannot say.
Okay, so you did say on the negligent discharges, you went to Mr. Halls and you told him you were concerned, and you told him you're concerned about safety. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you also told his second AD, Ann. You told both of them, right?
Ann was his second, just to be clear. But yes, I did mention it to Ann as well, that I was concerned and that this needed to be on the daily production report, knowing that the other producers typically read the production reports, as would the insurance company or whoever's bonding the film.
Okay, and you didn't see anybody do anything after you made those complaints?
I wouldn't necessarily see anybody do anything because they would potentially be on Channel 1 having that conversation amongst themselves.
Well, did you see anything happen, like additional training, any kind of actions taken by Mr. Halls that you saw?
I didn't see anything change.
Okay. So the day of the incident, the day of the shooting, you indicated to Miss Morrissey on direct that you didn't see Miss Gutierrez-Reed in the church, but you didn't have concerns or words to that effect, that after the firearm had come into the church, you didn't have concerns, because I think you testified the armor would check that. Is that what you said?
I believe that misstates the testimony.
Well, tell me what you said. I may have misheard it. Tell me what you said.
I don't know what you're getting at. I don't know what you want me to restate, sir.
Let me ask you, you didn't see Miss Gutierrez-Reed in the church?
I only heard her in the church.
Did you look around and after you heard her to see if you could see her in the church?
No.
Okay. So did you see if anybody else, Sarah Zachary from props, was in the church?
I think we've already covered this, and no, I don't recall anybody from the props department seeing anybody from the props department in the church.
Okay. Now, Sarah Zachary, I want to talk about her for a minute. You knew, or were you aware that she would load firearms too at times?
I became aware when she had a negligent discharge on set.
Okay. Did you also ever see her loading firearms on set?
I don't recall beyond that incident her really dealing with firearms, if at all.
You know that Sarah Zachary was Hannah Gutierrez Reed's boss?
I do.
As props master? Mm-hmm. Okay. And now earlier you talked about your understanding of armor, but isn't it true that props department is in charge of the ammunition? Those are props.
That's my understanding of how the props department works, sure.
Okay. So when you said earlier that the guns and ammo would be the armor, in reality, the ammunition falls under the props department. It's a prop.
My understanding is live ammunition is absolutely the armorer's responsibility. Any other ammunition that may be used in belts or bandoliers or strewn about on set is falls under props.
Well, live ammunition is never supposed to be on the set.
When I say live ammunition, I'm referring to blanks, something that can go bang and hurt someone.
Okay, so let's be clear. You're not a blank is not a round with a projectile. It's not a real bullet. It's a blank that shoots powder, right? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
My understanding of blanks are, it looks very much like a real bullet. They're crimped differently at the end, so they don't actually contain a bullet. But beyond that, I don't know that I would, I don't know if they're marked in any other way other than seeing the ends crimped.
Okay. And you've never been an armor yourself?
I've never been in the props department at all, no.
Or the props department. So when you make opinions about what you think, you really have no idea because you've never served in that role. It's just what you've seen over other movies?
It's what I've learned in almost 30 years in the film.
So again, it's exactly what you'd expect from the defense. You don't really know anything about anything, which is basically what they've been saying about every law enforcement person. Basically, you are limited in this area. You don't know much about that. This aspect was beyond your control, or you didn't know about it. Basically, either you're unprofessional or you didn't really know about X, Y, Z. It's the sort of the Darvo legal thing based on, it's not any accusation against my client. Let's make those same accusations against you.
Industry, yes.
Okay. Now, when you talked about guns being left out on the cart, I want to ask your experience in prior movies. Have you seen carts that are professional looking that can be locked up, that an armor can use to lock up those weapons on it?
Yes, and I believe I described that earlier.
Okay. And this cart in this set was not like that.
I believe it was just kind of a more of what I would be accustomed to seeing craft services use, like an open gray plastic cart.
And were you aware that it took over a week for the props department even to get that cart?
I'm not in the props department. I'm not really aware of what they do.
Okay.
In that sense.
So this cart that they had on set that they were supposed to use for their firearms, on this Rust set, it wouldn't lock. It was more like something you would see in the crafts department. So and production provides that, right?
Again, I don't know what the props department brought or what they were provided. A lot of us rent the production companies our appropriate.
As far as I know, in terms of the prop cart, Hannah was repeatedly asking, I think it is Catherine Rowe Walters, but basically asking for a prop cart. And I think she wasn't aware that she could just go and get one. And then I think she could bill the company, right? So basically she was waiting for someone to provide her with something, not knowing really what the procedure was. And in the end, she got that particular prop cart, which is not really a prop cart. It was something she found that was sort of on wheels. You know, a proper prop cart would probably contain lots of, I'm not sure what it would actually look like, but you'd imagine it would contain lots of boxes that you can flip open and close and seal, not like an open cart that perhaps you would see in a restaurant or something, you know, where you just put plates on. I mean, what I think that cart was originally meant for was certainly not ammunition and guns.
Gear, some of that may be carts, some of that may be.
So in terms of that question, the supply of the prop cart, I think that shows the naivete, the unprofessional aspect, the cheapskate nature of this production in two ways. It shows that you know, from the perspective of that this was what the production had on set based on what was bought on set, but also the fact that Hannah bought such a cheap thing. And, you know, you would imagine an experienced armorer would have their own equipment, their own trolleys. It shows in a dual sense what an unprofessional scenario was going on. Hardly a very, very well-oiled machine. That prop cart was kind of a dinky, plastic, cheap, not particularly secure or useful mechanism.
Tools.
Okay, so you don't know.
Like that.
You also don't know if the firearms that you said were laying out from time to time on the cart were real firearms or were plastic, were replica. You don't know that for sure.
I can tell you that the firearms certainly looked real as they would reflect the sunlight. They were certainly metal firearms. Whether they were actual firing guns, no, I don't know. But my experience is any firearm, even rubber dummy, at the very least in some sort of soft firearms case, a bag, somehow protected and not laying on top of a cart that's not secured.
Well, you saw the gun socks they have, the protective cloth carrying for the guns. You saw those, didn't you?
There may have been a long gun or two that had some sort of sock or some soft covering on them, sure.
And the handguns had the socks too. You never saw those?
I don't recall seeing the handguns in any kind of container, sir.
Is a fanny pack like required attire, required gear for an armorer? Do armorers typically use a fanny pack?
Did you ever hear Hannah call out the load amounts? You testified earlier you didn't, but you weren't always around those scenes when Hannah Gutierrez Reed was dealing with the firearms, were you?
I was on set 95% or more of the time, so there may have been an instance where she called out whatever power that blank load would have been, and I missed it.
And again, if she's calling it out on channel 1, and Mr. Halls is supposed to then communicate that, and you're on another channel, she may have called it out and you didn't hear it.
Well, the protocols on set typically is the armorer would call that out verbally. What she does on her radio, I don't know. I'm not on that channel. And then the first assistant director would parrot that and let us all know to make sure there was redundancy and that we heard it was hot or cold.
And sir, are you sitting now under oath telling this jury that Hannah never called out the loads that were used on that set? Are you going to tell them that under oath, that you never heard that?
Objection, Your Honor. That has not been his testimony, and he's already answered this question.
Yeah, so what I'm finding a bit strange is this doesn't really feel like a cross-examination, does it?
Asked and answered.
So other than reporting to Mr. Halls and And the second, did you ever report this to anybody else? If you were so concerned about it, did you report it to Gabrielle Pickle? Did you report it to anybody else? Did you report it to Joel Souza?
I believe that Joel Souza and Helena, before she was killed, had a conversation about some of the safety issues,
that was my
payroll
question.
issues, and I did notify Local 80, which was the union that represented me while I was making that movie.
When did you notify Local 80?
You'd have to contact Local 80. It was early in the movie, and I can't give you a definitive date, sir.
Well, no, I'm asking you. I'm not going to contact Local 80. They're not here in court.
He's already indicated he doesn't remember.
Judge, can I do my cross-examination?
Well,
Shoot.
if you do it properly, you can.
I'm doing it properly.
Listen.
Wow.
Ask the question about the date. He said he didn't remember, and then you started to tell him
Fiery,
you weren't going to
fiery,
ask that
fiery,
person,
fiery.
and that he was going to tell you in so many words. Okay.
Yes.
So let's not be argumentative. Let's just.
It does feel like this has been the most damaging witness so far, doesn't it? The witness that is likely to have really pulled on the heartstrings of the jury the most.
Ask him. You can ask him one more time.
So do you have any idea what date you may have contacted Local 80?
I believe it was in the first week of production.
Okay. So the first week of production was before any accidental discharges would have happened.
That doesn't mean I wasn't concerned about safety.
And I understand, and my question was not that. I understand you were concerned. My question was, that was before any of the accidental discharges.
I don't recall exactly if that was before or after, but once I contact Local 80, that doesn't mean I stopped talking to Local 80 throughout production. So I think we had more than one conversation about it.
Because you're contacting Local 80, did they do anything about it?
My understanding was they contacted the New Mexico local, which is 480, and a representative from 480 showed up, and possibly a representative from the camera union, Local 600, also showed up.
What happened at that point? Did they do anything?
They have conversations that I'm not part of, sir. Yeah.
Ultimately, the camera crew was disgruntled, and they walked off the day before the shooting. Part of that was their hotel situation. You were aware of that, weren't you?
I don't know about disgruntled, but I know that they were promised hotels or housing, and those promises never came to fruition.
Okay. And so they left, and the next day when there had to be a new camera crew, they had to get some more people. You were aware Video Village was down?
I was not.
You didn't know Video Village was down at all?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
So what's quite interesting is we had 2 or 3 FBI agents, and the testimony was pretty cerebral, pretty dry. And then suddenly we had this insight into the production. We had a video. Some of us have seen that video, but there were pieces of it that we hadn't seen. And certainly the sound effects add a lot of context to all of it. And one of the big insights, I think, from today, remember when Alec Baldwin was on ABC, he said that he was being told, almost being directed by Helena, tip the gun down like that, do it like that, do it like that. Whereas the narrative that he's shared suggests that they were basically finished with the whole thing, and they were starting to plan how they were going to take the second shot over his shoulder. And I don't know whether that still needs clarification, perhaps from other witnesses, but that puts a very different spin potentially on the story that Baldwin has told. in that Alina was in front of him. She was telling him what to do, actively telling him what to do. Where it actually, in his words, he said that Baldwin was, out of his own initiative, basically auditioning, basically practicing, anticipating, basically going through the motions of the next move before it was actually even required. Like that next move was necessary when they were behind him. And obviously Baldwin was thinking about this hero moment. It's the highlight of the whole film. And he was, I guess, living himself into that moment. And that is where the disaster struck, isn't it?
You, sir, you said earlier Baldwin always wanted to use his hero props, or words to that effect. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And by that, you meant he wanted to use the real, for example, the real revolver?
That was my understanding of his the way he liked to perform. Yes, sir.
Okay. And would that also include, sir, the knife, those kind of, is that what you're meaning by hero props?
My recollection is Mr. Baldwin always wanted to be ready to call rolling when he was ready. So hero props in his wardrobe, essentially ready to go.
Okay. And everybody else had to be ready to go when he was ready.
Yes.
Okay.
If you just think of that single thing as a major insight, that everybody on the set has got to dance, basically has got to fall over their feet when Baldwin is in position. You can certainly just through that get a sense of the panic, the chaos, the rushing, the treating protocols as optional scenario, right? And to be a bit more explicit about it, if you imagine in the movie The Devil Wears Prada, if you imagine the Andy character, you imagine the Andy character saying, I need you to get Miranda a cappuccino. And Miranda Priestley is saying, where is it? Where's my coffee? And scowling and whatever. The one puts the pressure at a certain level, and the other one puts the pressure at another level. And that is, I think, a very big part of the culture on set. Don't you agree with that? And that's the thing, that's the part that I think is being very much underestimated by people failing to really imagine who are the people that we're dealing with, what is the situation really like on that set. Not what somebody said it was like, what is it really like?
So that, sir, it was your understanding, and you may have said this, and I just want to go back over it, but that Mr. Baldwin did not, that scene or that rehearsal did not require the draw. Was that your understanding?
My understanding was it was really just the initiation of that movement was the part of the story that Joel Souza wanted to tell.
Okay.
So, like, I'm a storyteller. I've written books, and I'm, if I was in this courtroom, the part that I think is not being expressed with 100% clarity is what was needed to be established in that moment was just the very first moments of the firearm emerging from the holster, right? In other words, the part where it's whipped around, none of that was necessary for that part of the rehearsal. That's very important to emphasize. And then right next to that, emphasize the whipping around was, again, as I understand it, at Alec Baldwin's initiative. He was electing to begin that part of the rehearsal, even though no one was really in position for that. You know, that was really the next stage. And if he had waited, if he had, what's the word? If he had taken that step at the appointed time, it's possible that one of the actors could have been shot, right? Because then I think he was required to pull the trigger, and then who knows, maybe one of the actors could have been shot. And I would also imagine they would then need to look at the revolver again and load it with blanks. In other words, blanks with wadding and blanks with that would create smoke and all that, because there was supposed to be a firefight from that perspective, and that may have actually either removed the live round or not. But presumably, if they put blanks with wadding in other words, where you're going to see them discharging, you're going to see smoke, you're going to hear a bang, right? It's not a live round, it's blanks. Putting the blanks in may have actually gotten rid of the live round. So things may have been completely different had Baldwin not elected in that moment to act in his own little capacity. And one does get a sense that he, especially in the clip that was shown today, that Baldwin is directing himself and that he is deciding when to start and when to stop. And that thing where he was whipping the firearm around, wasn't that Baldwin also doing that, electing to direct himself, electing to rehearse the next stage of the whole scene? And even in that sense, isn't that something that, in terms of the whole protocol, is that is someone else then responsible for that, or is Baldwin responsible for that? And so that to me is a major departure from what we've been led to believe, and our understanding on this, again, if I've understood the testimony correctly here. And of course, we need Baldwin to respond, I guess, to that and say, okay, well, maybe it was a little bit of that and a little bit of this. And I guess he will have his opportunity to either in person or through somebody else, perhaps a witness, explain what really happened, you know.
And I think you called it an extreme close-up shot of his hand.
Correct.
Coming out. Okay, so it would be coming out of his holster, and there would be an extreme close-up on that.
Correct. The frame would have been essentially his right hand going into his coat to draw his firearm.
Okay, sir. Okay, Your Honor, may I have just a moment? Sure. Go ahead, that's all the questions we have.
Redirect.
Mr. Addiego, if you are aware, are you the only person suing Mr. Baldwin and Rust Productions?
Not from my understanding.
There are others, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Bowles asked you in your lawsuit, you claimed that you have lost enjoyment of your life as a result of the incident. Is that correct?
Yes, it is absolutely correct.
Sean.
Just to be clear, did you receive a subpoena for your testimony today?
I believe that my counsel received a subpoena from both sides for today, yes.
Do you know, sir, did anyone force Ms. Gutierrez to accept a job as an armorer and props assistant?
Force her? Not that I'm aware of, no.
Do you know if anyone forced Ms. Gutierrez to continue working on the set of Rust when things were chaotic and difficult?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Is Mr. Baldwin on trial today?
It appears that he is a bit, yes.
I'm asking you, is this the trial of Mr. Baldwin?
No, it's not.
Is this the trial of Rust Productions?
No, it's not.
Is Mr. Halls on trial today?
He is not.
On October 21st, 2021, did Ms. Gutierrez show the dummy rounds to the cast and crew as you have?
So again, if I was the prosecutor on this, I would be saying that repeatedly, even if it's overruled. Is Mr. Baldwin on trial right now? I would be reminding the jury ad nauseum that this is the strategy of the defense, and this is not the trial of Alec Baldwin, right? There will be a trial of Alec Baldwin. And you had the exact same thing in the Troconis trial, where the defense kept saying, you know, this has got nothing to do with my client, it is Fotis Doulos, except that was an incorrect thing to say, as far as I'm concerned. Because things are totally different there, because they've never found the body of that victim, and so they had to make that case in that trial, right? And so it was relevant. But it was nevertheless good defense lawyering to keep harping on that. In this case, there really is going to be a separate trial, and the prosecution need to make it explicit, exactly what you said here. This is not the trial of Alec Baldwin that's coming up.
Have indicated is proper safety protocol for armorers.
Not when I was on set, no.
Did Ms. Gutierrez shake the dummy rounds for the cast and crew?
Not when I was on set, no.
If Ms. Gutierrez had shown the dummy rounds to the cast and crew, what do you think would have happened?
We
Object to speculation.
If he has an opinion, if he knows based upon his personal knowledge.
In your opinion, working on this movie set with Ms. Gutierrez and working on other movie sets with other armorers, if she had taken the dummies, rattled them, showed them to the cast and crew, do you think that live round would have been discovered?
No.
You don't?
Oh, pardon me. Had we looked at all of the ammo, we would have known whether it was dummies or live.
Who made the decision not to show the cast and crew the dummy rounds prior to handing the gun to anyone in the church?
I would guess the armor, or
Again, he's just guessing.
He is.
Said he would guess.
All right, that's his answer. He guessed, so we'll strike it. He guessed.
Timmy wants to go to sleep.
Is it your understanding that Ms. Gutierrez loaded that gun?
it is.
Sorry, did you all hear me? Because my mic was off. Yes, you're all saying yes. Okay.
In your opinion, would Ms. Hutchins be alive today if Ms. Gutierrez had not put a live round in the gun?
I'm going to strike that. You didn't get an answer, so.
All right. Who is the person on the set of a movie who is in charge of firearms?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
I think she's trying to end
Do
off
you know why your
with a
civil
flourish.
lawsuit doesn't include Ms. Gutierrez?
You'd have to refer to my counsel for that answer. I don't know.
Have you testified today in order to further your civil lawsuit?
I've testified today to bring justice for the death of my friend.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
All right, you're excused. Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to break for the evening. Follow the bailiff directions. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Don't read anything about production, this case. Don't look anything up. Don't do any research. Thank you. Where were you going to, Brian, did you have them in a different location in the morning?
No.
Okay. All right, so downstairs, 8:30, okay? Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
George, were you going to?
Okay, so a very interesting day, arguably the most dramatic day out of the 3 days so far. I'm not going to hang around for too much longer. If you can see the counter there, it's approaching 9 hours. This is by a long margin, a new record for this channel. But certainly didn't feel like 9 hours. Certainly the last 4 or 5 hours certainly went by pretty quickly. But yeah, definitely a super long ultra marathon. Let's have a look at the poll. Thank you for voting. And so most of you voted. Who do you think is responsible for Alina's death? 46%, almost half of you voted both Alec and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, but Alec more than Hannah. And I have to say, I agree with most of you. I agree that it is not just one and not just the other, both of them, and not both of them equally, one more than the other. So that was, I think it speaks to the amount that the folks on this channel have been educated on my coverage of it, but also those of you who are new here obviously know, well, I think you know what's going on. You know this case pretty well. This case has a certain amount of subtlety, a certain amount of complexity. You don't just know this case by glancing at it quickly. There are a lot of moving parts, a lot of different people. Yeah, and a lot of aspects that need to be in a way imagined, and some people aren't very good at that. And I think those on this channel have just showed that you have been able to, because some of this is literally you've got to imagine what is taking place, right? Because what you've been told isn't necessarily true or told to completion. Thanks so much, Deborah. I really appreciate that. Deborah from Australia. I think Deborah can identify with this case in particular because, Deborah, you've got some links to the military and you know about firearms, right? Yeah, that definitely is true. Definitely is true. I was actually in Santa Fe couple of months ago. So the thought is crossing my mind, shouldn't I pop around there again? So I don't know. We'll see. Earth says very illuminating. Thank you so much to especially Chelsea and Terry for keeping this such a tight ship. Everyone seems to have, for the most part, behaved in chat. So thank you very much for that. Some interesting comments from you guys, interesting questions. Welcome to new subscribers. And also welcome to a couple of the new members. So I've got a feeling that, remember, this witness has now been, is finished his testimony as far as we know. He may testify in the Baldwin case, but I've got a feeling we're going to start seeing additional crew members tomorrow and perhaps also an actor or two. So I think day 4 may even be more interesting than this day was. We may even see behind the scenes footage, not this, behind the scenes on the actual set outside of the church, footage that we've never seen before, and that certainly I'm looking forward to. I'm not sure about you guys. So thanks everyone. It is almost 2:30 in the morning here. Pretty warm where I am. I believe it's quite warm, unseasonably warm for many of you as well. But anyway, wherever you are, take care. Hope you have a good night's sleep or a good afternoon going into the evening. Take care, and I will see you guys in the same place, this space tomorrow for day 4. If you haven't watched my video on the little bit of the backstory of the armorer, go and check that out. Anyway, thanks a lot for being here, and thanks for keeping me company for almost 9 hours. If I didn't see it, I really wouldn't have believed it. If someone said you're going to do a 9-hour live, I would have been like, no, I don't think even close to that. And anyway, here we are. Jalsi, again, thank you so much. Everyone else, take care. Take care. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'll see you guys here for day 4 tomorrow. Should be a very interesting one. If you look at the @CrimeRocket, that is my Twitter handle. I'd really appreciate it if you can share this video on Twitter using the hashtag Hannah Gutierrez and also TCRS. Let's try and get our people watching to maybe 300. Okay, thanks again, guys. Take care. Adios.